Part I. As above, November. Alex approached Black Elm as if she were sidling up to a wild animal, cautious in her walk up the long, curving driveway, careful not to show her fear. How many times had she made this walk? But today was different. The house appeared through the bare branches of the trees, as if it had been waiting for her, as if it had heard her footsteps and anticipated her arrival. It didn't crouch like prey. It stood, 2 stories of gray stone and peaked roofs, a wolf with paws planted and teeth bared. Black Elm had been tame once, glossy and preening, but it had been left on its own too long. The boarded-up windows on the 2nd floor made it all so much worse. A wound in the wolf's side that, left untended, might turn it mad. She slotted her key into the old back door and slipped into the kitchen. It was chillier inside than out. They couldn't afford to keep the place heated, and there was no reason to. But despite the cold and the mission she'd come here to fulfill, the room still felt welcoming. Copper pans hung in neat rows above the big vintage stove, bright and ready, eager to be used. The slate floor was spotless, the counters wiped clean and set with a milk bottle full of holly branches that Dawes had arranged just so. The kitchen was the most functional room of Black Elm, alive with regular care, a tidy temple of light. This was how Dawes dealt with all they'd done, with the thing lurking in the ballroom. Alex had a routine. Well, Dawes had a routine, and Alex tried to follow it, and it felt like a rock to cling to now as fear tried to drag her under. Unlock the door, sort the mail and set it on the counter, fill Cosmos bowls with fresh food and water. They were usually empty, but today Cosmo had tipped the food on its side, scattering the floor with fish-shaped pellets, as if in protest. Darlington's cat was mad at being left alone, or frightened by not being quite so alone anymore. Or maybe you're just a picky little gosh, Alex muttered, cleaning up the food. I'll pass your comments along to the chef. She didn't like the sound of her voice, brittle in the quiet, but she made herself finish slowly, methodically. She filled the water and food bowls, tossed out the junk mail addressed to Daniel Arlington, and tucked a water bill into her bag that she would take back to Ilbastone. Steps in a ritual, performed with care, but they offered no protection. She considered making coffee. She could sit outside in the winter sunlight and wait for Cosmo to come find her, when he saw fit to leave off prowling the messy tangle of the hedge maze for mice. She could do that, push her worry and anger aside and try to solve this puzzle, even though she didn't want to complete the picture, emerging with every new and nasty piece. Alex glanced up at the ceiling, as if she were able to see through the floorboards. No, she couldn't just sit on the porch and pretend everything was as it should be. Not when her feet wanted to climb those stairs. Not when she knew she should run the other way, lock the kitchen door behind her, pretend she'd never heard of this place. Alex had come here for a reason, but now she wondered at her stupidity. She wasn't up to this task. She'd talk to Dawes, maybe even Turner. For once, she'd make a plan instead of rushing headlong into disaster. She washed her hands at the sink, and it was only when she turned to reach for a towel that she saw the open door. Alex dried her hands, trying to ignore the way her heart had leapt into a run. She had never noticed that door in the butler's pantry, a gap between the pretty glass cupboards and shelves. She'd never seen it open before. It shouldn't be open now. Dawes might have left it that way. But Dawes was licking her wounds from the ritual and hiding behind her rows of index cards. She hadn't been here in days, not since she had set those holly branches on the kitchen counter, making a picture of what life should be. Clean and easy. An antidote to the rest of their days and nights, to the secret above. She and Dawes never bothered with the butler's pantry, its rows of dusty dishes and glassware, its soup tureen the size of a small bathtub. It was one of the many vestigial limbs of the old house, disused and forgotten, left to atrophy since Darlington's disappearance. And they certainly never bothered with the basement. Alex had never even thought about it, not until now, standing at the kitchen sink, surrounded by tidy blue tiles painted with windmills and tall ships, staring at that black gap, a perfect rectangle, a sudden void. It looked as if someone had simply peeled away part of the kitchen. It looked like the mouth of a grave. "Call Dawes." Alex leaned against the counter. Back out of the kitchen and call Turner. She set down the towel and drew a knife from the block beside the sink. She wished there were a gray nearby, but she didn't want to risk calling one to her. The size of the house, its deep silence, sat heavy around her. She glanced up again, thought of the golden shimmer of the circle, the heat it gave off. "I have appetites." Had those words excited her when they should have only made her afraid? Alex walked quietly toward the open door, the absence of a door. How deep had they dug when they'd built this house? She could count 3, 4, 5 stone steps, leading down into the dark. And then they faded into the dark. Maybe there were no more stairs. Maybe she would take a step, fall, keep falling into the cold. She felt along the wall for a light switch, then looked up and saw a ratty piece of twine dangling from an exposed bulb. She yanked on it, and the stairs were flooded with warm yellow light. The bulb made a comforting hum. "Gosh," Alex said on a breath. Her terror dissolved, leaving nothing but embarrassment in its place. Just stairs, a wooden railing, shelves stacked with rags, cans of paint, tools lining the wall. A faint, musty smell rose up from the dark below, a vegetable stink, a hint of rot. She heard the drip of water and the shuffle of what might have been a rat. She couldn't quite make out the base of the stairs, but there had to be another switch or bulb below. She could go down there, make sure no one had been rooting around, see if she and Dawes needed to set out traps. But why was the door open? Cosmo could have nudged it on one of his ratting expeditions. Or maybe Dawes really had popped by and gone down to the basement for something ordinary. Weed killer, paper towels. She'd forgotten to close up properly. So Alex would shut the door, lock it tight. And if, by chance, there was something down there that wasn't meant to be down there, it could stay right where it was until she called for reinforcements. She reached for the twine and paused there, hand gripping the string. She thought she heard, there, again, a soft hiss. The sound of her name. Galaxy. Really, this. She knew how this particular movie ended, and there was no way she was going down there. She yanked on the twine and heard the pop of the bulb, then felt a hard shove between her shoulder blades. Alex fell. The knife clattered from her hands. She fought the urge to reach out to break her fall and covered her head instead, letting her shoulder take the brunt of it. She half slid, half tumbled to the base of the stairs and hit the floor hard, her breath flooding out of her like a draft through a window. The door above her slammed. She heard the lock click. She was in the dark. Her heart was racing now. What was down here with her? Who had locked her in with it? Get up, Stern. Get your gosh together. Get ready to fight. Was it her voice she was hearing? Darlington's. Hers, of course. Darlington would never swear. She pushed herself to her feet, bracing her back against the wall. At least nothing could come at her from that direction. It was hard to breathe. Once bones broke, they learned the habit. Blake Keeley had cracked 2 of her ribs less than a year ago. She thought they might be broken again. Her hands were slippery. The floor was wet from some old leak in the walls, and the air smelled fetid and wrong. She wiped her palms on her jeans and waited, her breath coming in ragged gasps. From somewhere in the dark, she heard what might have been a whimper. "Who's there?" she rasped, hating the fear in her voice. "Come at me, you cowardly." Nothing. She fumbled for her phone, for light, the blue glow vibrant and startling. She directed the beam over shelves of old paint thinner, tools, boxes labeled in a jagged hand she knew was Darlington's, dusty crates emblazoned with a circular logo, Arlington Co., rubber boots. Then the light glinted off 2 pairs of eyes. Alex choked on a scream, nearly dropping her phone. Not people, grays, a man and a woman clinging to each other, trembling with fear. But it wasn't Alex they were afraid of. She'd gotten it wrong. The floor wasn't wet from a leak or rainwater or some old burst pipe. The floor was slick with blood. Her hands were covered in it. She'd smeared it on her jeans. 2 bodies lay heaped on the old brick. They looked like cast-off clothing, piles of rags. She knew those faces. Heaven, to keep its beauty, cast them out. There was so much blood. New blood, fresh. The Greys hadn't abandoned their bodies. Even in her panic, she knew that was strange. "Who did this?" she asked them, and the woman moaned. The man pressed a finger to his lips, eyes full of fear as they darted around the basement. His whisper drifted through the dark. "We're not alone." October, 1 month before. Alex wasn't far from Tara's apartment. She'd driven these streets with Darlington at the start of her freshman year, walked them when she was hunting Tara's killer. It had been winter then, the branches bare, the tiny yards crusted with dirty mounds of snow. This neighborhood looked better in the still warm days of early October, clouds of green leaves softening the edges of the roof lines, ivy climbing over the chain-link fences, all of it made gentle and dreamy by the glint of streetlights carving golden circles into the soft hours of dusk. She was standing in the well of shadow between 2 row houses, watching the street that fronted the tourist cafe, a windowless lump of brick decorated by signs promising Keno and Lotto and Corona. Alex could hear the thump of music from somewhere inside. Small rings of people smoked and chatted beneath the lights, despite the sign beside the door that read, "No loitering, police take notice." She was glad of the noise, but less happy at the prospect of so many witnesses seeing her come and go. Better to come back in the daytime when the street would be deserted, but she didn't have that luxury. She knew the bar would be packed with Greys, drawn by sweat, bodies pressed together, the damp clink of beer bottles. She wanted someone closer to hand. There a Grey in a parka and a beanie, hovering by an arguing couple, undisturbed by the heavy heat of a too long summer. She made eye contact with him, his baby face an uncomfortable jolt. He'd died young. "Come on along," she sang under her breath, then gave a disgusted snort. She had that goofy song in her head. Some a cappella group had been practicing in the courtyard when Alex was getting ready to leave the dorm. "How are they already starting that? Gosh," Lauren had complained, sorting through her crates of vinyl, her blonde hair even brighter after a summer spent lifeguarding. "It's Irving Berlin," Mercy had noted. "I don't care. It's also racist." "That gosh is racist," Lauren had called out of the window and put AC/DC on her record player, turning the volume all the way up. Alex loved every minute of it. She'd been surprised at how much she'd missed Lauren and Mercy over the summer, their easy talk and gossip, the shared worry over classes, the arguments about music and clothes, all of it like a tether she could grasp to bring her back to the ordinary world. "This is my life," she told herself, curled up on the couch in front of a noisy fan, watching Mercy hang a garland of stars over the fireplace in their new common room, quite a change from their cramped rooms on old campus. The couch and recliner had made into their new suite, the coffee table they'd all assembled together at the start of freshman year, the toaster and its seemingly inexhaustible supply of Pop-Tarts sent courtesy of Lauren's mom. Alex had asked Leigh for a bike and a printer and a new tutor at the end of last year. They'd been happy to agree, and she wished she'd asked for more. Their freshman dorm on old campus had been the most beautiful place Alex ever lived, but the residential college, proper, felt real, solid, and elegant, permanent. She liked the stained glass windows, the stonework faces in every corner of the courtyard, the scuffed wood floors, the heavily carved fireplace that didn't work but that they decorated with candles and a vintage globe. She even liked the little Grey in an old-fashioned dress, a child with hair done up in crisp curls who liked to linger in the branches above the tree swing. She and Mercy were sharing a double because Lauren had won the single in their draw. Alex was sure she'd cheated, but she didn't much mind. It would have been easier to come and go if she had a room to herself, but there was also something comforting about lying in bed at night and hearing Mercy snore across the room. And at least they weren't stuck in bunks anymore. Alex had planned on hanging out with Mercy and Lauren for a few hours before she had to leave to oversee a ritual at Book and Snake, listening to records and trying to ignore the annoying ooh of a singing group punishing Alexander's ragtime band. "Come on along,"
Come on along. Let me take you by the hand." But then the text from Eton had appeared. So now she was eyeing the tourist cafe. She was about to step out of the shadows when a black and white drove by, a new cruiser, sleek and quiet as a deep-sea predator. It flashed its lights and gave a brief belch of the siren, a warning that the New Haven PD did indeed take notice. "Yeah, really, you," someone growled, but the crowd dispersed, drifting into the club or weaving down the sidewalk to find their cars. It wasn't properly late yet. There was still plenty of time to find another party, another chance at something good. Alex didn't want to think about the cops or getting caught, or what Turner might say if she got dragged in on a BE or worse, an assault charge. She hadn't heard from the detective since the end of her freshman year, and she doubted he'd be glad to see her under the best of circumstances. Once the cruiser was gone, Alex made sure the sidewalk was clear of possible witnesses and crossed the street to an ugly white duplex just a couple doors down from the bar. Funny how all sad places looked the same. Trash cans overflowing, weed-choked yards and junked-up porches. I'll get around to it, or I won't. But there was a new truck in the driveway of this particular house, complete with personalized license plate, ODM No Out. At least she knew she had the right spot. Alex drew a mirrored compact from the pocket of her jeans. When she hadn't been mapping New Haven's infinite churches for Dawes, she'd spent the summer digging through the drawers of Ilbastoni's armory. She told herself it was a good way to waste time, get familiar with Leigh, maybe eye up what might be worth stealing if it came to that. But the truth was that when she was rummaging in the armory cabinets, reading the little handwritten cards, the carpet of Ozymandias, monsoon rings for calling rain, incomplete set, Palillos del Dios, she could feel Darlington with her, peering over her shoulder. Those castanets will banish a poltergeist, Stern, if one plays the correct rhythm, but you'll still walk away with your fingers burned black. It was comforting and troubling at the same time. Invariably, that steady scholar's voice turned accusing. "Where are you, Stern? Why haven't you come?" Alex rolled her shoulders, trying to shrug off her guilt.
She needed to stay focused. That morning, she'd held the pocket mirror up to the TV to see if she could capture a glamour from the scream. She hadn't been sure it would work, but it had. Now she popped it open and let the illusion fall over her. She jogged up the steps to the porch and knocked. The man who answered the door was huge and heavily muscled, his neck thick and pink as a cartoon ham. She didn't need to consult the image on her phone. This was Chris Owens, also known as Odd Man, a record as long as he was and twice as wide. "Holy gosh," he said when he saw Alex at the door, his eyes trained on the space a foot above her head. The glamour had added 12 inches to her height. She raised her hand and waved. Can I help you?" Odd Man asked. Alex bobbed her chin toward the apartment interior. Odd Man shook his head as if waking from a dream. "Yeah, of course." He stepped aside, sweeping his arm out in a grand gesture of welcome. The living room was surprisingly neat. A halogen lamp tucked into the corner, a big leather couch with a matching recliner arranged to face a massive flat screen tuned to ESPN. "You want something to drink, or—" He hesitated, and Alex knew the calculation he was making. There was only one reason a celebrity would turn up on his doorstep on a Thursday night, any night really. "You looking to score?" Alex hadn't really needed confirmation, but now she had it. "You owe 12 large." Odd Man took a lurching step back as if he'd suddenly lost his balance. Because he was hearing Alex's voice. She hadn't bothered to try to disguise it, and the dissonance between her voice and the glamour of Tom Brady created by the mirror had caused the illusion to waver. It didn't matter. Alex had only needed the magic to get inside Odd Man's apartment without a fuss. "What the— really? 12 large," Alex repeated. Now he saw her as she was, a tiny girl standing in his living room, black hair parted in the middle, so skinny she might slip straight through the floorboards. "I don't know who the really you are," he bellowed, "but you're in the wrong very house." He was already striding toward her, his bulk making the room shake. Alex's arm shot out, reaching toward the window, toward the sidewalk in front of the tourist cafe. She felt the gray and the beanie rush into her. tasted green apple Jolly Ranchers, smelled the skunk smoke of weed. His spirit felt unfinished and frantic, a bird slamming itself against a window pane again and again. But his strength was pure and ferocious. She put up her hands, and her palms struck Odd Man square in the chest. The big man went flying. His body slammed into the TV, shattering the screen and knocking it to the floor. Alex couldn't pretend it didn't feel good to steal the Gray's strength, to be dangerous just for a moment. She crossed the room and stood over Odd Man, waited for his dazed eyes to clear. 12 large, she said again. You have a week to get it, or I come back and break bones. Though it was possible she'd cracked his sternum already. I don't have it, Odd Man said on a groan, his hand rubbing his chest. My sister's kid. Alex knew the excuses. She'd made them herself. My mom is in the hospital. My check is late. My car needs a new transmission, and I can't pay you if I can't get to work. It didn't really matter if they were true or not. She squatted down. I feel for you. I really do. But I have my job, you have yours. $12,000 by next Friday, or hell, make me come back and turn you into an example for every dimebag hump in the neighborhood. And I don't want to do that. She really didn't. Odd Man seemed to believe her. He got something on you? Enough to bring me here tonight and to bring me back again? Alex's temples gave a sudden throb, and the oversweet tang of apple candy burst into her mouth. Gosh, man, you look bad. It took Alex a second to realize she was the one speaking with someone else's voice. Odd Man's eyes widened. Derek? Yeah, that wasn't her voice, wasn't her laugh. Odd Man reached out to touch her shoulder, something between wonder and fear making his hand shake. I went to your wake. Alex stood, nearly losing her footing. She caught a glimpse of herself in the reflection from the broken TV, but the person looking back at her wasn't a scrawny girl in a tank top and jeans. It was a boy in a beanie and a parka. She shoved the gray out of her. For a moment, they stared at each other. Derek, apparently? She didn't know what had killed him, and she didn't want to know. He'd somehow pushed to the forefront of her consciousness, taken over her face, her voice, and she wanted none of that. Bela Lugosi's dead, she snarled at him. They'd become her favorite death words over the summer. He vanished. Odd Man had pressed himself against the wall as if he could disappear into it. His eyes were full of tears. What the really is happening? Don't worry about it, she said. Just get the money and all this goes away. Alex only wished she had it that easy. The walk back to campus was long, and the heat felt like an animal dogging her steps, its breath moist against the nape of her neck. But Alex didn't slow her pace. She wanted distance between herself and that gray. What had happened back there, and how was she supposed to keep it from happening again? Sweat trickled down her back. She wished she'd worn shorts, but it didn't feel right to wear cutoffs to a beatdown. She paralleled the canal trail, counting down her long strides, trying to get her head straight before she was back on campus. She'd walked part of that trail last year, with Mercy, to see the leaves turn, a flood of red and gold, fireworks captured in their fullest bloom. She thought how different it was from the LA River with its concrete banks, and she'd remembered how she had floated in those dirty waters, flush with helly strength, wishing they could both drift out to the open sea, become their own island. She'd wondered where Helly was buried, and hoped it was someplace beautiful, someplace nothing like that sad scraping along river, that collapsed vein. The canal trail would be green now, choked with summer growth. But Grays loved it, and Alex didn't want to be anywhere near them just this minute, so she stuck to the dull parking lots and faceless office buildings of Science Park, hurried past the industrial lofts and on to Prospect. Only Darlington's ghost chased her here, his voice telling stories of the Winchester family and how their descendants had mixed and married with the Yale elite, or the hulking mass of Sarah Winchester's grave across town, an 8-foot lump of rough-hewn rock, a cross pressed into it like a child's school project. Alex wondered if Mrs. Winchester had chosen to be buried at Evergreen instead of Grove Street, because she knew she wouldn't rest easy right down the road from the factory where her husband had produced barrel after barrel, gun after gun. Alex didn't slow down until she'd passed the new colleges and crossed Trumbull. It was comforting to be back near campus, where the trees grew over the streets in shady canopies. How had she become someone who felt more at home here than on the streets outside the Taurus? Comfort was the drug she hadn't understood until it was too late, and she was hooked on cups of tea and book-lined shelves, nights uninterrupted by the wail of sirens and the ceaseless churning of helicopters overhead. Her Tom Brady glamour had shaken loose completely when she'd let the gray enter her, so at least she didn't need to worry about causing a stir on campus. Students were out enjoying the warm night, waddling along with couches jammed between them, handing out flyers for parties. A girl on roller skates coasted down the middle of the street, fearless, in a bikini top and tiny shorts, her skin gleaming against the blue night. This was their dream time, the magical early days of fall semester, the happy haze of meeting once again, old friendships rekindling in firefly sparks before the real work of the year began.
Alex wanted to wallow in it too, to remember that she was safe, she was okay. But there wasn't time. The hutch was only a few blocks away, and she stopped to try to get her head together, leaning against the low wall in front of Sterling Library. How had that gray overtaken her? She knew her connection to the dead had been deepened by what she'd had to do in her fight with Bellbaum. She'd called them to her and offered them her name. They'd answered. They'd saved her. And of course, rescue had come at a price. All her life she'd been able to see grays. Now she could hear them too. They were that much closer, that much harder to ignore. But maybe she hadn't really understood what salvation would cost her at all. Something very bad had happened in Oddman's house, something she couldn't explain. She was meant to control the dead, to use them, not the other way around. She pulled out her phone and saw 2 texts from Dawes, both exactly 15 minutes apart and in all caps. Urgent call-in. Alex ignored the messages and scrolled down, then typed out a quick, "It's done." The reply was immediate. "When I have my money." She really hoped Oddman got his house in order. She deleted Eaton's messages, then called Dawes. "Where are you?" Dawes answered breathlessly. Something big must be happening if Dawes was ignoring protocol. Alex could picture her pacing the parlor at Black Elm, her knot of red hair sliding to one side, headphones clamped around her neck. "Sterling, on my way back to the hutch. You're going to be late too. If I stand here talking to you, I will be. What's up?" They've selected a new praetor. Very. Already? The praetor was the faculty liaison for Lethe, who served as a go-between with the university administration. Only Yale's president and dean knew about the real activities of the secret societies, and it was Lethe's job to make sure it stayed that way. The praetor was a kind of den mother, the responsible adult in the room. At least he was supposed to be. Dean Sandow had turned out to be a murderer. Alex knew a Lethe praetor had to be a former Lethe deputy and had to be a member of the Yale faculty, or at least reside in New Haven. That couldn't be easy to find. Alex and Dawes had assumed it would take the board at least another semester to find someone to replace the very dead Dean Sandow. They'd counted on it. "Who is he?" Alex asked. "It could be a woman. Is it?" "No. But Anselm didn't give me a name." "Did you ask?" Alex pushed. A long pause. "Not exactly." There was no point needling Dawes. Much like Alex, she didn't like people, but unlike Alex, she avoided confrontation. And really, it wasn't her job. Oculus kept Lethen winning smoothly, fridge and armory stocked, ritual scheduled, properties kept in order. She was the research arm of Lethe, not the harass board members arm. Alex sighed. "When are they bringing him in?" "Saturday. Anselm wants to set up a meeting, maybe a tea." "Nope, no way. I need more than a couple of days to prepare." Alex turned away from the passing students, staring up at the stone scribes that guarded the Sterling Library doors. Darlington was with her here, picking away at Yale's mysteries. Egyptian, Mayan, Hebrew, Chinese, Arabic, engravings of cave paintings from Les Cumberels. They covered all their bases. "What do they mean?" Alex had asked. "Quotes from libraries, holy texts. The Chinese quote is from a dead judge's mausoleum. The Mayan comes from the Temple of the Cross, but they chose it at random because no one knew how to translate it until 20 years later." Alex had laughed, like a drunk dude getting a kanji tattoo. "To use one of your turns of phrase, they half-assed it. But it certainly looks impressive, doesn't it, Stern? It had. It still did. Now Alex hunched over her phone and whispered to Dawes, knowing she probably looked like a girl in the middle of a breakup. We need a delay. What good is that going to do us? Alex didn't have an answer for that. They'd been searching for the Gauntlet all summer and come up empty. I went to First Presbyterian. And? Nothing. At least as far as I can tell. I'll send you the photos. Gateways to hell aren't just lying around for people to walk through, Michelle Amadine had warned when they'd all sat down together at Blue State after Dean Sandow's funeral. That would be very too dangerous. Think of the Gauntlet as a secret passage that appears when you say the magic words. But in this case, the magic words are a series of steps, a path you have to walk. You take your first steps in the labyrinth, and only then does the path become clear. So we're hunting for something we can't even see? Alex had asked. There would be signs, symbols. Michelle had shrugged. Or at least that's one theory. That's all hell and the afterlife are. Theories. Because the people who get to see the other side don't come back to tell about it. She was right. Alex had only been to the borderlands when she'd made her bargain with the bridegroom, and she'd barely survived that. People weren't meant to move between this life and the next and back again. But that was exactly what they'd have to do to get Darlington home. There are rumors of a Gauntlet on Station Island in Loch Derg, Michelle continued. There might have been one in the Imperial Library of Constantinople before it was destroyed. And according to Darlington, a bunch of society boys built one right here. Dawes had nearly spit out her tea. Darlington said that? Michelle gave her a bemused look. His little pet project was creating a magical map of New Haven, of all the places where power ebbed and flowed. He said some society members had done it on a dare, and that he intended to find it. And? I told him he was an idiot, and that he should spend more time worrying about his future and less time digging into Lethay's past. Alex found herself smiling. How'd that go over? How do you think? I actually don't know, she'd said at the time, too tired and too raw to pretend. Darlington loved Lethay, but he also would have wanted to listen to his Virgil. He took that seriously. Michelle studied the leavings of her scone. I liked that about him. He took me seriously. Even when I didn't. Yes, Dawes had said quietly. But Michelle had only returned to New Haven once over the summer. All June and July, Dawes had been researching from her sister's place in Westport, sending Alex into the Lethay House library with requests for books and treatises. They tried to come up with the right series of words to frame their requests in the Albemarle book, but all that came back were old accounts of mystics and martyrs having visions of hell, Charles the Fat, Dante's 2 towers in Bologna, caves in Guatemala and Belize said to lead to Xibalba. Dawes took the train from Westport a few times so they could sit together and try to find some place to start. They always invited Michelle, but she only took them up on it that one time, on a weekend when she was off from her job in gifts and acquisitions at the Butler Library. They'd spent all day poring over society records and books on the Monk of Evesham, then had lunch in the parlor. Dawes made chicken salad and lemon bars wrapped in checkered napkins, but Michelle had only picked at her food and kept checking her phone, eager to be gone. She doesn't want to help, Dawes had said, when Michelle left and the door to Il Bastone was shut firmly behind her. She does, said Alex, but she's afraid to. Alex couldn't really blame her. The Lethay board had made it clear they believed Darlington was dead, and they weren't interested in hearing otherwise. There had been too much mess the previous year, too much noise. They wanted that chapter closed. But 2 weeks after Michelle's visit, Alex and Dawes had gotten their big break, a single, lonely paragraph in a Lethay's diary from 1938. Now Alex pushed off from the wall outside of Stirling and hurried up Elm onto York. Tell them I can't meet on Saturday. Tell them I have orientation or something. Dawes groaned. You know I'm a terrible liar.
How are you going to get better if you don't practice? Alex dodged down the alley and entered the hutch, welcoming the cool dark of the back stairs, that sweet autumn smell of clove and currants. The rooms were spotless but lonely, the battered plaid couches and scenes of shepherds tending their flocks trapped in gloom. She didn't like spending real time at the hutch. She didn't want to be reminded of the lost days when she'd hidden in these secret rooms, wounded and hopeless. Pathetic. She wasn't going to let that happen to her this year.
She was going to find a way to keep control. She snatched up the backpack she'd loaded with supplies earlier. Graveyard dirt, bone dust chalk, and something labeled a phantom loop, a kind of fancy lacrosse stick she'd pilfered from the Leigh armory. For once, she'd done the homework. Alex loved the Book and Snake Tomb because it was across from Grove Street Cemetery, and that meant she wouldn't have to see many grays, particularly at night. Sometimes they were drawn there by funerals if the deceased had been especially loved or loathed, and Alex had once been treated to the grim sight of a gray trying to lick the cheek of a weeping woman. But at night, the cemetery was nothing but cold stone and decay. The last place grays wanted to be when there was a campus right next door, full of students flirting and sweating, drinking too much beer or too much coffee, alive with nerves and ego. The tomb itself looked like something between a Greek temple and an oversized mausoleum. No windows or doors, all white marble fronted by towering columns. It's meant to look like the Erechtheion, Darlington had told her, at the Acropolis. Or some people say the Temple of Nike. So which is it? Alex had asked. She'd felt like she was in moderately safe territory. She remembered learning about the Acropolis and the Agora and how much she loved the stories of the Greek gods. Neither. It was built as a necromonteon, a house to welcome and commune with the dead. And Alex had laughed because by then she knew how much Greys hated any reminder of death. So they built a big mausoleum? They should have built a casino and put a sign out front that said "Ladies drink free." Crude, stern. But you're not wrong. That had been almost a year ago exactly. Tonight she was alone. Alex climbed the steps and knocked on the big bronze doors. This was the second ritual she'd observed this semester. The first, a rite of renewal at manuscript, had been easy enough. The new delegation had stripped down to nothing and rolled a grizzled muse anchor into a ditch lined with rosemary and hot coals. He'd emerged 2 hours later, looking red-faced, sweaty, and about 10 years younger. The door swung open on a girl in a black robe, her face covered by a sheer veil embroidered with black snakes. She pulled it up over her head. "Virgil?" Alex nodded. The societies never asked about Darlington anymore. To the new delegates, she was Virgil, an expert, an authority. They'd never met the gentleman of Leigh. They didn't know they were getting a half-trained pretender. As far as they were concerned, Alex was Leigh, and always had been. "You're Callista?" the girl beamed. "The delegation president." She was a senior, probably only a year older than Alex, but she seemed like a different species, smooth-skinned, bright-eyed, her hair a soft halo of curls. "We're almost ready to start. I'm so nervous." "Don't be," said Alex, because that was what she was supposed to say. Virgil was calm, knowledgeable. She'd seen it all before. They passed beneath a stone carving that read, "Omnia mutantur, nihil interit." Everything changes, nothing perishes. Darlington had rolled his eyes as he gave the translation on one of their visits. Don't ask me why a society built around Greek necromancy thinks it's appropriate to quote a Roman poet. Omnia dicta fortiori si dicta latina. I know you want me to ask, so I'm not going to. He'd actually smiled. Everything sounds more impressive in Latin. They'd been getting along well then, and Alex had felt something like hope, a kind of ease between them that might have grown into trust, if she hadn't let him die. Inside, the tomb was cold and lit by torches. The smoke gusted away by small vents high above. Most of the rooms were ordinary, but the central temple was perfectly round and painted with brightly colored frescoes of naked men in laurel crowns. "Why are they climbing ladders?" Alex had asked when she'd first seen the murals. Not, "Why are they all naked?" Symbolism, Stern. They're ascending to greater knowledge. On the backs of the dead. Look at the bases. The ladders were propped on the bowed backs of kneeling skeletons. At the center of the room stood 2 towering statues of veiled women, stone snakes at their feet. A lamp hung from their clasped hands, the fire burning a soft blue. Beneath it, 2 older men were huddled in conversation. One wore robes of black and gold, an alum who would serve as high priest. The other looked like someone's very strict dad, his gray hair in a tight crew cut, his button-down tucked neatly into pressed khaki trousers. 2 more robed figures entered, carrying a large crate. Alex doubted it was a couch from IKEA. They set it down between 2 brass symbols on the floor, Greek letters that fanned out in a spiral over the marble slabs. "Why did you lobby so hard to have a ritual sanctioned this week?" Alex asked Callista, eyeing the crate as the letterman used a crowbar to jimmy the top open. Most of the time, societies took the evenings assigned to them in the calendar, or occasionally petitioned for an emergency dispensation that invariably threw the whole schedule into upheaval. But the lettermen had been very clear that Book and Snake needed this Thursday night for their ritual. It was the only day. Callista hesitated, torn between pride and the demand for discretion. A certain 4-star general has a very tight schedule. Got it, said Alex, glancing at the stern-faced man with the crew cut. She took out her chalk and her notes and began to draw the circle of protection, carefully, precisely. She didn't realize how hard she was gripping the chalk until it snapped in two and she had to work with one of the stubs. She was nervous, but she didn't have that panicked, never-studied-for-the-test feeling. She had reviewed her notes, drawn the symbols again and again in the shadowy comfort of Il Bastone's parlor, new order on the tinny sound system. She'd felt like the house approved of her newfound diligence, its doors locked and secured, its heavy curtains drawn to keep the sun out. "Are we ready?" The high priest was approaching, rubbing his hands together. "We have a schedule to keep." Alex couldn't remember his name, some alum she'd met the previous year. He'd oversee the ritual with the new delegation. Behind him, she saw the letterman lifting a corpse out of the crate. They laid it on the floor, naked and white. The smell of roses filled the air, and the priest must have seen Alex's surprise because he said, "That's how we prepare the body." Alex didn't think of herself as squeamish. She'd been too close to death her whole life to shy away from severed limbs or gunshot wounds, at least when it came to grays. But it was always different with an actual body, stiff and silent, more alien in its stillness than a ghost could ever be. It was as if she could feel the void where the person should be. "Who is he?" she asked. No one anymore. He was Jacob Yashevsky, Silicon Valley darling and friend to Russian hackers everywhere. Died on a yacht less than 24 hours ago. 24 hours, Alex echoed. Book and Snake had requested this night for their ritual back in August. "We have our sources." He bobbed his head toward the cemetery. The dead knew his time was coming, and predicted it to the day. Thoughtful of them. Jacob Yashevsky had been murdered, she felt sure of that. And even if Book and Snake hadn't planned it, they'd known it was going to happen.
But she wasn't here to cause trouble, and Jacob Yashevsky was beyond her help. "The circle is ready," said Alex. The ritual had to be protected by the circle, but she'd set a gate at each compass point, and one would be kept open to allow magic to flow in. That was where Alex would stand guard, in case any Greys tried to crash the party, drawn by longing, greed, any powerful emotion. Though, unless things got really exciting, she doubted Greys would want to be this close to a fresh corpse and all of this grand funereal gloom. "You're a lot cuter than that girl Darlington used to run around with," the priest said. Alex didn't return his smile. "Michelle Alametadine is way out of your league." His grin only deepened. "Absolutely no one is out of my league. Stop trying to bother the help and let's go," barked the general. The priest departed with another smile. Alex wasn't sure if it was ballsy or creepy to hit on someone within spitting distance of a dead body, but she intended to get well away from Book and Snake as soon as she could. She had to remain the good girl, do the job, do it right. She and Dawes didn't want any trouble, didn't want to give Leith any reason to split them up or interfere with what they had planned. A new praetor getting in their way was going to be messy enough. A deep gong sounded. The lettermen stood outside the perimeter of the circle, their veils drawn over their faces, mourners in black, leaving only the general, the high priest, and the dead man at the circle's center. "They're studious. Let me sit," intoned the priest, his voice echoing through the chamber, "and hold high converse with the mighty dead." "For what it's worth, that quote is about libraries, not necromancy," Darlington had whispered to her once. "It marked the start of every Book and Snake ritual. It's written in stone at Sterling." Alex hadn't wanted to confess that she spent most of her time at Sterling Library dozing off in one of the reading rooms with her boots propped on a heating vent. The priest tossed something into the lamp above them, and bluish smoke billowed up from the flames, then seemed to settle, sinking onto the bare feet of the statues. One of the stone snakes began to move, its white scales iridescent in the firelight.
It slithered toward the corpse, undulating across the marble floor, then paused, as if scenting the body. Alex choked back a gasp when it lunged, jaws wide, and latched on to the corpse's calf. The corpse began to twitch, muscles spasming, bouncing off the iron floor like hot kernels in a pan. The snake released its grip, and Yashevsky's body sprang into a deep crouch, feet wide, hands cupping its knees, waddling like a crab, but with a speed that made Alex's skin crawl. His face was stretched into a grimace, eyes wide and panicked, mouth pulling down like a theatrical mask of tragedy. "I need passwords," said the general as the corpse capered around the temple. "Solid intel, not—" He waved his hand through the air, damning the domed crypt, the students in their robes, and poor dead Jacob Yashevsky in a single gesture. "Fortune-telling." "Well, we'll get you what you need," the priest replied smoothly. "But if you're asked to reveal your sources, you think I want oversight sniffing around this Illuminati nonsense?" Alex couldn't see the priest's face beneath his veil, but his scorn was clear. "We are not the Illuminati." "Posers," muttered one of the lettermen standing near Alex. "Just get him talking," said the general. It's a front, Alex thought. That brusque, grunting, all-business act was cover. The general hadn't known what he was walking into when he'd hatched his agreement with Book and Snake, connected by some high-powered alumnus. What had he imagined? Some muttered words? A voice from the beyond? Had he thought there would be dignity in this? But this was what real magic looked like. Indecent, decadent, perverse. "Welcome to Yale." "Sir?" "Yes, sir." A string of drool hung from Jacob Yashevsky's mouth as he waited in that deep, unnatural crouch, rocking slowly side to side, toes wiggling slightly, eyes rolling in his head, a grotesque, a gargoyle. "Is the scribe ready?" asked the priest. "I am," replied one of the lettermen, veiled and perched in a small balcony above. "Speak then," boomed the priest, "while you may. Answer our questions and return to your rest." He nodded at the general, who cleared his throat. "Who was your primary contact at the FSB?" Yashevsky's body crab-walked left, right, left, with that unnerving speed. Alex had done some research into golems and glumai last year, but she had no idea how she'd fight that thing if it came running at her. It was moving from brass letter to brass letter on the floor, as if the whole room was a Ouija board, the corpse skittering over it like a planchet, the scribe documenting each pause from above. Every so often, the body would slow, and the priest would add something to the fire, producing that same blue smoke. The snake would rouse itself, slither across the floor, and bite Yashevsky again, juicing him with whatever strange venom it possessed in its fangs. "It's just a body," Alex reminded herself. But that wasn't entirely true. Some part of Yashevsky's consciousness had been drawn back into it to answer questions for the blustering general. Would it vanish beyond the veil when this sick bit of business was done? Would it be whole, or would it return to the afterlife damaged by the horror of being crammed back into a lifeless corpse? This was why Greys steered clear of Book and Snake, not because their tomb looked like a mausoleum, but because the dead weren't meant to be treated this way. Alex considered the veiled and bowed heads of the letterman, the scribe. "You're right to hide your faces," she thought. "When your time comes, someone's going to be waiting for payback on the other side." It turned out taking dictation letter by letter from a reanimated corpse took a long time, and it was 2 a.m. when they finally finished the ritual. Alex wiped away the chalk circle and made sure to stay far from the eye line of the high priest. She didn't think it would be good for her new and improved make-no-ways policy if she needs some esteemed alum. "Callista," she said quietly, flagging down the delegation president. "Thank you so much, Alex. I mean Virgil," she giggled. "It all went so well." Jacob Yashevsky might disagree. She laughed again. "True. What happens to him now? The family thinks he's being cremated, so they'll still get his ashes. No harm done." Alex cast a glance at the crate where Yashevsky's body had been stowed. When the general had gotten his answers, and the ritual concluded with a final strike of the gong, the body hadn't simply collapsed. They'd had to wait for it to tire, clambering over the letters.
Whatever it was saying, no one was bothering to transcribe it, and the sight of that corpse dancing frantically over the floor, building word after word, maybe gibberish or a cry from beyond the grave or the recipe for his grandmother's banana bread, had somehow been worse than anything that had come before. No harm done, Alex echoed. What was he spelling out there at the end? Something about mother's milk or the Milky Way? It doesn't mean anything, the high priest said. He'd removed his veil and robes and was dressed in a white linen shirt and pants as if he'd just sauntered off of a beach in Santorini. Just a glitch. It happens. Worse when the corpse isn't fresh. Alex slung her backpack over her shoulder, eager to be gone. Sure, maybe it was a reference to the space program, Callista said, glancing at the alum as if for approval. We're having drinks in the high priest began, but Alex was already shoving her way out of the temple room and down the hall. She didn't slow her steps until she was free of the book and snake tomb and the stink of roses, the air still warm with the last gasp of summer, beneath a starless New Haven sky.
Alex was surprised to find Dawes waiting at the hutch, sitting cross-legged and barefoot on the rug in cargo shorts and a white t-shirt, her index cards arranged in neat piles around her hair tucked into a lopsided bun. She'd placed her tevas neatly by the door. "Well?" she asked. "How did it go?" "The body got free, and I had to bring it down with the phantom loop." "Oh, God." "Yep," Alex said as she headed into the bathroom. "Lassoed that thing and rode it all the way to Stamford." "Alex," Dawes scolded. "It went fine." But Alex stripped off her clothes, eager to be rid of the smell of the uncanny. "I don't know. The corpse kind of ran down at the end. Started in about the Milky Way, or mother's milk, or milk for his undead cereal. It was really grim." She turned on the shower. "Did you tell Anselm we can't meet with the new praetor on Saturday?" When Dawes didn't answer, Alex repeated the question. "I can't meet with the new praetor on Saturday, okay?" A long moment later, Dawes said, "I told Anselm. But that only buys us a week. Maybe the praetor will have an open mind." Alex doubted it. There were plenty of rogues in Leith's history. Leigh DeForest, who had caused a campus-wide blackout and been suspended as a result. Hell, one of the founders, Hiram Bingham III, hadn't known anything about archaeology and had still scurried off to Peru to steal a few artifacts. But there was no chance Leitha had chosen some kind of maverick to serve as praetor now, not after what had happened last year, and not with Alex in the mix. She was too much of an unknown, an experiment they were still waiting to see play out. "Dawes, trust me, whoever this guy is, he's not going to sanction a field trip to hell." She lit the censer filled with cedar and palo santo and stepped under the water, using verbena to wash away the stink of the uncanny. In their months of searching, she and Dawes had found exactly one clue to the location of the Gauntlet, a cramped bit of text in the Lethe Days diary of Nelson Hartwell, DC 38. "Bunchy got drunk and tried to convince us some of Johnny and Punter's friends built a gauntlet so they could open a door to the fiery furnace, if you please. Naturally, I demanded proof. 'No, no,' says Bunch, far too chancy to leave any record. They swore each other to secrecy, and all they let slip was that it was built on hallowed ground. A bit too convenient, I say. Bet they all just skipped chapel and ended up well-sauced in a crypt somewhere." Hallowed ground. That was all she and Dawes had to go on, a single paragraph about a drunk named Bunchy. But that hadn't stopped them from trying to visit every graveyard, cemetery, synagogue, and church built before 1938 in New Haven, hunting for signs. They'd come up empty, and now they'd have the new praetor looking over their shoulder. "What if we say really the Gauntlet and try Sando's hound dog casting instead?" she called over the rush of the water. "That didn't go very well last time." No, it hadn't. They'd almost been eaten by a hell beast for their trouble. "But Sando wasn't really trying, was he?" Alex said, rinsing the soap from her hair. "He thought Darlington was gone forever, that there was no way he could survive a trip to hell. He thought the casting would just prove Darlington was dead." It had been a horrible night, but the ritual had brought back Darlington, or at least his voice, to accuse Sando. Alex turned off the water and grabbed a towel off the rack.
The apartment seemed impossibly quiet. She almost thought she imagined it when she heard a faint, "Okay." Alex paused, wringing the water from her hair. What? Okay. Alex had expected Dawes to protest, start throwing up obstacles. It wasn't the right time, they needed to plan, it was too dangerous. Had she spread her tarot cards out in front of her in the living room? Was she reading something other than calamity? Alex pulled on a clean pair of shorts and a tank top. Dawes was in the same spot on the floor, but she'd pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. "What do you mean, okay?" Alex asked. "Do you know what the Greeks called the Milky Way?" "You know I don't." "Galaxias." Alex sat down on the edge of the couch, trying to ignore the sliver of cold in her gut. Galaxias. Galaxy. Was that the word the corpse had been spelling out again and again? "He was trying to you," said Dawes. "To us. You don't know that." But it had happened before, during the prognostication ritual the night that Tara was murdered, and again during the new moon ritual when Darlington had tried to warn them about Sando. Was that what he was trying to do now? Warn her? Blame her? Or was he crying out to her from the other side of the veil, begging for her help? "There's something we could try." Dawes' words came in stutter stops, Morse code, a distress signal. "I have an idea." Alex wondered how many catastrophes had begun with those words. "I hope it's a good one. But if the Leigh board finds out?" "They won't. I can't lose this job, and neither can you." Alex didn't intend to think about that right now. "Do we go to Black Elm?" "No. We need the table at Scroll and Key. We need to open a portal. To hell. I can't think of anything else." Dawes sounded desperate. They'd been trying all summer and had nothing to show for it. But had Alex really been trying? Or had she felt safe tucked away with her research at Albastone? Walking the streets of New Haven, searching for churches and sacred places, seeking out signs of the Gauntlet and finding nothing? Had she let herself forget that somewhere Darlington was lost in suffering? "Good," Alex said. "Then we open a portal. How do we get into Scroll and Key?" "I'll get us in." Dawes chewed on her lower lip. "I'm not going to hit anyone, Dawes." Dawes tugged at a strand of her red hair, gone curly in the heat. Alex rolled her eyes. "Or threaten anyone. I'm going to be real polite." And she would be. She had to find a way back to the game of pretend she'd played last year, had to find a new sea level. They would bring Darlington back. They would make everything right again. As far as the Leigh board knew, she was just a student who'd had a very bad freshman year. They didn't know about the grade bump Sando had granted her, or the part she'd played in his death, or the kills she'd racked up one awful night in Van Nuys. But Darlington did. And if he wanted to make a case against her, that would be the end of it. What would she do then? What she always did. Locate the exits, get out before the real trouble sticks. Nab a few expensive artifacts on the way out. That litany had become a kind of comfort, a chant to keep her fear of the future at bay. But it was all more complicated now. Her options had been bleak before, but now they were downright ugly, and she was all out of places to run. Because of Eton. Because whether Gauntlet or Gate or bust to the beyond, there was always hell to pay. Last summer. She would have stayed in New Haven for the summer, if not for Eton. Alex told her mother she'd gotten a job on campus, and that was enough for Mira. She thought Los Angeles was temptation for Alex, that she'd step off a plane and fall back into her old life with her old friends. There was no chance of that, but "they're all dead" wasn't going to put Mira's mind at ease, and the truth was that Alex didn't want to go home. She didn't want to sleep in her old bedroom with the sounds of the 101 like an angry ocean in the distance. She didn't want to hear about her mother's latest obsession, gemstone massage, aura cleansing, essential oils, an endless hunt for easy miracles. Leaving Yale felt perilous, a little too much like a fairy tale, a cruel one where once she left the enchanted castle, she'd have no way back. She thought she'd spend the summer with Dawes and Michelle Alameda Dean, hatching a plan to rescue Darlington. But Dawes had to nanny for her sister in Westport, and Michelle had been difficult to reach, so Alex was mostly left alone at Ilbastone.
She'd wondered if the house would reject her after all the bloodshed of the previous semester. The stained glass window that would never be quite as perfect as it had been, the floor still stained with Blake Keeley's blood and now hidden by a new carpet. What if she showed up at the front door and the knob simply wouldn't turn for her? But on that spring day, when Alex stowed their common room furniture in the basement of Jonathan Edwards and said goodbye to Mercy and Lauren, Il Bastone's doorknob had rattled happily beneath her hand, the door springing open like a pair of welcoming arms. She really had meant to find a job for the summer, but business around campus had slowed too much. So, eventually, she just stopped looking. She had a small summer stipend from Lethe, and she spent it on junk food, frozen egg rolls, and pigs in a blanket she could heat up in the toaster oven. She hadn't even asked if she could stay at Il Bastone, she just did. Who else had bled for this place? Alex spent her days examining the course catalog and talking to Mercy. They'd pieced together as much of Alex's schedule as possible so that she could get ahead on the reading. She read paperbacks, too, one after the next, like she was chain-smoking romance, science fiction, old pulp fantasy. All she wanted to do was sit, unbothered in a circle of lamplight, and live someone else's life. But every evening was spent in the library. She'd write down Dawes's suggestions in the Albemarle book or come up with some of her own, then wait to see what the library would provide. One book had a spine of actual vertebrae, another released a cloud of soft mist every time she opened it, and another was so hot to the touch she'd had to scrounge around in the kitchen and return with oven mitts. Only the armory was climate-controlled to protect the artifacts, so when the weather got too hot, she took a heap of blankets and pillows from the Dante bedroom and made a nest for herself at the bottom of Hiram's crucible. Darlington would have been scandalized, but the air conditioning was worth it. Sometimes when she slept there, she dreamed of a mountaintop covered in green. She'd been there before, knew her way up staircases and through tight passages that smelled of damp stone. There was a room with 3 windows and a round basin in which to watch the stars. She saw her own face reflected in the water. But when she woke, she knew she'd never been to Peru, only seen it in books. Alex was lying on her side on one of the velvet sofas in the parlor of Il Bastone, reading a beat-up copy of The Illustrated Man she'd found at the Young Men's Institute library when her phone rang. She didn't recognize the number, so she hadn't bothered to answer. She'd purged all of her old contacts when she'd left Los Angeles. But the second time the phone rang, she picked up. She recognized Eitan's voice instantly, that heavy accent. "Alex Stern, we need to have conversation, you understand?" "No," she said, her heart jackrabbiting in her chest. It had rained that day, and she'd pushed open all the curtains so she could watch the storm, bright gasps of lightning crackling across the gray sky. She sat up, marking her place in her book with a receipt. She had the uneasy sensation she'd never get to finish this particular story. "I don't want to discuss on the phone. You come see me at the house." He thought she was in L.A. That's good, Alex told herself. He didn't know he couldn't get hands on her easily. But why was he calling? Eitan had been Len's supplier, an Israeli gangster who operated out of a sleek mansion that floated on an Encino hilltop above the 405. She'd thought he had long since forgotten about her. "I'm not going up to Mulholland," she said. "I don't have a car." Even if she had been in L.A., there was no way she was driving into the hills to Eitan's house just so he could put a bullet in her brain with no one there to watch. "Your mother has car, old Jetta, not reliable." Of course Eitan knew where to find her mom. Men like Eitan knew all about where to look for leverage. "Shlomo watches your house for so long, but only your mama comes and goes, never you. Where are you, Alex? Right now?" Alex looked around the parlor, at the dusty rugs, the summer light turned soft by the rain-spattered window panes. She heard the ice maker rumble from the fridge in the kitchen. Later, she'd go make a sandwich with the bread and lunch meat Dawes had ordered when she discovered how much of Alex's diet consisted of chicken fingers, and that arrived every week as if by magic. Crashing with friends in Topanga Canyon. "I'll come this weekend. Not Saturday. Come tomorrow, Friday before 5. Eitan kept kosher and kept the Sabbath holy. Killing and extortion were for the other 6 days of the week. "I've got work," she said. "I can come Sunday. Good girl." She hung up and clutched the phone to her chest, staring up at the coffered ceiling. The lights flickered, and she knew the house was picking up her fear.
She reached down and pressed her palm against the polished floorboards. The night Alex had almost bled to death in the hallway above, Il Bastone had been wounded too, one of its lovely windows smashed, its carpets ruined with blood. Alex had helped to clean it all up. She'd hovered beside the man Dawes had hired to restore the window. She had steamed and scrubbed the blood from the floors and the carpets in the hallway. Her blood, Dean Sando's, Blake Keeley's. Both of them dead, but not Alex. Alex had survived, and so had Il Bastone. She couldn't tell if the vibration through the floor was real or imagined, but she felt calmer for it. This had been her safe place, as the campus emptied out, dark and cool. She ventured out only occasionally, went for walks up the hill and out to the covered bridge by the Eli Whitney Museum, its red barns spanning the river like something out of a painting Mercy would laugh at. She took her new bike down to Edgerton Park, rode through the flower beds and looked at the old gatehouse, and every other morning she rode all the way to Black Elm, fed Cosmo, wandered the overgrown hedge maze. But always she returned to the house on Orange, to Il Bastone. She thought she would feel lonely here, without Dawes or Darlington, but instead she'd sipped sodas straight from the old-fashioned icebox, napped in the fancy bedroom with its moon and sun-stained glass, snooped around the armory. The house always had something new to show her. Alex didn't want to leave. She didn't want to go back to her mother's miserable apartment in Van Nuys, and she didn't want to talk to Aton. Did he have unfinished business with Len that had been put on hold for a year? Or did he somehow know what Alex had done? Had he connected her to his cousin's death? It didn't much matter. She had to go. She toggled through the numbers on her phone and found Michael Anselm. He was the Lethe board member who had stepped into the authority-shaped hole left by Dean Sando. He'd graduated 15 years before, and Alex and Dawes had looked up his Lethe Days diary, but found it particularly boring. Names and dates of rituals and little else. That was how he seemed on the phone, too. Dry, dull, eager to get back to his job in finance or banking or whatever passed for printing money. But he'd gotten Alex a bike and a laptop, so she wasn't going to complain. Anselm picked up on the second ring. Alex? He sounded worried, and she couldn't blame him. She might very well be calling to tell him that the law school library had caught fire, or an undead army was amassing in Commons. She didn't know much of Anselm, but she pictured him wearing striped ties and going home to a yellow lab, 2 kids involved with Habitat for Humanity, and a wife who stayed in shape. "Hi, Michael. Sorry to bother you in the middle of the day. Is everything okay?" "Everything is fine, but I need to go home for the weekend, to see my mom." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," he said, as if she told him her mother was ill.
Which Alex had been perfectly prepared to do. Can Lethe help me out with the fare?" Alex knew she was supposed to be embarrassed, but since nearly dying in this house, she hadn't hesitated to ask Lethe for anything and everything she might need. They owed her, and Dawes, and Darlington. Dawes wasn't asking, and Darlington surely wasn't going to collect, so it was up to Alex to clear the ledger. "Of course," Michael said. "Whatever you need, I'll put you on with my assistant." And that was that. Anselm's assistant arranged for a car to the airport and the return flight. Alex wondered if she would be on it, or if she would die at the top of Mulholland Drive. She packed underwear and a toothbrush in her backpack and made a stop in the armory, but then realized she had no idea what to bring with her. She felt like she was walking into a trap, but Lethe didn't traffic in the kinds of objects that could stop men like Eaton, at least not anything she could bring on a plane. "I'll be back," she murmured to the house as the front door locked behind her. She paused to listen to the soft whining of the jackals beneath the porch, and she hoped it was true. Alex had made good on that promise. She'd even finished that Ray Bradbury paperback. She just hadn't known she would return with fresh blood on her hands. October. On Friday morning, Alex went to Modern Poets and EE 101 with Mercy and did her best to pay attention. It was too early in the year for her to be short on sleep. She wanted to stay in that night, catch up on rest, finish hanging posters in her room. Mercy's side was already elaborately turned out in art prints and strips of poetry and Chinese characters collaged with fashion illustrations. She'd created a kind of makeshift canopy over her bed in blue tulle that made the whole place feel glamorous. But Mercy and Lauren wanted to go out, so they went out. Alex even put on a dress, short and black, held up by cobweb straps, identical in all but color to Mercy's and Lauren's. Alex felt like they were a tiny army, 3 sleepwalkers in dainty nightgowns. Mercy and Lauren wore strappy sandals, but Alex didn't have any, and she stuck to her battered black boots, easier to run in. They paused by the swing to take pictures, and Alex chose one to send to her mom, the one where she looked happiest, the one where she looked all right. Lauren on her left, thick honey blonde hair and teeth brighter than a flashlight beam. Mercy on her right, hair in a shiny black bob, big vintage earrings in the shape of daisies, caution in her eyes. Were Eaton's people still watching Mira, or had he decided to leave her mother alone now that Alex was doing what she was told? California seemed less like another coast than another age, a hazy time before that Alex wanted to keep blurry, the details too painful to draw into focus. The party was at a house on Linwood, not far from St. Elmo's sad slump of an apartment, its hopeful weather vanes spinning slowly on the roof. Alex drank water the whole night and was bored out of her skull, but she didn't mind. She liked standing with a red Solo cup in her hand, flanked by her friends, pretending to be buzzed. Well, not quite pretending. She dosed herself with basso belladonna. She told herself she was going to get through the year clean, but the year was being difficult, so she'd do what she had to. Saturday morning, she slipped out while Mercy was still asleep and called over to scroll and key. As promised, she was nothing but polite, then she curled up in bed and went back to sleep until Mercy woke her. They ate breakfast late in the dining hall, and Alex piled her plate high as she always did. They were about to try to open a portal to hell. She should be too nervous to eat. Instead, she felt like she couldn't get full. She wanted more syrup, more bacon, more everything. Grays loved this place, the smells of the food, the gossip. Alex could have warded it, the same way she had set up protections on her dorm room. But if something came after her, she wanted a Gray close enough to use, just not near enough to bother her. And here, they seemed to blend into the crowd. There was something peaceable about all of it, the dead breaking bread with the living. Alex knew there were more beautiful rooms at Yale, but this was her favorite, the dark wood of the rafters floating high above, the great stone fireplace. She loved to sit here and let the clatter of trays, the roar of chatter wash over her. She had expected Darlington to smirk when she'd told him how much she loved J.E.'s dining hall, but he'd only nodded and said, "It's too grand to be the common room of a tavern or an inn, but that's how it feels, as if you could put up your feet here and wait for any storm to pass." Maybe that was true for some weary traveler, for the student she was pretending to be. But the real Alex belonged in the storm, a lightning rod for trouble. That would change when Darlington returned. It wouldn't just be her and Dawes trying to bar the door against the dark anymore. "Where are you going?" Mercy asked as Alex rose and shoved a piece of buttered toast in her mouth. "We've got reading. I finished The Knight's Tale." "And The Wife of Bath?" "Yep." Lauren leaned back in her chair. "Hold up. Alex, you're ahead on the reading. I'm very scholarly now." "We have to memorize the first 18 lines," said Mercy, "and it isn't easy." Alex set down her bag. "What? Why?" "So we know how it all sounds? They're in Middle English." "I had to learn them in high school," said Lauren. "That's because you went to a fancy prep school in Brooklyn," said Mercy. "Alex and I were stuck in public school, honing our street smarts." Lauren nearly spit out her juice laughing. "Best be careful," Alex said with a grin. "Mercy will really mess you up." "You didn't say where you were going," Lauren called after her as she strode out of the dining hall. Alex had almost forgotten how tiring it was to come up with excuses. Dawes was waiting in front of the music school, its pink and white facade like a heavily decorated cake. Alex had never seen Venice, probably never would, but she knew this was the style. Darlington had loved this building too. They said yes? No hello, no how are you. Dawes looked impossibly awkward in long, frumpy cargo shorts and a white V-neck, a canvas satchel slung across her body. Something seemed off about her, and Alex realized she was so used to seeing Dawes with headphones fastened around her neck, she appeared oddly naked without them.
"In a way," said Alex. "I told them I was doing an inspection." "Oh, good. Wait, why are you doing an inspection?" "Dawes." Alex cast her a look. "What would I be inspecting?" "You said you'd talk to them, not lie to them." "Lying is a kind of talking, a very useful kind. And it didn't take much. After the mess Scroll and Key had pulled last year, not the drugs, of course, that was perfectly acceptable according to the rules of Letha, but they'd let outsiders, townies, into their tomb and made them part of their rituals. It had all ended in murder and scandal, and of course there had been no repercussions except a firm warning and a fine. Robbie Kendall was waiting on the steps of the tomb in Madras shorts and a light blue polo shirt, his blonde hair worn just long enough to suggest surfer without actually looking disreputable. The afternoon heat didn't seem to be getting to him. He looked like he'd never sweat in his life. "Hi," he said, smiling nervously. "Alex? Or, do I call you Virgil?" Alex felt Dawes stiffen beside her. She hadn't been with Alex on the first 2 ritual nights. She hadn't heard that name since Darlington vanished. "That's right," Alex said, surreptitiously wiping her palms before she shook his hand. "This is Oculus, Pamela Dawes." "Cool. What is it you guys wanted to see?" Alex regarded Robbie coolly. "Give me the keys. You can wait outside." Robbie hesitated. He was the new delegation president, a senior, eager to get everything right. A perfect mark, really.
I don't know if Alex glanced over her shoulder and lowered her voice. "Is this how you want to start the year?" Robbie's mouth popped open. No. Your fellow locksmith's callous disregard for the rules nearly got me and Oculus killed last year. 2 deputies of Leith. You're lucky all of your privileges weren't suspended." Suspended? It was as if he'd never even considered it, as if such a thing were impossible. That's right, a semester, maybe a whole year missed. I advocated for leniency. But she shrugged. Maybe that was a mistake. No, definitely not. Robbie fumbled with his keys. Definitely not. Alex almost felt bad for him. He'd had his first taste of magic when he was initiated the previous semester, his first glimpse at the world beyond the veil. He'd been promised a year of wild journeys and mystery. He would do anything he could to keep his supply coming. The heavy door opened on an elaborate stone entry, the cool dark a welcome relief from the heat. A gray and pinstriped trousers hummed happily to himself in the hallway, gazing at a glass case full of black and white photos. The interior of Scroll and Key was strangely heavy in contrast to its graceful exterior, rough rock punctuated by elaborate Moorish arches. It felt as if they'd stepped into a cave. Alex snatched the keys from Robbie's hand before he could reconsider. "Wait outside, please." This time he didn't protest, just said an eager, "Sure, take your time." When the door was closed behind them, Alex expected a lecture or at least a disapproving scowl, but Dawes only looked thoughtful. "What is it?" Alex asked as they headed down the hall to the sanctum. Dawes shrugged, and it was as if she were still wearing one of her heavy sweatshirts. "You sound like him." Had Alex been doing her Darlington act? She guessed she had. Every time she spoke with the authority of Leith, it was with his voice, reassured, confident, knowledgeable. Everything she wasn't. She opened the door to the ritual room. It was a vast star-shaped chamber at the heart of the tomb, a statue of a knight in each of its 6-pointed corners, a circular table at its center. But the table wasn't really a table at all. It was a doorway, a passage to anywhere you wanted to go, and some places you didn't. Alex smoothed her hand over the inscription on its edge. "Have power on this dark land to lighten it, and power on this dead world to make it live." Tara had stood at this table before she'd been murdered. She'd been an intruder here, just like Alex. "Is this going to work?" Alex asked. "The Nexus has a wobble." It was why the locksmiths had resorted to psychedelics, why they'd had to rely on a town girl and her drug dealer boyfriend to mix up a special concoction that would help open portals and ease their passage to other lands. "We don't have any of Tara's special sauce." "I don't know," Dawes said, chewing on her lip. I don't know what else to try. We could wait. We should."
Their eyes met over the big round table, supposedly made from planks of the same table where King Arthur's knights had once gathered. "We should," Alex agreed. "But we're not going to, are we?" Alex shook her head. More than 3 months had passed since Sando's funeral, since Alex had shared her theory that Darlington wasn't dead, but trapped somewhere, in hell, the gentleman demon who had so terrified the dead and whatever monsters gathered beyond the veil. Nothing Alex and Dawes had learned in the time since had given them cause to believe that it was anything more than wishful thinking. But that hadn't stopped them from trying to piece together a way to reach him. Galaxias. Galaxy. A cry from the other side of the veil. What would it mean to be an apprentice once more, to be Dante again? Months of seeking clues to the Gauntlet had added up to nothing, and this might too, but they at least had to try. Anselm had been an absentee parent, checking in dutifully from New York, but leaving them to their own devices. They couldn't count on the new praetor doing the same. "Let's set the protections," Alex said. She and Dawes worked together, pouring out salt in a Solomon's knot formation. An ordinary circle wouldn't do. They were, in theory, opening a portal to hell, or at least a corner of it, and if Darlington was more demon than man these days, they didn't want him cavorting all over campus with his demon buddies. Every line of the knot touched another line, making it impossible to tell where the design began. Alex consulted the image she'd copied from a book on spiritual containment. Apparently, demons loved puzzles and games, and the knot would keep them occupied until they could be banished, or, in Darlington's case, clapped into chains of pure silver. At least Alex hoped they were pure silver. She'd found them in a drawer in the armory, and she sure hoped Leith hadn't scrimped. And if the hell beast tried to come through again? They placed gems at each compass point: amethyst, carnelian, opal, tourmaline. Little glittering trinkets to bind a monster. "They don't look like much, do they?" asked Alex. All Dawes did was chew her lip harder. "It's going to be fine," Alex said, not believing a word of it. "What's next?" They set lines of salt every few feet down the hall, more safeguards in case something got past the knot. The final line they poured out was pale brown. It had been mixed with their own blood, a last line of defense. Dawes pulled a tiny toy trumpet out of her satchel. Alex couldn't hide her disbelief. "You're gonna call Darlington out of hell with that? We don't have the bells from Aurelian, and the ritual just calls for an instrument of action or alarm. You have the note?" They'd used the deed to Black Elm during the failed New Moon ritual, a contract Darlington had signed with full hope and intent. They didn't have anything like that this time, but they did have a note, written by Michelle Alameddine, that they'd found in the desk of the Virgil bedroom at Leith, just a few lines of a poem, and a note. There was a monastery that produced Armagnac, so refined, its monks were forced to flee to Italy when Louis XIV joked about killing them to protect their secrets. "This is the last bottle. Don't drink it on an empty stomach, and don't call unless you're dead. Good luck, Virgil." It wasn't much, but they had the bottle of Armagnac, too. It was far less grand than Alex had imagined, murkily green, the old label illegible. "He hasn't opened it," Dawes observed as Alex set the bottle on the floor at the center of the knot, her expression disapproving. "We're not looking through his underwear drawer. It's just alcohol. It isn't meant for us. And we're not drinking it," Alex snapped, because Dawes was right. They had no business stealing things that had been meant for Darlington, that were precious to him. "We'll bring him back and he'll forgive us," she told herself as she drew a small glass from her bag and filled it, the liquid warm and orange as late sun. "He'll forgive me, for all of it." "We should really have 4 people for this," said Dawes, "one for each compass point." They should have 4 people. They should have found the Gauntlet. They should have taken the time to put together something other than this patchwork mess of a ritual. But here they were, at the edge of the cliff, and Alex knew Dawes wasn't looking to be talked off the ledge. She wanted someone to drag her over. "Come on," Alex said. "He's waiting on the other side." Dawes drew in a deep breath, her brown eyes too bright. "Okay." She drew a small bottle of sesame oil from her pocket and began to anoint the table with it, tracing the rim with her finger as she walked first clockwise, then counterclockwise, chanting in stilted Arabic. When she caught up to her starting point, she met Alex's gaze, then drew her finger through the oil, closing the circle. The table seemed to drop away to nothing. Alex felt like she was looking down into forever. She looked up and saw a circle of darkness above where there had been a glass skylight a moment before.
The night was thick with stars, but it was the middle of the day. She had to shut her eyes as a wave of vertigo washed over her. "Burn it," said Dawes. "Call him." Alex struck a match and held it to the note, then tossed the flaming paper into the nothingness where the table had been. It seemed to float there, edges curling, and before it could fall, she threw a handful of iron filings into the blaze. The words began to peel up from the paper and into the air. "Good luck, you're dead." "Stand back," said Dawes. She raised the trumpet to her lips. The sound that emerged should have been thin and tinny. Instead, a rich bellow echoed off the walls, the triumphant blast of a horn calling riders to the hunt. In the distance, Alex heard the soft patter of paws. "It's working," Dawes whispered. They leaned over the space where the table had been, and Dawes blew the trumpet again. It echoed back to them from somewhere in the distance. "Come home, Darlington." Alex picked up the glass of Armagnac and tipped it into that star-filled abyss. "Come back and drink from this fancy bottle. Raise a toast." She could still hear that old song playing in her head. Come on along, let me take you by the hand." The patter grew, but it didn't sound like the soft thud of paws. It was too loud and growing louder. Alex looked around the room for a clue to what was happening. Something's wrong. The sound rose from somewhere in the darkness, from somewhere below. It shook the stone floor in a swelling rumble Alex could feel through her boots. She peered down into nothing and smelled sulfur. "Dawes, close it up." "But close the portal." She saw flecks of red in the dark now, and a moment later she understood. They were eyes. "Dawes!" Too late. Alex stumbled back against the wall as a herd of stampeding horses thundered out of the table, bursting into the room in a seething mass of black horseflesh. They were the color of coal, their eyes red and glowing. Each beat of their hooves against the floor exploded into flame. They crashed through the temple room door, scattering salt and stones, and roared down the hall. The herd of hell horses blew through the lines of salt one by one. "They're not going to stop," Dawes cried. They were going to smash through the front door and onto the street. But when the stampede struck the line of salt they'd mixed with their blood, it was like a wave crashing against the rocks. The herd spilled left and right, a messy, roiling tide. One of the horses fell on its side, its high whinny like a human scream. It righted itself, and then the stampede was clamoring back toward the temple room. "Dawes!" Alex shouted. She knew plenty of death words. She had silver chains, a rope full of elaborate knots, a very Rubik's Cube, because demons liked puzzles. But she had no idea how to deal with a herd of horses snorting sulfur that had been summoned from the depths of hell. "Get out of the way!" Dawes yelled. Alex pressed herself against the wall. Dawes stood on the far side of the table, her red hair streaming around her face, shouting words Alex didn't understand. She raised the trumpet to her lips, and the sound was like 1,000 horns, an orchestra of command. They're going to crush her, Alex thought. She'll break into nothing, dissolve into ash. The horses leapt, a black tide of heavy bodies and blue flame, and Dawes hurled the trumpet into the abyss. The horses dove after it, arcing impossibly in the air, less like horses than tumbling sea foam. They flowed like water and dissolved into darkness. "Close it!" Alex shouted. Dawes held up her empty palms and swiped them together, as if washing her hands of it all. "Ghalaka al-Bab, al-Tariq Muharram lakum." Then a voice echoed through the room. From somewhere below or somewhere above, it was impossible to tell. But Alex knew that voice, and the word he spoke was clear and pleading. "Wait." "No!" Dawes screamed. But it was too late. There was an enormous boom, like the sound of a heavy door slamming shut. Alex was thrown off her feet. Alex didn't remember much of what happened next.
Her ears were ringing, her eyes watering, and the stink of sulfur was so sharp she barely had time to roll onto her hands and knees before she vomited. She heard Dawes retching too, and she wanted to weep with happiness. If Dawes was puking, she wasn't dead. Robbie ran into the room, waving away the smoke and shouting, "What the... really? What the... really?" Then he was vomiting too. The room was covered in black soot. Alex and Dawes were coated in it. And the table? The table King Arthur's knights had supposedly gathered around was cracked down the middle. Wait, she couldn't even pretend she hadn't heard it, because Dawes had too. Alex had seen the anguish in her eyes as the portal slammed shut. Alex crawled over to Dawes. She was curled up against the wall, shaking. "Don't say a very word," Alex whispered. "It was an inspection, that's all." "I heard him." Tears filled her eyes. "I know, but right now we've got to cover our backs. Say it with me. It was an inspection. It was an inspection." The rest was a blur. Shouting from the Scroll and Key delegates, calls from their board and alumni, more shouting from Michael Anselm, who arrived on the Metro North and offered the use of Hiram's crucible to restore the table and make it whole. Dawes and Alex did their best to wipe the soot off themselves, and then faced Anselm in the entry hall of the Scroll and Key tomb. "This isn't on us," Alex said. "Best to come out swinging. We wanted to make sure they hadn't been opening portals or performing unsanctioned rituals, so I constructed a revelation casting." She'd prepared a cover story. She hadn't anticipated she'd have to cover a massive explosion, but it was all she had. Anselm was pacing back and forth, his cell in one hand, and a Scroll and Key alumnus could be heard screaming on the other end. He covered the phone with his palm. "You knew the Nexus was unstable. Someone could have been killed." "The table is in 2 pieces!" shrieked the alum on the phone. "The entire temple room is ruined!" "Well, arrange for cleaning." Again Anselm covered the phone and whispered furiously, "Il bastone." "Don't worry," Alex said to Dawes as they passed a wrathful group of locksmiths and headed down the stairs to the sidewalk. "Robbie Kendall looked like he'd fallen down a chimney, and he'd lost one of his loafers. Anselm is going to blame me, not you. Dawes?" She wasn't listening. She had a startled, faraway look in her eyes. It was that word. Wait. "Dawes, you have to keep it together. We can't tell them what happened, no matter how shell-shocked you are." "Okay." But Dawes was silent all the way to Il Bastone. A single word. Darlington's voice. Desperate. Demanding. Wait. They'd almost done it. Almost reached him. They'd been so close. He would have gotten it right. He always did. It took the better part of an hour washing with parsley and almond oil to get the stink off of them. Dawes had gone to the Dante bathroom, and Alex had stripped down in the beautiful Virgil suite with its big clawfoot tub. Her clothes were ruined. This very job should have a stipend for replacements, she grumbled to the house as she pulled on a pair of Lethe sweats and went down to the parlor. Anselm was still on his phone. He was younger than she'd thought at first, early 30s, and not bad-looking in a corporate kind of way. He held up a finger when he saw her, and she went to find Dawes in the kitchen. She had laid out plates of smoked salmon and cucumber salad, tucked a bottle of white wine into a bucket of ice. Alex was tempted to roll her eyes, but she was hungry, and this was the Lethe way. Maybe they should just invite the hell beast to a cold supper. Dawes was standing in front of a sink full of dishes and soap suds, staring out the window, the water running, her freshly washed hair hanging loose. Alex had never seen it down before. Alex reached out and shut off the water. "You okay?" Dawes kept her eyes on the window.
There wasn't much to see the alley, the side of a neatly upkept Victorian Dawes. Anselm isn't done with us. I'd left set up a security system at Black Elm when we knew it might be empty for a while. Just a couple of cameras. Alex felt an unpleasant flutter in her stomach. I know. Front door, back door. Sandow had made sure the windows were boarded up, and the old Mercedes had been repaired on Letha's dime. Dawes occasionally used it to run errands, just to keep it from sitting idle. Dawes tucked her chin into her neck. I put one in the ballroom. In the ballroom, where they'd attempted the new moon ritual. And? Alex could hear Anselm talking in the parlor, the crackle of soap bubbles in the sink. I got a notification. She bobbed her head at her phone resting on the counter. Alex made herself pick it up, swipe the screen. Nothing but a dark blur was visible, a faint light dancing at the edges. "That's all the camera's picking up," said Dawes. Alex stared at the screen as if she could find some pattern in the dark. It might just be Cosmo. He could have knocked the camera over. Darlington's cat had rejected all attempts to rehome him to Il Bastone or Dawes' apartment up near the divinity school. All they could do was offer tributes of food and water and hope he'd watch over Black Elm, and that the old house would watch over him. "Don't get your hopes up, Dawes." Of course not. Of course not. But Dawes still had that startled look, and Alex knew what she was thinking. Wait, the plea had come too late, but what if, when the portal at Scroll and Key had slammed shut, Darlington had somehow still found a way through? What if they'd somehow gotten it right? What if they'd brought him back? And what if we got it very wrong? What if whatever was waiting at Black Elm wasn't Darlington at all? "Alex," Anselm called from the other room. "A word. Just you, please." But Dawes hadn't budged. She had her hands clenched around the edge of the sink, like she was clinging to the safety bar on a roller coaster, like she was getting ready to scream on the way down. Had Alex really ever understood what Darlington meant to Pamela Dawes? Quiet, closed-off Dawes, who had mastered the art of disappearing into the furniture? The girl only he'd called Pammy? "Well, get rid of Anselm and then go take a look," Alex said. Her voice was steady, but her heart had taken off at a sprint. "It's nothing," Alex told herself as she joined Anselm in the parlor. A cat, a squatter, a wayward tree branch, a wayward boy. She needed to keep a clear head if she was going to figure out how to appease Anselm and the Lethe board. "I've spoken with the new praetor. He was already reluctant to take the position, and I doubt today's activities will fill him with confidence, so I've made every effort to downplay this little disaster." Thanks didn't seem appropriate, so Alex stayed quiet. What were you really doing at Scroll and Key? Alex had been hoping Anselm wouldn't be so direct. Lethe liked to dance around trouble, and they were expert at finding dusty rugs to sweep the truth under. She took a closer look at Anselm. Tan from some kind of summer vacation, slightly rumpled from the night's adventures. He'd loosened his collar and poured himself a scotch. He looked like an actor playing a man whose wife had just asked him for a divorce. "I smelled sulfur," he continued wearily. "Everyone within 2 miles probably smelled it. So tell me what went wrong with the revelation casting to cause something like that? To smash a centuries-old table? You said it yourself. Their nexus is unstable. Not fire and brimstone unstable." He lifted his glass, pointing a finger as if ordering another. "You were trying to open a portal to hell? I thought I made myself clear." Daniel Arlington isn't, Alex considered. He wasn't going to let her get away with saying this was an accident or a revelation casting gone wrong. But she wasn't about to admit to trying to find Darlington, not when he might be back, not when something far worse might be waiting at Black Elm. "It wasn't an accident," she lied. "I did it on purpose." Anselm blanked. "You intended to destroy the table?" "That's right. They shouldn't have gotten away with what they did last year." "Alex," he scolded gently, "our job is to protect, not dole out punishment. Don't kid yourself. Our job is to make sure the kids keep the noise down and tidy up after." "They shouldn't get to do rituals," she said. "They shouldn't get to pick up right where they left off." The anger in her voice was real. "Anselm, maybe not. But that table is a priceless artifact, and we're lucky the Crucible can piece it back together. I appreciate your sense of fairness, but Dawes of the East should know better." Dawes was just along for the ride. "I told her I needed a second person for the ritual, but not what I had planned. She is not a stupid woman. I don't believe that for a second." Anselm studied her. "What spell did you use?" He was testing her, and as usual, she hadn't done the reading. "I put it together myself." Anselm winced. Good. He already thought she was incompetent. That could work for her. "I used an old stink bomb casting I found in one of the Lethe Days diaries. Some guy used it as a prank." "That was the blow you struck for justice? A stink bomb?" It got out of hand. Anselm shook his head and downed the rest of his scotch. "The level of stupid we all got up to here, I'm amazed anyone survived. So I'm in keeping with a grand tradition."
Anselm did not look amused. He wasn't like Darlington, or even Sandow. Lethe and its mysteries were just something that had happened to him. "You're lucky no one was killed." He set down his glass and met her eyes. Alex did her best to look innocent, but she hadn't had much practice. "I'm going to put forward a theory. You weren't trying to wreck the table tonight. You were trying to open a portal to hell and somehow reach Daniel Arlington. Why couldn't he be one of the dim ones?" "Interesting theory," said Alex, "but not what happened. Just like your theory that Darlington is in hell? Pure speculation? You a lawyer?" "I am. You talk like one. I don't consider that an insult." "It's not an insult. If I wanted to insult you, I'd call you 2 pounds of mess in a 1-pound bag, for example." Alex knew she should rein in her anger, but she was tired and frustrated. The board had made it clear they didn't believe Alex's theory on Darlington's whereabouts and that there would be no heroic attempts to set him free. But if Anselm was bothered, he didn't show it. He just looked worn out. "We owe Darlington a little effort. If it weren't for Dean Sandow, he wouldn't be down there. If it weren't for me." "Down there," Anselm repeated, bemused. "Do you really think hell is a big pit somewhere under the sewer lines, that if you just dig deep enough you'll get there?" "That's not what I meant," though that had been exactly what she'd been picturing. She hadn't worried too much about the logistics, about what opening a portal or walking the gauntlet might entail. That was Dawes' job. Alex's job was to be the cannonball once Dawes figured out where to point the cannon. "I don't want to be cruel, Alex, but you don't even understand the possibilities of the trouble you could cause. And for what? A chance to expiate your guilt? A theory you can barely articulate? Darlington could have articulated it just fine if he'd been there. Dawes could, if she weren't scared of speaking above a whisper. Then get someone with the right resume to convince you. I know she'd almost said, down there. He's not dead. He might well be resting comfortably in the Black Elm Ballroom. You lost a mentor and a friend. Anselm's blue eyes were steady, kind. Believe it or not, I understand. But you want to open a door that isn't meant to be opened. Why didn't these people ever get it? Protect your own. Pay your debts. There was no other way to live, not if you wanted to live right." She crossed her arms. "We owe him. He's gone, Alex. It's time to accept that."
Even if you were right, whatever survived in hell wouldn't be the Darlington you know. I appreciate your loyalty, but if you take a chance like this again, you and Pamela Dawes will no longer be welcome at Leith. He lifted his empty glass as if he expected to find it full, then pushed it aside. He folded his hands, and she could see him thinking through what to say. Anselm was eager to be gone, to get back to New York and his life. There were people who carried Leith with them forever, who took jobs hunting down magical artifacts or did dissertations on the occult, who locked themselves in libraries or traveled the globe seeking new magic. But not Michael Anselm. He'd gone into law, found a job that required suits and results. He had none of the ambling, gentle scholarship of Dean Sandow, none of Darlington's greedy curiosity. He had built an ordinary life propped up by money and rules. "Do you understand me, Alex? You're out of second chances." She understood. Dawes would lose her job. Alex would lose her scholarship. That would be the end of it. "I understand. I need your word that this will be the last of it, that we can get back to business as usual, and that you'll be prepared to supervise rituals every Thursday night. I know you didn't have the training you should have, but you have Dawes, and you seem to be a resourceful young woman. Michelle Alameden is available if you will manage. Dawes and I can handle it. I won't cover for you again. No more trouble, Alex. No more trouble, Alex promised. You can trust me." The big lies were as easy as the small ones. Alex had thought they'd be free to speed straight to Black Elm as soon as Anselm was gone, but he left them on the phone with his assistant, who rolled one call after another to Scroll and Key alumni and members of the Leith board so that Alex and Dawes could explain themselves and apologize contritely, again and again. Alex pressed the mute button. "This isn't healthy. I can only feign sincerity for so long before I rupture something." "Well then, try meaning it," Dawes scolded, and stabbed the mute button as if she were skewering a cocktail shrimp.
"Madam Secretary, I'd like to discuss the harm we caused tonight." It was midnight before they were free of the apology chain and headed for the old Mercedes parked behind Il Bastone. Alex wasn't sure if it was right or wrong to be in Darlington's car in this moment. It felt uncomfortably like they were just on their way to pick him up, like he'd be waiting at the end of Black Elm's long driveway with a duffel slung over his shoulder, ready to slide into the back seat, like they'd drive and keep driving until the car gave up or sprouted wings. Dawes was a nervous driver at the best of times, and tonight it was as if she were afraid the Mercedes would combust if she pushed it over 40 miles per hour. Eventually they reached the stone columns that marked the entry to Black Elm. The woods that surrounded the house were still thick with summer leaves, so when they came upon the brick walls and gables, the house appeared too suddenly, an unpleasant surprise. A light was on in the kitchen, but they'd set that to a timer. "Look," said Dawes, her voice barely a breath. Alex was already looking. They'd boarded up the windows on the second floor after Dean Sandow had deliberately botched his ritual to bring Darlington home. A faint light shone through the edges, soft, flickering amber. Dawes parked the car outside of the garage, her hands gripped the steering wheel, white-knuckled. "It might be nothing." "Then it's nothing," said Alex, pleased with how steady she sounded. "Stop trying to strangle the steering wheel and let's go." They both shut their car doors gently, and Alex realized it was because they were afraid to disturb what might be waiting upstairs. There was a chill in the air, the first hint of the end of summer and the autumn to come. There would be no more fireflies, no more drinks on the porch, or sounds of tag played late into the night. Alex unlocked the kitchen door, and Dawes gasped as Cosmo sprang from behind the cupboards, screeching past them into the yard. Alex thought her heart might leap straight out of her rib cage. For really's sake, Cat! Dawes held her satchel to her chest as if it were some kind of talisman. Did you see his fur? One side of Cosmo's white fur looked like it had been singed black. Alex wanted to make some kind of excuse. Cosmo was always getting into trouble, showing up with a new scar or covered in brambles, jaws clamped around a poor murdered mouse. But she couldn't force her mouth to make the words. Before they'd left Il Bastone, they'd stopped in the Leith Armory for more salt, and they'd brought the silver chains. They seemed silly and useless, toys for children, old wives' tales. Dawes hovered at the kitchen door as if it were the actual portal to hell. "We could call Michelle or Anselm? If we summon some kind of monster, do you really want to tell him? It's pretty quiet for a monster. Maybe it's a giant snake. Why did you have to say that?" "It's not a snake," Alex said. "It could still be nothing. Or an electrical fire or something. I don't smell smoke. So what was making that dancing light?" It didn't matter. If Darlington were here, standing at this threshold, he wouldn't hesitate. He'd be the knight. He'd be a lot better prepared, but he'd walk up those stairs. Protect your own. Pay your debts. "I'm going up, Dawes. You can stay here. I won't hold it against you." She meant it, but Dawes followed anyway. They plunged past the brightly lit kitchen and into the dark. Alex never explored Black Elm's other rooms when she came to feed Cosmo or pick up the mail. They were too silent, too still. It felt like walking through a bombed-out church. Dawes paused at the bottom of the grand staircase. "Alex, I know. Sulfur. Not as powerful as it had been at Scroll and Key, but unmistakable." Alex felt a cold bead of sweat roll down her neck. They could turn back, try to arm themselves better, get help, call Michelle Alameden and tell her they'd gone ahead and done something stupid. But Alex felt like she couldn't stop herself. She was the cannonball, she was the bullet, and the gun had gone off when Dawes had told her there'd been some kind of disturbance at the house. You want to open a door that isn't meant to be opened. There was nothing to do but keep going. At the top of the stairs, they paused again. That same golden light flickered in the hallway, filtering out from beneath the closed ballroom door. She could hear Dawes breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, trying to calm herself as they approached the door. Alex reached for the handle and yanked her hand back with a hiss. It was hot to the touch. "What did we do?" Dawes asked on a trembling breath. Alex wrapped her shirt around her hand, grasped the handle, and pulled open the door. The heat hit them in a gust, an oven door opening.
The smell here wasn't sulfuric, it was almost sweet, like wood burning. The room was dusty, its boarded-up windows as sad as ever, the walls littered with weights and workout equipment. They hadn't bothered to clean up the chalk circle they'd created for Sandow's failed new moon ritual. No one had wanted to return to the ballroom, to remember the hell beast looming above them, the cries of murdered, the horrible finality of it all. Now Alex was grateful they'd all been such cowards. The chalk circle glowed golden, less a circle than a shimmering wall. And at its center, Daniel Tabor Arlington V sat cross-legged, without garments. 2 horns curled back from his forehead, their ridges gleaming as if shot through with molten gold, and his body was covered in bright markings. A wide golden collar ringed his neck, ornamented with rows of garnet and jade. "Oh," said Dawes, her eyes darting around the room, as if afraid to let her gaze land anywhere, but finally settling in the far corner, the place most distant from the sight of Darlington, whose presence was undeniably striking.
His eyes were closed, and his hands rested lightly atop his knees, palms down. As if he were Darlington? Alex choked out. Nothing. The heat seemed to be radiating directly from him. Daniel? Dawes took a shuffling step forward, her teva smacking against the dusty floorboards, but Alex blocked her with an outstretched arm. "Don't," she said. "We don't even know if that's him. Whatever survived in hell wouldn't be the Darlington you know." Dawes looked helpless. His hair grew out. It took a second for Alex to catch up, but Dawes was right. Darlington's hair had always been kept tidy, but not too tidy, as effortless as the rest of him. Now it curled around his neck. Apparently there were no barbers in hell. He doesn't look hurt," Alex ventured. "No scars, no bruises, all his limbs intact." But she knew that she and Dawes were thinking the same thing, that while they'd been trying to solve the mystery of how to get into hell and living their lives, watching TV, eating ice cream, and planning for the school year, Darlington had been alive and trapped, maybe being tortured, in hell. Had she not quite believed it? Despite her talk of the gentleman demon? Despite the arguments she'd made to Anselm and the board? Had some of her thought everyone else was right and that this ridiculous quest was just another opportunity to throw herself into harm's way and appease her own guilt over his death? But here he was, or someone who looked very much like him. "The circle is binding him," Dawes said. "It's Sandow's old casting. Hear the silence of an empty home. No one will be made welcome." When Sandow had realized Darlington might be alive on the other side, he'd used the last moments of the ritual to ban him from Black Elm and the living world. Dawes tilted her head to one side. "I think he's trapped." Then it was as if she had woken from sleep. She looked almost panicked. "We have to find a way to get him out." Alex cast a glance at the horned creature, without garments, sitting in what her mother would have praised as a very fine Sukhasana pose. "I'm not sure that's a good idea." But Dawes was already striding toward the circle. She reached for it. "Dawes!" As soon as her hand broke the perimeter of the circle, Dawes screamed. She stumbled backward, clutching her fingers to her chest. Alex lunged for her, pulling her away. The smell of sulfur overwhelmed her again, and she had to struggle not to gag. She crouched beside Dawes and forced her to release her wrist. Dawes' fingertips were singed black. Alex remembered Cosmo howling out of the kitchen. He'd tried to cross the circle, too. He'd tried to get to Darlington. "Come on," Alex said. "I'm getting you back to Il Bastone. There's gotta be some kind of potion or balm or something there, right?" "We can't leave him," Dawes protested as Alex dragged her to her feet. Darlington sat silent and unmoving, like some kind of golden idol. "He's not going anywhere. It's our fault. If I had finished the ritual, if the portal, Dawes," Alex said, giving her a shake. "That's not how this works. Sandow sent the hellbeast." A low growl rumbled through the room. Darlington hadn't moved, but there was no question that sound had come from him. Alex felt a shiver pass over her. "I don't think he likes that," whispered Dawes. "Is it you?" Alex wanted to ask. She wanted to try charging straight through that circle. Would she end in a heap of cinders, a pile of salt?
And what was waiting on the other side of that shimmering veil? Darlington? Or something wearing his skin? "Come on," she said, herding Dawes out of the ballroom and down the stairs. She didn't want to leave him, but she didn't want to be in that room a minute longer. Alex was locking up the kitchen door when her phone buzzed. She drew it from her pocket, keeping one eye on Dawes, one on the light from the boarded-up windows above. She hesitated when she saw the name on her screen. "It's Turner," she said, pushing Dawes toward the car. "Detective Turner? Call me." Alex scowled and replied, "You call me. Remember how?" She didn't know why she was bitter. She hadn't heard from Turner in months. She'd understood he was angry after the dean's death, but she'd thought he liked her and that they'd managed some pretty good investigating together. To her surprise, her phone rang almost immediately. She'd been sure Turner would ignore her. He didn't like to be told. Alex put the detective on speaker. "You do remember," she said. She nudged Dawes toward the passenger seat and whispered, "I'm driving." Dawes really must have been hurting because she didn't protest. "I've got a body at the med school," said Turner. "I'm guessing there are a lot of bodies at the med school. I need you or someone to come take a look." That stung, too. Turner knew better than most what she'd been through last year, but apparently she was just a Leigh deputy now. "Why?" "There's something that isn't sitting right. Just come by, tell me I'm seeing things, and we can go back to not talking." Alex didn't want to go. She didn't want Turner to just be able to call her up when he wanted to and not before. But he was Centurion, and she was Dante. Virgil. "Fine, but you owe me." "I don't owe you. Gosh, this is your actual job." He hung up. Alex was tempted to stand him up on principle, but better to worry about a dead body than whatever was sitting in the ballroom at Black Elm. She reversed too fast, and the tires kicked up a spray of gravel. "You're not fleeing a crime scene, Stern. Calm down." She refused to look in the rearview mirror. She didn't want to see that flickering golden light. Dawes huddled against the passenger side door. She looked like she might be ill. "Another murder?" "He didn't actually say, just a body. You don't... Could it be related to what we did?" Gosh, Alex hadn't even considered that. It seemed unlikely, but rituals had all kinds of magical blowback, particularly when they went wrong. "I doubt it," she said, with more confidence than she felt. "Do you want me to come with you?" Part of her did. Dawes was a better representative of Leigh than Alex would ever be. She would know what to look for, what to say. But Dawes was injured, inside and out. She needed a chance to heal and wallow a little in her guilt and grief. Alex knew the feeling. "No, you're Oculus. This is Dante business." Dawes looked absurdly comforted by that. She wasn't giving in to fear. She was following protocol. They drove with the windows down, the night cool around them. They could be anywhere right now. They could be anyone, free of fear or duty, headed someplace good. Vacation, a night out, a house somewhere up the coast. Darlington could be sprawled out in the back, duffel tucked under the seat, hands folded beneath his head. They could be all right. Was it him? Dawes whispered in the dark, the night air snatching her words, casting them out into the sleeping city, the houses and fields beyond. Alex didn't know what to say, so she turned on the radio and drove toward campus, waiting to see the lights of Il Bastone that would tell her she was home. Once they were back at the armory, Dawes walked Alex through a curative for the burns on her fingers, all the while insisting that she was fine and that she was happy to be left alone. Alex could see that she most definitely wasn't fine, but if Dawes wanted to clap on her headphones and spend 2 hours not working on her dissertation, Alex wasn't going to stand in her way. She left the Mercedes parked behind Il Bastone so Dawes wouldn't get twitchy about her driving it solo, and called a car to take her to the med school. Turner had texted her an address, but she didn't know this part of campus well. She'd been to the medical library only once, when Darlington had escorted her to the basement and into a pretty paneled room lined with glass jars, each with a black lid and a square label, each with a full or partial human brain floating inside. Cushing's personal collection, he'd said, then opened one of the drawers beneath the shelves to reveal a row of tiny infant skulls.
He donned nitrile gloves, then selected 2 for a mid-quarter prognostication Skull and Bones wanted to perform. "Why those?" Alex had asked. The skulls aren't finished forming. They show all possible futures. Don't worry, we bring them back intact. I'm not worried. After all, they were just bones. But she'd let Darlington make the return visit to the Cushing collection on his own. The building at 300 George was nothing like the beautiful old library with its star-strewn ceiling. The Department of Psychiatry stretched most of the block, big, gray, and modern. She'd expected to see police cars, crime scene tape, maybe even reporters. But everything was quiet. Turner's Dodge was parked out front beside a dark van. She stood on the sidewalk a long moment. Last year she'd begged Turner to involve her in his investigation, but now she hesitated, thinking of the creature that might or might not be Darlington sitting in that golden circle. She had too much to worry about already, and too many secrets to keep. She couldn't afford to get involved in a murder. And some paranoid part of her wondered if this was all some elaborate setup, if Turner had found out about the jobs she was doing for Eiton. But her choices were to go home or walk through the fire, and Alex didn't really know how to not get burned. She texted Turner, and a minute later the front door opened. He waved her inside. Turner looked good, but he always did. The man knew how to dress, and his khaki summer-weight suit was all sharp lines and clean creases. "You look like you escaped from juvie," he said when he saw her Leith House sweats. "I'm getting my cardio in. I jogged here." "Really?" "No. What's going on?" Turner shook his head. "Probably an ordinary death that has nothing to do with hocus pocus. But after the buffoonery you got up to last year, I wanted an expert opinion. I got up to solving crime, Turner. What did you get up to?" "I'm already sorry I called you." "Makes two of us." Inside, the lobby was quiet and dark, lit only by the streetlights filtering through the windows. They took an elevator to the third floor, and Alex followed Turner down a stark hallway bright with overhead fluorescence. She saw a gurney and two men in blue windbreakers from the coroner's office leaning against the wall, absorbed in their phones. They were waiting to take the body. "Where is everyone?" Alex asked. She couldn't help but think about the circus that had surrounded Tara's murder. "Right now, it's looking like natural causes, so we're trying to keep this quiet." Turner led her into a small, messy office with a big window that probably had a nice view during the day. Now it was just a glossy black mirror, and the reflection gave Alex the uneasy feeling she'd slipped into a different version of her life. She'd done stints in juvie, and it was only dumb luck she'd never gotten jammed up when she was an adult. Seeing herself in her sad sweats beside Turner in his fine suit made her feel small, and she didn't like it. "Who is she?" Alex asked. The woman was slumped at her desk, as if she'd laid her head down on her extended arm to take a short nap. Her long salt and pepper hair lay over one shoulder in a braid, and her glasses hung from a colorful chain around her neck. "Were you at a bonfire?" Turner asked. "You smell like—" He hesitated, and Alex knew it was because whatever scent was on her was not quite smoke. "Ritual stuff," she said, and predictably Turner scowled. But he was still a detective. "It's not Thursday. I'm trying to brush up before the semester really gets going." He looked like he knew she was lying, and that was fine. She didn't have any interest in explaining that she and Dawes had attempted to yank Darlington out of hell with what could only be described as unexpected results. Turner didn't even know they were trying. "Someone found her here?" she asked. "Her name is Marjorie Stephen. She's a tenured psych professor. Nearly 12 years with the department. Runs one of the labs. The night cleaner found the body and called me." "Called you? Not 911? He shook his head. "I know him from the neighborhood, friend of my mom's. He didn't want trouble with the cops. Neither do I." Turner raised a brow. "Then act like it." Every contrary bone in Alex's body wanted to tell him to go away. "Why am I here?" "Have a look. Crime scenes come and gone." Alex wasn't really sure she wanted to. She'd seen way too many corpses since she'd joined Leith, and this was the second in 3 days. She walked around the body, giving it a wide berth, trying to avoid that cold absence. "Jesus," she gasped when she reached the other side. The woman's eyes were wide and staring, their pupils a milky gray. What did that? Poison? "We don't know yet. Could be nothing. An aneurysm, a stroke?" "That's not what happens when you have a stroke." No, Turner admitted. I've never seen it. Alex leaned in, wary. There's no smell yet. We're estimating time of death sometime between 8 and 10 p.m. tonight, but we'll know more after the autopsy. Alex tried not to show her relief. Some part of her had wondered if Dawes was right and their ritual had been the cause of this. She knew stray magic could do real damage. But this woman had died hours later. The professor had her hand on a book? The Bible? Alex asked, surprised. It's possible she was in pain and seeking comfort, said Turner. Reluctantly, he added, it's also possible this was staged. Seriously? Look closer. Marjorie Stevens' hand was gripped around the book, and one of her fingers was tucked between the pages, as if she had been trying to keep her place when she lay down to die. Where did she stop reading? Turner pushed up the pages with a gloved hand. Alex forced herself to lean in. Judges, you know your Bible? Turner asked. Well enough. Is that part of police training? That's 6 years of Sunday school when I could have been playing baseball. Were you any good? Nope, but I'm not any good at scripture either, so what am I missing? I don't know. Judges is boring as very. Lists of names, not much else. And you pulled security footage or whatever? We did. Plenty of people in the building at that time, but we'll have to sort through the lobby tapes to see if anyone wasn't supposed to be here. He tapped the desk calendar with his gloved finger. On the Saturday of Marjorie Stevens' death, she, or someone, had written, "Hide the outcasts." Ring any bells? Alex hesitated, then shook her head. Maybe. I don't think so. It's also from the Bible. Judges? Isaiah. The destruction of Moab. Turner was watching her closely, waiting to see if any of this would spark. Alex had the distinct sensation of letting him down. What about the professor's family? She asked. We informed the husband. We'll talk to him tomorrow. 3 kids, all grown. They're driving and flying in. Did he say if she was religious? According to him, the closest she got to church was yoga every Sunday. That Bible says otherwise. Alex knew the look of a well-loved book, spine broken, pages dog-eared and marked up. Now Turner's lips quirked in a smile. It sure does. But look again. Look at her. Alex didn't want to. She was still reeling from what she'd seen at Black Elm, and now Turner was testing her. But then she saw it. Her rings are loose. That's right. And look at her face. No way was Alex gazing into those milky eyes again. She looks like a dead woman. She looks like an 80-year-old dead woman. Marjorie Stevens just turned 55. Alex's stomach lurched, as if she'd missed a step. That was why Turner thought the societies were involved. She hadn't been ill, he continued. This lady liked to hike East Rock and Sleeping Giant. She ran every morning. We spoke to 2 people with offices on this hallway who saw her earlier today. They said she looked normal, perfectly healthy. When we showed them a photo of the body, they barely recognized her. It smacked of the uncanny. But what about the Bible? The societies weren't the type to quote scripture. Their texts were far rarer and more arcane. I don't know, said Alex.
It doesn't quite add up. Turner rubbed a hand over his low fade. Good. So tell me I'm jumping at shadows. Alex wanted to, but there was something wrong here. Something more than a woman left to die alone with a Bible in her hand. Something in those milky gray eyes. I can search the Leigh library, Alex said, but I'm going to require some reciprocity. That's not actually the way this works, Dante. I'm Virgil now, Alex said, though maybe not for long. It works the way Leigh says it does. There's something different about you, Stern. I cut my hair. No, you didn't. But something's off about you. I'll make you a list. He led her into the hall and waved the coroner staff through to the office, where they'd zip Marjorie Stevens into a body bag and wheel her away. Alex wondered if they'd close her eyes first. Tell me what you find in the library, Turner said at the elevator. Send me the tox report, Alex replied. That would be the likeliest link to the societies. But you're right, it's probably nothing, except a waste of my night. Before the doors could close, Turner shoved his hand in and they pinged back open. I've got it, he said. You always looked like you had trouble chasing you. Alex jabbed the door close button. So? Now you look like it caught up. Last summer, Alex touched down at LX at 9 a.m. on Sunday. Michael Anselm and Letha had sprung for first class, so she'd ordered 2 shots of gratis whiskey to knock herself out and slept through the flight. She dreamed of her last night at Ground Zero, Helly lying cold beside her, the feel of the bat in her hand. This time, Len spoke before she took her first swing. "Some doors don't stay locked, Alex." And then he'd stop talking. She woke drenched in sweat, Los Angeles sun beating through the muddy glass of the airplane window. It was too hot to wear a hoodie, but just in case Eitan was watching arrivals, she put it on, zipped it up, and caught a cab to the 7-Eleven near her mom's apartment. The bill ran her nearly $100. The city looked hazy and bleak, the dull yellow-gray of an overcooked yolk. She bought an iced coffee and Doritos and set up about a half block away from the apartment. She wanted to see her mother, make sure she was okay. She had thought about just knocking on the door, but Mira would panic if she showed up unannounced. And how would Alex explain where she'd gotten the money to fly home? She still felt a pang when she saw her mother's friend Andrea at the intercom. A minute later, Mira emerged in yoga pants and an oversized t-shirt emblazoned with an ornate hamsa, reusable shopping bag slung over her shoulder. They strode off together, arms and legs pumping in a power walk, and Alex followed for a while. She knew they were headed to the farmer's market, where they'd buy bone broth or spirulina or organic alfalfa. Her mother looked happy and golden, her blonde hair freshly highlighted, her soft arms tanned. She looked like a stranger. The Mira Alex knew lived in a constant state of worry for her angry, crazy daughter. This woman's daughter went to Yale. She had a summer job. She texted photos of her roommates and new spring flowers and noodle bowls. Alex sat down on a bench at the edge of the park and watched her mother and Andrea disappear into the white tents of the market. She felt breathless and teary and like she wanted to hit something. Mira had been a crap mother too caught up in her own storms to be any kind of an anchor. For a while, Alex had hated her, and some part of her still did. She hadn't been born with her mother's gift for forgiving or forgetting. She didn't have Mira's sunshine hair and soft blue eyes, her love for peace, her bookshelves lined with ways to be kinder, more empathetic, a gentler being in the world, a force for good. The awful truth was that if she could have stopped loving her mother, she would have. She would have let Eitan make his threats and stayed away forever. But she couldn't shake the habit of loving Mira, and she couldn't untangle the longing she felt for the mother she might have had from the desire to protect the one she did have. She called Eitan. He didn't answer, but a minute later she received a text. "Come after 10 tonight." I could come now. That felt safer than, "You said lunch, you manipulative jerk." The minutes ticked by. No answer, and there wouldn't be one. The king did what the king liked. But if he wanted to kill her, he didn't have a reason to wait for nightfall. That was almost reassuring. So what was this? Some kind of trap? An attempt to pump Alex for information on Len or his cousin's death? Alex had to believe she could talk her way out of it. Eitan thought she was a junkie, a joke, and as long as he didn't take her seriously, she was safe. Alex sat watching the market a while longer, then hopped a bus down Ventura Boulevard. She told herself she was just killing time, but it didn't stop her from getting off at her old stop, or walking the old route to Ground Zero. Why? She hadn't been back since she'd been taken away in an ambulance, and she wasn't sure she was ready to see that ugly old apartment building, with its stained stucco and its sad balconies looking out at nothing. But it was gone, not a scrap or sign of it left, just a big dirt hole and a lot of rebar going up for whatever new thing would replace it, all of it surrounded by a chain-link fence. It made sense. No one wanted to rent an apartment where a multiple murder had taken place, a crime that was still unsolved. And no one was going to put up a monument here, or even one of those flimsy white crosses surrounded by cheap flowers and stuffed animals and handwritten notes. Nobody cared about the people who had died here. Criminals, dealers, losers. Alex wished she'd brought something pretty for Helly, a rose or some gosh grocery store carnations, or one of the cards from Helly's old tarot deck, the star, the sun. Helly had been both of those things. Had she expected to find her here, a gray haunting this miserable spot? No. If Helly came back through the veil, she would go to the ocean,
to the boardwalk, drawn by the clatter of skateboards and syrupy snow cones, the sweet clouds of heat coming off those big drums of kettle corn, couples kissing at the tattoo parlor, surfers daring the water. Alex was tempted to go look for her, to spend the afternoon in Venice, heart leaping after every blonde head. It would be a kind of penance. "I should have found a way to save us both," she said to no one. She stood sweating in the sun for as long as she could bear it, and then walked back to the bus stop. This whole town felt like a graveyard. Alex spent her remaining hours up at the Getty, watching the sun set through the smog, eating a stack of chocolate chip cookies from the cafe. She made herself walk through the galleries because she felt she should. There was a Gérôme exhibit up. She'd never heard of him, but she read the typed descriptions beside each painting and stood for a long time in front of the Grief of the Pasha, looking at the tiger's dead body laid gently on a bed of flowers and thinking about the hole where Ground Zero had been. A little before 10, she had a car take her up to Eaton's house on Mulholland. She could see the rush of the 405 below, red blood cells, white blood cells, a flood of tiny lights. She might die here tonight, and no one would know. "You want me to wait?" the driver asked when they reached the security gate. "I'm good." Maybe if she said it enough times it would be true. She thought about just hopping the fence, but Eaton had dogs. She thought about texting Dawes so that someone would know she'd been here, but what was the point? Was Dawes going to avenge her? Would Turner pull a few strings, get someone to look into her case? Have Eaton brought in for questioning with one of his expensive lawyers? Alex was about to press the buzzer on the intercom when the gate began to open on silent hinges. She looked up and waved at the camera perched on the wall. "I'm harmless."
"I'm nobody and nothing worth bothering with." She walked up the long path, sneakers crunching on the gravel. She could hear the sound of the freeway far below. It was the sound of your own blood moving through your veins when you cupped your hands over your ears. Olive trees lined the path, and there were 6 cars parked in the circular driveway. A Bentley, a Range Rover, a Lambo, 2 Chevy Suburbans, and a bright yellow Mercedes. The house was all lit up, its windows shining like gold bars, its pool a bright slab of turquoise. She glimpsed a few people gathered around the water. Men with careful hair dressed in untucked shirts and expensive jeans, long, liquid women who looked like they'd been poured from some expensive bottle, dressed in bikinis and scraps of silk that flowed around them as they walked. She could see a gray in a slinky sequin dress beside them, her hair feathered, drawn by the quick thrill that came with cocaine or ketamine, the pulse of lust that always seemed to surround this house, whether 20 people were gathered or 200. Alex had only ever been to Eaton's big parties, noisy, messy events fueled by throbbing bass that shook the hillside, half-naked bodies in the pool, crates of Israeli vodka. She and Helly would trail after Len as he exclaimed, every single time, as if he'd never seen the place before. "This is it. This is what we need a piece of. Gosh, it's not like Eaton's that smart. Right place, right time." But Eaton was smart. Smart enough not to trust Len with any real weight. Smart enough to know something wasn't right about Alex. She glanced at the partiers by the pool and wondered if she should have dressed more nicely, not because she was invited, but as some kind of show of respect. Too late now. "Hi, Tzvi," she said to the bodyguard at the door. He wasn't built like a bouncer. He was tall but wiry, and there were rumors he was former Mossad. Alex had only seen him in action once, when someone's rowdy buddy had shot off a gun in the middle of a party. Tzvi had the gun out of his hands and the guy out the door, while the sound of the bullet was still ricocheting off the hillside. Later she found out he'd broken the guy's arm in 2 places. Tzvi bobbed his chin at her and gestured for her to raise her arms. She endured the pat-down, swift and efficient, no inappropriate contact or slow squeezes like you got from some of Eaton's staff, and followed the bodyguard into the house. Eaton's place was all marble floors, chandeliers, high echoing ceilings. Things that had once meant wealth to Alex, luxury, a trove of treasures costly and desirable. But Yale had made her a snob. Now the gold, the recessed lighting, the veined marble just seemed showy and crass. They screamed new money. Eaton was seated on a big white leather couch, R&B filtering through the enormous glass doors from outside. "Alex," he said warmly, "you take me by surprise. I wasn't sure you would come." "Why wouldn't I come?" she asked. Harmless, easy, a little rabbit not even worth catching. He laughed.
True, true. I don't think you want me to come get you. Hungry? Thirsty? Always. Not really. Alex, he chided, like a doting grandmother. It's good to eat, really. The Alex she needed him to believe in had no reason to be nervous. She had nothing to hide. Sure, thank you. You are always polite. Not like Len. Elitza made pie. He waved to another armed man, who disappeared into the kitchen. How is Elitza? She was Eaton's cook, and she'd never seemed to approve of any of what went on at his house. Eaton shrugged. Always she complains. I buy her, what is it, Disney annual pass. She goes every week now. The guard returned with a huge slice of cherry pie, topped with a scoop of vanilla ice cream. Through the glass door, Alex could see the glittery gray in her slinky dress, gyrating on the dance floor, hands raised over her head, her phantom body pressed against oblivious partiers. Alex made herself take a bit of pie. Jesus, she muttered, her mouth still full. This might be the best thing I've ever eaten. I know, said Eaton. This is why I keep her. For a while, Eaton watched her eat. When the silence was too much, Alex set the plate on the big glass coffee table, wiped her mouth. I thought you would be dead by now, he said. It wasn't a bad bet. I thought you'd die of overdose, he continued. Or maybe you meet another bad boyfriend. That did sound convincing. Yeah, I met someone. He's nice. We're going to move to the East Coast. New York? Well, see, very expensive. Even Queens is expensive now. I never find the men who kill Ariel. I never even hear a whisper. A night like that doesn't happen without talk. I listen. I ask everyone else to listen. Nothing. Sorry to hear that. Again, Eaton shrugged. Strange, you know, because it's not a clean crime. It's ugly, amateur. People like this, they don't cover their tracks. I don't know what happened that night, Alex said. If I did, I wouldn't be protecting the people who killed my friends. Was Len your friend? The question startled her. Something like that. I don't think so. He gestured to the backyard. These are not my friends. They like my food, my house, my drugs. Vampires. You know, like the Tom Petty song? Sure, I love that song. He touched a few buttons on his phone, and the strumming of a guitar filled the room. Zvi rolls his eyes. Alex glanced over her shoulder at the stone-faced bodyguard. He thinks I need new music, but I like it. I don't think Len was your friend. Alex had spent years of her life with Len, lived with him, slept with him, run errands for him, run drugs for him. She'd stolen and shoplifted for him, been intimate with strangers for him. She'd allowed him intimacy even when she hadn't wanted it. He'd never brought her to a peak, not once, but he'd made her laugh on occasion, which might be worth more. She was glad he was dead, and she'd never bothered to ask where he was buried or even if his parents had come to get the body. She didn't feel guilt or remorse or any of the things she was supposed to feel for a friend. Maybe not, Alex conceded. Good, Eaton said, as if he was her therapist and they'd made some kind of breakthrough. The problem with the police is they only look. He held his hand up in front of his face. Right there. Only what's expected. So they check the traffic cameras, look for cars. Who comes to a house to do a crime like this walking? He made his fingers scissor back and forth. A headless man on a stroll across nothing. On foot. Stupid to think about it. But there's such a thing as a wise fool. Sophomore. From the Greek sophos, meaning wise, and moros, meaning fool. A little joke one of her professors had made. Alex stayed quiet. So, I think, why not look? What can it hurt? Quite a bit, Alex suspected. Did Eaton know she'd killed Ariel? Had he really brought her here to even the score? And had she walked right up to his house like an ass? You know the pawn shop on Vanowin? Alex knew it. All Valley Pawn and Trading. She'd pawned her grandfather's Kiddish cup there when she was desperate for cash. They have a camera on the sidewalk out front all the time, said Eaton. They don't look at the footage if there's no trouble. But I had trouble. Ariel had trouble. So I look. He held out his phone. Alex knew what she was going to see, but she took it anyway. The sidewalk was faintly green, the street nearly empty of cars and black as a river. A girl crossed the frame. She wore nothing but a tank top and underwear, and she had something clutched in her hands. Alex knew it was the broken remnants of Len's wooden bat, the one she'd used to kill him and Betcha and Corker and Cam, and Eaton's cousin Ariel. She slid her finger over the screen, rewinding. She felt Eaton watching her, calculating, but Alex couldn't stop staring at the girl on the screen. She seemed too bright, like she was glowing, her eyes strange in the green light of a night vision camera. Helly was with me, she thought, inside me.
On that last night, Helly had kept her strong, helped her get rid of the evidence, made her wash herself clean in the Los Angeles River. Helly had protected her to the end. "Little girl," said Aiton, "so much blood." There was no point denying it was her on the video. I was high. I don't remember any. She didn't get the last word out. A meaty arm clamped across her throat, cutting off her air. "Zvi!" Alex tried to pry his arm free, clawing at the bodyguard's skin. She felt herself lifted off the couch as her feet kicked out at nothing. She couldn't even scream. She saw Aiton on the white cushions, watching her with calm interest. The partiers through the window gathered around the pool, oblivious. The dead girl in sequins was still dancing. Alex didn't think. Her hand shot out as her mind reached for the gray, demanding her strength. Her mouth flooded with the taste of cigarettes and cherry lip gloss. The back of her throat hitched as if she'd just snorted a bump. She could smell perfume and sweat. Power burst through her. Alex seized Zvi's arm and squeezed. He grunted in surprise. She felt his bones bend beneath her palms. He released her, and Alex tumbled backward over the couch. She scrambled to her feet and grabbed a big lump of sculpture from the side table, swung. But he was fast, and no matter the strength inside her, she was untrained. All she had was brute force. He dodged the blow easily, and the momentum carried the sculpture into the wall, hitting with so much force it plunged straight through. She felt Zvi's fist connect with her gut, knocking the wind from her. Alex went to one knee and grabbed Zvi's leg, using the gray strength to knock him off his feet. "Enough! Enough!" shouted Aiton, clapping his hands. Instantly, Zvi backed away, hands up as if gentling a wild animal, eyes narrowed. Alex crouched on the floor, ready to run, struggling for breath. She could see marks from her fingers on his forearm, already starting to bruise. Aiton was still sitting on the couch, but now he was smiling. "When I saw what happened to Ariel, I think it's impossible. This little girl could never do so much damage." And Alex understood she'd made a terrible mistake. He hadn't brought her here to kill her. If he had, Zvi would have used a knife or a garrote instead of his hands. He would have attacked to kill instead of just punching her in the stomach. "So," said Aiton, "now I know better. You and I have business, Alex Stern." It had all been a game. No, an audition. She'd been looking for a trap, just not the one he'd had waiting for her. And she'd walked right into it. The wise fool. October, Alex took a car the short distance back to the dorms from the crime scene. She probably should have walked, but the area around the med school wasn't safe, and she was too tired for a tussle. By the time she got washed up and tucked into bed, it was 3 a.m. Mercy was fast asleep, and Alex was glad she didn't have to answer any questions. She slept and dreamed she was climbing the stairs at Black Elm. She entered the ballroom, slid past the barrier of the golden circle, its warmth a comfort, like slipping into a hot bath. Darlington was waiting for her. Alex didn't remember waking. One moment she was asleep and standing inside the circle of protection with Darlington. The next she was alone beneath an autumn sky at the door to Black Elm. At first she thought she was still dreaming. The house was dark except for the gold light bleeding from beneath the boarded windows on the second floor. She could hear the wind in the trees, shaking the leaves, a warning whisper, "Summer is over, summer is over." She looked down at her feet. They were covered in mud and blood. Am I here, or am I dreaming? She'd gone back to her dorm room after she'd left Turner at the psych department, brushed her teeth, climbed into bed. Maybe she was still there now. But her feet hurt. Her arms had broken out in gooseflesh. She was wearing nothing but the shorts and tank top she slept in. Real awareness crept in. She was cold, alone, and in the dark. She had walked here, barefoot, no phone, no money. She had never sleepwalked in her life. Alex put her hand to the kitchen door. She could see herself reflected in the glass, bone white against the dark. She didn't want to go in. She didn't want to walk up those stairs.
That was a lie. She could feel the dream pulling at her. She'd been standing with Darlington inside the golden circle. She wanted to be there now. She looked up at the windows. Did he know she was here? Did he want her here? For really's sake, she said, her voice too loud, dying too abruptly in the woods that surrounded the house, as if no sound could be permitted to carry to the outside world. She needed to get back to the dorms. She could try to find a gray to summon and use its strength to get her home, but her feet already hurt like gosh. Besides, after that little incident at Oddman's place, she wasn't sure she wanted to invite another gray in. She could try limping to a gas station. Or she could break a window and use the landline to call Dawes, assuming the landline worked. Then she remembered. The cameras. Dawes would have gotten an alert someone was at the door. She waved frantically at the doorbell, feeling like a fool. "Dawes," she said, "are you there?" "Alex?" Alex placed her head against the cold stone. She'd never been more grateful to hear Dawes' voice. "I think I sleepwalked. Can you come get me?" "You walked to Black Elm?" "I know, and I'm half naked and freezing very much. There's a key under the hydrangea pot. Get in and warm up. I'll be there as soon as I can." "Okay," said Alex. "Thanks." She tilted the pot up, grabbed the key. And then she was standing in the dining room. She didn't remember unlocking the door or passing through the kitchen. She hadn't even turned the light on. An old sheet had been placed over the dining room table to keep it from collecting dust. She snatched it up and wound it around her body, desperate for warmth. Wait for Dawes. She had every intention of doing just that, but she'd also had every intention of staying in the kitchen by the stove. She felt as if she were still asleep, still dreaming, as if there had been no key, no conversation with Dawes. Her feet wanted to move. The house had opened to her because he was waiting. God, Everett, Darlington! Alex clutched the banister. She was at the base of the stairs. She looked back and saw the dark stretch of the living room, the windows to the garden beyond. She tried to anchor herself to the banister with both hands, but she was a bad marionette, yanking at her strings. She had to keep climbing. Up the stairs and down the hallway to the ballroom. There were no carpets to soften her steps. She knew of only one gray who frequented Black Elm. An old man, his bathrobe forever half open, a cigarette hanging from his lips. He came and went as if he couldn't decide whether or not to stay, and right now he was nowhere to be found. She had no salt in her pockets, no graveyard dust, no protection at all. She willed herself not to push the door open, but she did anyway. She hooked her fingers over the door jamb. "Dawes," she shouted. But Dawes wasn't at Black Elm yet. No one was in the old house except for Alex, and the demon that had once been Darlington was staring at her from the center of the circle with bright golden eyes. He was still sitting cross-legged, hands on his knees, palms down. But now his eyes were open, and they glowed with the same golden light as the markings on his skin. Stern. The shock of his voice was enough to loosen her grip on the door, but she didn't stumble forward. Whatever force had been using to control her had abated. What the gosh was that? "Good afternoon to you too, Stern. Or is it morning? Hard to tell in here." Alex had to force herself to stay still, not to run, not to weep. That voice, it was Darlington. Fully human, fully him. It had only the faintest echo, as if he were speaking from the depths of a cave.
"It's the middle of the night," she managed, her voice rough. "I'm not sure what time. I'd like you to bring me some books, if you would." "Books?" "Yes. I'm bored. I realize that speaks a lazy mind, but—" He shrugged lightly, the markings on his body glimmering. "Darlington, you know you're naked, right? Like some perverse statue, hands resting on knees, horns alight and glowing. I'm a demon, not a dullard, Stern, but my dignity has long since been left in tatters. And you didn't dress for the occasion either." Alex clutched the sheet tighter. "Which books do you want? You choose. Is that why you dragged me up here? I didn't drag you anywhere. I didn't walk barefoot across New Haven in the dead of night for kicks. I was compelled. But that wasn't quite right. It hadn't felt like the coin of compulsion or Astrum Solenis or any of the other strange magic she'd encountered. It had felt deeper. Interesting. he said, in a voice that didn't sound interested at all. Alex backed away, wondering at every moment if her feet would simply stop obeying and she'd be forced to stay. Once she was in the hallway, she took a moment to catch her breath. It's him. He's alive. And he wasn't angry? Unless this was some kind of con. He hadn't come back bent on revenge or ready to punish Alex for failing him. But what was this? What had brought her here? She considered making a run for it. Dawes would be here soon. She might be turning onto this street right now. But what was Alex going to say when she came running out of the house? The monster demanded that I do his bidding. He bade me select reading material for him. If she was honest, she didn't want to go. She didn't want to leave him. She wanted to know what came next. She took the stairs up to the 3rd floor and Darlington's tiny, round tower room. She hadn't been here since the night of the new moon ritual, when she'd been searching for information on the bridegroom's death. She peered out the window. The driveway curved into the trees, the road invisible from here. No sign of Dawes. She wasn't sure if she was worried or glad. But choosing reading material for Darlington was its own nightmare assignment. What might entertain a demon with a taste for the finer things? She finally opted for a book on modernism in urban planning, a spiral-bound biography of Bertram Goodhue, and a paperback copy of Dog's Body by Diana Wynne Jones. "Aren't these just going to catch fire?" she asked when she returned to the ballroom. "Try one." Alex put the paperback on the floor and gave it a hard shove. It slid through the barrier, seemingly unharmed. Darlington's hand shot out and captured the book. The collar at his neck glinted, the garnets like red eyes, watching. "That's quite a piece of jewelry," she said. It was really too big to be called a collar. It stretched from his throat out to his shoulders, like something a pharaoh might wear. The yoke. Thinking of pawning it? It's not doing you much good. He ran a fond hand over the paperback. The letters seemed to shimmer and change to unfamiliar symbols. "Would that I might make thee love books more than thy mother," he murmured. His fingers were tipped in golden claws, and a memory came to her. The feeling of his body wrapped around hers. "I will serve you till the end of days." She shivered despite the heat of the room. "Why did that work?" she asked. "Why didn't it burn?" Stories exist in all worlds. They are immutable, like gold. She wasn't sure what to make of that. She slid the rest of the books across the boundary of the circle. "Okay?" she asked. Her whole body was humming, trapped between the desire to run and the hunger to remain. It felt dangerous to stand in this room, alone with him. This person who wasn't quite a person. This creature she knew and didn't know. Darlington perused the titles. "These will do for now. Though Fire and Hemlock seems more apropos than Dog's Body. Here," he said. "Catch." He tossed the paperback in the air. Without thinking, Alex reached for it, realizing too late that she was going to breach the circle. She hissed as her outstretched arm struck the boundary, but nothing happened. The book landed in her palm with a loud smack. Alex stared at it, at her arm on the other side of that golden veil. Why hadn't she burned the way Dawes had? Her tattoos had changed. They glowed golden, and they seemed to be alive. The wheel spinning, the lion atop it prowling over her forearm. The peonies blossoming, then losing their petals, then blooming once more. She drew her hand back, dropping the book. What the... Really? The demon was staring at her, and Alex rocked back on her heels, the reality of what had happened sinking in. If she could get in, then could he? "I can't get out," he said. "Prove it." "I don't think that would be wise." "Why not?" A small furrow formed between his brows, and she felt a pinch in her heart. Despite the horns, the markings, that was Darlington. "Because every time I try to breach the circle, I feel a little less human." What are you, Darlington? What are you, Wheel Walker? The word hit Alex like a hard slap. How did he know? What did he know? Bellbaum had called her Wheel Walker. She'd claimed to be one too, but Alex hadn't found any mention of their kind in Letha's collection. How do you know that word? Shandalog. That name emerged as a growl that shook the floor. You saw him? Behind the veil? Darlington looked at her with those strange golden eyes. Are you afraid to say it? Stern. You know where I've been, far beyond the borderlands, far beyond the veil. My host was happy to welcome Sando to his realm, a murderer who killed for gain. Greed is a sin in every language. Two expressions flickered across his face, at war, one of distaste, the other of almost obscene satisfaction. Some part of him had liked punishing Sando, and some part of him was disgusted by it. A little revenge can be good for the soul, Darlington. Not a word to bandy about casually, Stern. She didn't think he meant revenge. Alex? Dawes' voice floated up from the bottom floor. It's best if she doesn't find you here. What is this, Darlington? Alex whispered. How do we help you? How do we get you out? Find the Gauntlet. Believe me, we're trying. You don't have any idea where it is? Would that I did, he said, and there was desperation in his voice, even as he released a laugh that raised the hair on Alex's arms. But I am just a man, heir to nothing. Find the Gauntlet, make the descent. I can't exist between two worlds for long. Eventually, the tether will snap, and you'll be trapped in hell forever? Again, his expression seemed to flicker. Hopelessness, anticipation, or whatever I am will be unleashed upon the world. He was close to the edge of the circle now. Alex hadn't seen him move, hadn't even seen him stand. I have appetites, Stern. They are not entirely wholesome. His clawed tips pierced the golden circle, and Alex stumbled backward, a high-pitched yelp emerging from her lips. Darlington seemed to shift. He was taller, broader. His horns looked sharper. He had fangs. I feel a little less human. Then he seemed to yank himself back to the center of the circle. He was sitting once more, hands on knees, as if he'd never moved. Maybe he really was meditating, trying to keep his demon self in check. Find the Gauntlet. Make the descent. Come get me, Stern. He paused then, and his golden eyes flashed open. Please. That word, raw and human, was all she could bear. Alex ran, down the hall, down the steps. She slammed into Dawes at the foot of the stairs. Alex! Dawes cried as they fought to keep their balance. Come on, Alex said, dragging Dawes back through the house. What happened? Dawes was saying as she let herself be pulled along. You shouldn't have gone up there. I know. We can't be sure what we're dealing with. I know, Dawes. Just get me out of here and I'll explain everything. Alex threw open the kitchen door, grateful for the clean burst of cold air. She could hear Balbam's voice. All worlds are open to us, if we are bold enough to enter.
Did that mean the underworld too? She had passed through the boundary unscathed, just like in the dream. What would happen if she entered the circle? Alex grunted and stumbled when her feet hit the gravel. Dawes caught her by the elbow. Alex, slow down. Here. She held up soft white tube socks and a pair of Tevas. I brought these for you. They're too big, but better than going barefoot. Alex sat down on the doormat to pull on the socks and shoes. She wasn't going back inside. Her head was buzzing. Her body felt alien. What were you doing up there? Dawes asked. Alex could hear the accusation in her voice, and she didn't quite know how to reply. She thought about lying, but there was too much to explain. Like how she'd ended up at Black Elm in her pajamas. I woke up here, she said, trembling in the cold now that her panic had eased. I dreamed I was here, and then I was. You sleepwalked? I guess so. And then it was like I was still sleepwalking. I don't quite know how I ended up in the ballroom. But he talked. He talked to you? Dawes' voice was too loud. Yeah, I see. Dawes seemed to close in on herself, the concerned friend receding, the mother hen emerging. Let's get you warm. Alex let herself be helped to her feet and shepherded into the car, where Dawes cranked the heater up, the faint smell of brimstone emerging as it always had since the night of the new moon ritual. Dawes rested her hands on the wheel as if making a decision. Then she put the car into gear and they were driving back toward campus. The streets were nearly empty, and Alex wondered who had seen her walking, if anyone, had stopped to ask if she needed help, a half-naked girl, barefoot and wandering in the dark, just like that night with Helly. It was only once they were back at Il Bastone, with Alex's feet coated in healing balm and propped on a towel-covered cushion, a cup of tea by her side, that Dawes sat down, opened her notebook, and said, Okay, tell me. Alex had expected more emotion, lip chewing, maybe tears. But Dawes was Oculus now, in research mode, ready to document and investigate, and Alex was grateful for it. He said he doesn't have much time, Alex began, then did her best to explain the rest. That he had nearly breached the circle, that he'd begged them to find the gauntlet, but that he didn't know where it was. Dawes made a small humming noise. He'd have no reason not to tell us, said Alex. He might not be able to. It depends how much demon he's become. Demons love puzzles, remember? They never move in a straight line. He talked about Sandow, too. He saw him on the other side. He said his host had welcomed him. That's what I mean, said Dawes. He could have named his host, whatever god or demon or hell beast he's in service to, but he didn't. What did he say about the host? Nothing. Just that Sandow had killed for gain. He said greed was a sin in any language. So, Darlington may be bound to Mammon, or Plutus, or Gulvig, or some other god of greed. That might help us if we can figure out where the gauntlet is and how to reveal it. What else? Nothing. He wanted books, and I brought him books. He said he was bored. That's it? That's it. He said something about loving books more than his mother. Dawes' lips softened in a smile. It's an Egyptian proverb. Suits him well. Egyptian. Alex sat up straighter, her feet sliding from the pillow. Dawes yelped, "Please don't get that on the rug." When the books didn't burn, he said stories were immutable. So? Dawes asked, bustling into the kitchen for a towel. Alex remembered walking beneath the entry to Stirling with Darlington. There were 4 stone scribes over the entrance. One of them was Egyptian. When was Stirling Library built? 1931, I think, Dawes said from the kitchen. People really hated it at the time. I think the term used was cathedral orgy. They said it looked too much like... Dawes halted in the doorway, wet towel in her hands. They said it looked like a church. Hallowed ground. She and Dawes had taken what long-dead Bunchy said too literally. They'd been looking in the wrong places. Dawes drifted slowly back into the parlor, the towel still dripping in her hands. John Stirling donated the money for the library. She sat down. He was in Skull and Bones. That doesn't mean much, Alex said cautiously. There are a lot of rich guys in Skull and Bones. Dawes nodded, still slow, as if she were underwater. The architect died suddenly, and someone else had to take over. Alex waited. James Gamble Rogers took the job. He was in Scroll and Key. Punter is another word for a gambler. Johnny and Punter's friends built a gauntlet on hallowed ground. Dawes was clutching the towel with both hands now, as if it were a microphone she was about to sing into. Would that I might make thee love books more than thy mother. That quote is above the entry, above the scribe. It's written in hieroglyphs. Stories were immutable. And what was a library but a house full of stories? It's Stirling, Alex said. The library is the portal to hell. Alex had every intention of helping Dawes research, but the next thing she knew, she was waking up in the parlor at Il Bastone, morning light drifting through the windows. A copy of the 1931 Yale Gazette article detailing Stirling's decoration rested open on her chest, as though she'd tried to use the book to tuck herself in. She felt warm and easy, as if she'd imagined everything at Black Elm, and this morning could just be simple, an ordinary Sunday. She touched her hand to the floorboards, and they seemed to hum. "Did you do that?" she asked Il Bastone, staring up at the coffered ceiling and the pendant lamp that hung high above her from a brass chain. The bulb flickered softly behind its frosted glass globe. The house had known she needed rest. It was looking out for her. At least that was what it felt like, and maybe what Alex needed to believe. Dawes had left a note on the coffee table. Going to Beineck. Breakfast on the counter. Call me when you're up. Bad news. When wasn't it bad news? When was Dawes going to leave her a note that said, "All good. Go work on that paper so you don't fall further behind. Left you fresh scones and a couple of puppies?" Alex needed to get home, but she was famished, and it would be a shame to waste a breakfast. So she shuffled into the kitchen in Dawes's giant Tevas. "Gosh," she said, when she saw the plates of pancakes, the vat of scrambled eggs strewn with chives, heaps of bacon, hollandaise warm in its floured pitcher, and, yes, a pile of strawberry scones.
There was enough food to feed an entire a cappella group if they would stop humming for a minute. Dawes cooked to soothe herself, and that meant the news was very bad indeed. Alex piled her plate with 2 of everything and called Dawes, but she didn't answer. "You're freaking me out," she texted, "and everything is really delicious." When she was done, she filled a go-cup with coffee and took 3 chocolate chip pancakes into a plastic bag for later. She thought about making a detour to the Leigh library to see if the Albemarle book could find anything on Turner's Bible quote or poisons that aged their victims, but that would have to wait. She needed a hot shower and some real clothes. On her way out, she patted the door jamb and briefly wondered if she was making friends with a house or losing her mind. She had crossed campus and was halfway up the stairs to her room at JE when her phone finally buzzed. "Sterling, at noon. We need 4 murderers." Alex stared at Dawes' message and replied, "I'll stop at the store. Should I get half a dozen to be safe?" Her phone rang. "This isn't a joke." "Why 4, Dawes?" "To get into hell. I think that's why Darlington mentioned Sandow. He was giving us directions. It takes 4 people for the ritual once the Gauntlet is activated. 4 pilgrims for the 4 compass points. Do we really have to? You saw what happened when we tried to cut corners at Scrolling Key. I'm not going to blow up the library."
And Dawes' voice trailed off. "And?" Alex prompted, all the optimism of the morning bleeding out of her. "If we get this wrong, I don't think we're coming back." Alex leaned against the wall, listening to the echo of voices up and down the stone stairwell, the sounds of the college waking, the ancient pipes gurgling with water, someone singing an old song about Bette Davis eyes. She couldn't pretend to be surprised. Talk of gauntlets and boys named Bunchy made it all feel like a game, and that was the danger. Power could become too easy. There were too many opportunities to try just because you could. "I get it, Dawes, but we're in it now." From the moment they'd met up in the cemetery, and Alex had floated her wild theory of the gentleman demon, they'd known they couldn't turn their backs on the chance that Darlington was still alive. But the stakes were different than they had been last spring. She remembered her dream, Len saying, "Some doors don't stay locked." Well, they'd blown this door wide open when they'd botched that ritual at Scroll and Key, and now something half-man, half-monster was trapped in the ballroom at Black Elm. "We save him," she said. "And if we can't save him, we stop him." What does that mean?" Dawes asked, her fear like a spotlight searching for answers. It meant that if they couldn't free Darlington, they couldn't risk freeing the demon, and that might mean destroying them both. Whatever I am will be unleashed upon the world. But Dawes wasn't ready to hear that. "I'll see you at Sterling," Alex said, and hung up. She trudged up the remaining stairs, feeling tired all over again. Maybe she could nap before she met Dawes at the library. She pushed open the door to their common room, expecting to see Mercy curled up in the recliner with her laptop and a cup of tea. But Mercy was sitting upright on the couch, back straight, in her hyacinth robe, directly across from Michelle Alameda-Dean, Darlington's mentor, his Virgil. Alex hadn't seen her since Michelle had practically fled their summer research session. She was wearing a plaid dress, a cardigan, and woven flats, her thick hair bound in a braid, a jaunty scarf tied at her neck. She looked quality. She looked like a grown-up. "Hey," Alex said, her surprise rendering her incapable of much more. How long have you been waiting?" "Not long, but I have a train to make." "What are you wearing?" Alex had forgotten she was still in her pajama shorts, a Levi sweatshirt, and Dawes's bunchy socks and Tevas. "Let me change." "Who is she?" Mercy mouthed as Alex hurried into their bedroom. But that was not a conversation Alex intended to have in mime. She shut the door behind her and shoved open the window, letting the crisp morning air clear her head. Just like that, summer had gone. She yanked on black jeans and a black Henley, traded the Tevas for her boots, and rubbed some toothpaste over her teeth. "Is there somewhere we can talk?" Michelle asked when Alex emerged from the bedroom. "I can give you guys privacy," Mercy offered. "No," said Alex. She wasn't going to kick Mercy out of their room. "Come on." She led Michelle downstairs. She'd thought they could talk in the JE library, but there were already people staking out tables. "Let's go to the sculpture garden,"
Michelle suggested, pushing through the doors. Alex sometimes forgot it was here, an empty sprawl of gravel and the occasional art installation that sat just outside the reading room. It wasn't much to look at, a pocket of quiet and trees sandwiched between buildings. "So you really messed that up," Michelle said. She sat down on a bench and crossed her arms. "I told you not to try it. People tell me that a lot. Anselm called you? He wanted to know if you and Dawes had reached out to me, if you were still trying to get Darlington back. How did he—" "We were spotted together at the funeral. And I was Darlington's Virgil. And," Alex asked, "I didn't rat you out." She sounded like she was quoting an episode of Law & Order. "But you're not going to help us." "Help you with what?" Michelle asked. Alex hesitated. Anything she said to Michelle might make it straight back to Michael Anselm. But Darlington had considered Michelle one of Leahy's best. She might still be able to help them, even if she wasn't willing to get down in the dirt. "We found the Gauntlet." Michelle sat up straighter. "Darlington was right?" Alex couldn't help smiling. "Of course he was. The Gauntlet is real, and it's here on campus. We can—" But Michelle held up a hand. "Don't tell me. I don't want to know." "But Alex, I came to Yale on a scholarship. Leighy knew that. It's part of what made me appealing to them. I needed their money, and I was happy to do what they asked. My Virgil was Jason Barclay Cartwright, and he was lazy because he could afford to be. I couldn't. You can't either. I want you to think about what this could cost you." Alex had, but that didn't change the math. "I owe him." "Well, I don't. Simple enough." "I thought you liked Darlington." "I did. He was a good kid." She was only 3 years older, but that was how Michelle saw him, the little boy playing knight. He wanted to believe. In what? In everything. "Has Dawes told you what you're in for? What this kind of ritual entails?" "She mentioned we're going to need 4 murderers. Well, 2 more murderers, since she and Dawes had half of that particular equation covered." "That's only the beginning. The Gauntlet isn't some magic portal. You don't just walk through it. You're going to have to die to make it to the underworld." "I've died before," said Alex. "I made it to the borderlands. I'll make it back from this too." Michelle shook her head. "You don't care, do you? You're just going to rush right at it." "I'm the wheel walker," Alex wanted to say. Except not even she knew what that meant. It sounded foolish, childish. "I'm special. I have a quest." When the truth was much closer to what Michelle had said. Of course Alex was going to just rush right at it. She was a cannonball. She wasn't good for much at rest, but give her a hard enough shove, let her build up enough momentum, and she'd punch a hole through anything. "It's not that bad," Alex said. "Dying? I know." Michelle hesitated, then pulled up her sleeve, and Alex saw her tattoo for the first time. A semicolon. She knew that symbol. "You tried to kill yourself?" Michelle nodded. "In high school. Leighy didn't know, otherwise they never would have tapped me. Too much of a risk. I've been to the other side. I don't remember it, but I know this isn't hopping a bus, and I am never going back. Alex, I didn't come here to play Anselm's stooge. I came to warn you. Whatever is out there, on the other side of the veil, it isn't just grays." Alex remembered the waters of the borderlands, the strange shapes she'd seen on the far shore, the way the current had yanked her off her feet. She thought of the force that had drawn her to Black Elm, that had wanted her in that room, maybe inside of that circle. "They tried to keep me there," Michelle nodded. "Because they're hungry." Have you ever read Kitcher's Demonology? Of course she hadn't. No, but I hear it's a real page-turner. Michelle cast her eyes heavenward. "What Darlington must have made of you." Leighy has a copy. Before you do anything crazy, read it. Death isn't just a place you visit. I fought my way back once. I'm not going to risk it again. Alex couldn't argue with that. Even Dawes had hesitations about what they were about to attempt, and Michelle had the right to live and be done with Leighy. It still made Alex angry, little kid angry, don't leave me here angry. She and Dawes weren't enough to take this on. "I understand," she said, embarrassed by how sullen she sounded. "I hope you do." Michelle sighed deeply, glad to be rid of whatever burden she'd been carrying. She closed her eyes and breathed in, scenting that first hint of fall. This was one of Darlington's favorite spots. Alex corrected. Michelle's smile was soft and sad. It terrified Alex. She thinks we're going to fail. She knows it.
"Have you seen the plaque?" she asked. Alex shook her head. Michelle led her over to one of the window casements. George Douglas Miller was a bonesman. He had a whole plan for expanding the Skull and Bones tomb, building a dormitory. She pointed to the towers that loomed over the stairs that led to the sculpture garden. "Crenellated," Alex could hear Darlington whisper. "Cod medieval." Alex had never noticed them before. Those towers were from the old alumni hall. Miller had them moved here when Yale knocked it down in 1911, the first step in his grand vision. But he ran out of money. Or maybe he ran out of will. She tapped a plaque at the base of the casement. It read, "The original part of Weir Hall, purchased by Yale University in 1917, was begun in 1911 by George Douglas Miller, B.A. 1870, in partial fulfillment of his vision to build, in the heart of New Haven, a replica of an Oxford quadrangle." But it was the second sentence that surprised Alex. "In accordance with his wishes, this tablet has been erected to commemorate his only son, Samuel Miller, 1881-1883, who was born and died on these premises." "I never noticed it," Michelle continued. "I never knew about any of this until Darlington. I hope you bring him back, Alex. But just remember, Leigh doesn't care about people like you and me. No one is looking out for us but us." Alex traced her fingers over the letters. Darlington was. He'd go to hell for me, for you, for anyone who needed saving. "Alex," Michelle said, dusting off her skirt, "he'd go to hell just to take notes on the climate." Alex hated the condescension in her voice, but Michelle wasn't wrong. Darlington had wanted to know everything, no matter the cost. She wondered if the creature had become felt the same. "You came up on the train?" Alex asked. "Yes, and I need to get back for dinner with my boyfriend's parents." Perfectly sensible. But Alex had the feeling Michelle was holding something back. She waved as Michelle descended the stairs beneath the arch that would take her to High Street, where she'd catch a cab to the train station. "That's me," said a voice beside Alex, and she had to fight not to react. The little gray with crisp curls had perched in the window beside the plaque. "I'm glad they put my name on it." Alex ignored him. She didn't want Grays to know she could hear their stories and complaints. It was bad enough having to listen to the living. Mercy was waiting in the common room. She dressed in a pumpkin-colored sweater and a corduroy skirt, as if the barest suggestion of autumn in the air had signaled the need for a costume change. She had her laptop open, but closed it when Alex came in. "So, is this going to be like last year?" Mercy asked. "You disappearing and then nearly getting killed?" Alex sat down in the recliner. "Yes to the first part. I hope not to the second part. I like having you around. I like being around." "Who was that, anyway?" Alex hesitated. Who did she say she was? "A friend of your cousin's." Lies came easy to Alex. They always had. She'd been lying since she'd learned she saw things other people didn't. Since she'd understood how easy it was to slap the words crazy or unstable on a girl and make them stick. She could feel all those friendly lies ready to unfurl from her tongue, scarves from a cheap magician. That was what Leigh and the societies demanded. Secrecy, loyalty. Well, really them. "Darlington isn't my cousin, and he isn't in Spain, and I need to talk to you about what happened last year." Mercy fiddled with the laptop cord. "When you had a giant bite mark in your side and I had to call your mom?" "No," Alex said. "I want to talk about what happened to you." She wasn't sure how Mercy would react. She was ready to back off if she needed to. Mercy set her computer aside, then said, "I'm hungry." Alex hadn't expected that. "I can make you a Pop-Tart, or—" She reached into her satchel and took out Doss's chocolate chip pancakes. "Do you just walk around with breakfast food in your bag? Honestly?" "All the time." Mercy ate most of a pancake, and Alex made coffee for both of them, and then she started talking. About the societies, Darlington, the mess of their freshman year. Mercy's eyebrows rose slowly higher as Alex's story spilled out.
Occasionally she would nod, but Alex wasn't sure if she was just encouraging her to continue or actually taking it all in. Eventually Alex didn't so much stop as wind down, as if there just weren't enough words for all the secrets she'd been keeping. Everything around them felt too ordinary for a story like this. The sounds of doors opening and closing in the echoing stairwells, shouts from the courtyard, the rush of cars somewhere on York Street. Alex knew she was risking being late to meet Dawes, but she didn't want to look down at her phone. "So," Mercy said slowly, "is that where you got the tattoos?" Alex almost laughed. No one had mentioned her sleeves of peonies and snakes and stars that had suddenly appeared at the end of the school year. It was as if they hadn't been able to grasp that such a thing was possible, so their minds had made the necessary corrections. "Not where I got them, but Darlington helped me hide them for a while." "Using magic?" Mercy asked. "Yup." "Which is real?" "Yup, and super deadly." "It is," said Alex, "and kinda gross." "Very gross." "I prayed a lot this summer." Alex tried not to show her surprise. "Did it help?" "Some. I went to therapy too. I used this app and I talked to someone for a while, about what happened. It helped me stop thinking about it all the time. I tried talking to our pastor too, but I'm just not sorry Blake's dead." "Should you be?" Mercy laughed. "Alex!" "Yes, forgiveness is supposed to be healing. But Blake hadn't asked for grace. He hadn't asked for anything. He'd just moved through the world taking what he wanted until something got in his way." "I don't know how to forgive," Alex admitted, "and I don't think I want to learn." Mercy rubbed the hem of her sweater between hers, studying the weave as if it were a text to be translated. "Tell me how he died." Alex did. She didn't talk about the new moon ritual or Darlington. She began with Blake breaking into Ile Bastogne, the fight, the way he'd controlled her, made her stay still while he beat her, the moment when Dawes had crushed his skull with the marble bust of Hiram Bingham III. She talked about the way Blake had wept, and how she'd discovered the coin of compulsion he'd clutched in his hand. He'd been under Dean Sando's control when he tried to kill her. Mercy kept her eyes on that bit of pumpkin-colored wool, fingers moving back and forth. "It's not just that I'm not sorry," she said at last. Her voice was low, shaking, almost a growl. "I'm glad he's dead. I'm glad he got to feel what it was like to be out of control, to be frightened. I'm glad he died scared." She looked up, her eyes full of tears. "Why am I like this? Why am I still so angry?" "I don't know," said Alex, "but I'm like that too. I've gone through every moment that led up to the party so many times. What I wore, what I said. Why did he pick me that night? What did he see?" Alex had no idea how to answer those questions. Forgive yourself for going to the party. Forgive yourself for assuming the world isn't full of beasts at the door. But she knew it was never that easy. "He didn't see you," Alex said. "People like that, they don't see us. They just see opportunities, something to grab." Michelle was right about that at least. Mercy wiped the tears from her eyes. "You make it sound like shoplifting." "A little. Don't lie to me again, okay? I'll try." It was the best Alex could offer without lying all over again. Mercy had peppered Alex with questions for the rest of the hour, all of them about magic and Leigh. It felt like an oral exam, but Alex figured Mercy was owed, and as she did her best to explain, she had to sit with the unpleasant truth that Mercy would have been a better candidate for Leigh. She was brilliant, she spoke fluent French, and she wasn't bad on Latin either. But she hadn't committed homicide, so Alex supposed that put her behind the curve on this assignment. "Good luck," Mercy said when Alex left to meet Dawes. "Try not to die or anything. Not today, at least." "Is Darlington why you don't date?" Alex paused with her hand on the doorframe. "What does he have to do with it? I mean, he's not your cousin, and he's one of the more beautiful humans I've seen." "He's a friend, a mentor." "So?" "He's expensive." Darlington was too beautiful, too well-read, too well-traveled. He wasn't just cut from a different cloth. He was too finely made and tailored. Mercy grinned. "I like expensive things." "He's not a cashmere scarf, Mercy. He has horns."
I have a birthmark shaped like Wisconsin. I'm leaving. Don't forget you have to pick a book for our Humbrits section, Mercy called after her. Humor in the modern British novel. Alex had hoped for Monty Python, but had gotten Lucky Jim and novel on yellow paper. It wasn't a bad trade. She left Mercy with a promise to meet up for dinner, glad to flee the Inquisition. She'd been too busy trying not to die to think about dating or even hooking up. Darlington had nothing to do with it, no matter how good he looked with his clothes off. Dawes was waiting at the entrance to Stirling, slouching by the sculptural slab of the women's table as if she might doze off at any second. Alex felt an unwelcome rush of guilt. Dawes wasn't made for this kind of work. She was supposed to stay safe at Ilbastone, tending to her thesis like a slow-growing garden. She was support staff, an indoor cat. Their ritual at Scroll and Key had been well outside her comfort zone, and it hadn't exactly rewarded either of them with a feeling of accomplishment. Now Dawes looked almost like she'd been roughed up. She had dark smudges beneath her eyes from lack of sleep, her hair was unwashed, and Alex was fairly certain she was still in the clothes she'd worn last night, though with Dawes it could be tough to be sure. Alex wanted to tell her to go home and get some rest, that she could handle this herself. But she absolutely couldn't, and she didn't know how much time they had before the bomb that was Darlington went off. "Have you slept at all?" she asked. Dawes gave a sharp shake of her head, fingers tight around the 1931 Yale Gazette Alex had fallen asleep with, and a black moleskin notebook. "I was in the Leigh library all night, trying to find stories of people who walked gauntlets. Any luck?" "There were a few." "That's good, right?" Dawes was so pale her freckles looked like they were floating above her skin. "I found less than 5 records that can be substantiated in any way, and that left any trace of a ritual." "Is it enough to get us started?" Dawes shot her an annoyed glance. "You're not listening. These rituals aren't on record, they aren't discussed, because they were failures, because the participants tried to hide the results. People went mad, they vanished, they died horribly. It's possible a gauntlet was responsible for the destruction of Thonis. This is not something we should be messing around with. Michelle said as much." Dawes blinked her bloodshot eyes. You told her about the gauntlet?" "She came to see me. She was trying to warn us off trying." "With good reason. So you want to stop?" "It's not that simple." Alex pulled Dawes over to the wall and lowered her voice. "It is. Unless you want to try breaking into Scroll and Key and opening another half-baked portal, this is all we have. We do it, or we have to destroy him. There aren't any other choices. The ritual starts with us being buried alive." Dawes was shaking. Alex rested an awkward hand on her shoulder. "Let's see what we find, okay? We don't have to go through with it. This is just research." It was as if Alex had whispered a transformation spell. Dawes released a jagged breath, nodded. Research, she understood. "Tell me about the scribe," Alex said, eager to get her talking about something that wasn't death or destruction. "There are 8 scribes," Dawes said, taking a few steps back and pointing at the stonework above the Stirling doors. "All from different parts of the world. The more recent civilizations are on the right. Mayan, Chinese, Greek, Arabic. There's the Athenian owl. And on the left, the 4 ancient scribes. Cro-Magnon cave drawings, an Assyrian inscription from the library at Nineveh, the Hebrew is from Psalms, and the Egyptian, the hieroglyphs were chosen by Dr. Ludlow Seguin Bull. Would that I might make thee love books more than thy mother. An apt inscription for a library, but maybe something more." Dawes smiled, her fear eaten up by the thrill of discovery. Dr. Bull was a locksmith. He was a member of Scroll and Key. He started out studying law, but then switched to Egyptology. Quite a change. Alex felt a prickle of excitement. This is the first step in the gauntlet. Maybe. If it is, we'll have to wake the gauntlet by anointing the first passage with blood. Why is it always blood? Why can't it ever be jam or blue crayon? And if this was the first step in the gauntlet, what came next? She studied the scribe bent to his work, the hieroglyphs, the oars of the Phoenician ship, the wings of the Babylonian bull, the medieval scholar standing at the center of it all. Was the answer somewhere in all of this stonework? There were too many possibilities, too many symbols to decipher.
Without a word, they passed through the arched entrance and inside. But the interior of the library was even more overwhelming. How big is this place? Over 4,000 square feet, said Dawes, and every inch of it is covered in stonework and stained glass. Each room was themed, even the lunchroom. There's a carved bucket and mop above the janitor's closet. They pulled from everything for the decoration: medieval manuscripts, Aesop's fables, the Ars Moriendi. Dawes stopped in the middle of the wide aisle, her smile evaporating. What? Ars Moriendi. It literally means the art of dying. They were instructions on how to die well. Research, remember? Alex urged, that guilt washing over her again. Dawes really was terrified, and Alex knew if she stopped to think hard enough, she might have the sense to be scared too. She craned her neck, looking up at the vaulted ceilings, the repeating patterns of flowers and stone, the lights of the chandeliers like roses themselves. It really does look like a church. A grand cathedral, Dawes agreed, a little steadier now. At the time, there was a lot of controversy over Yale building in such a theatrical style. I pulled some of the articles. They aren't kind. But the assumption was that Goodhold, the original architect, was continuing in the Gothic tradition set by the rest of the campus. Goodhold? Alex remembered his spiral-bound biography on the stack of Darlington's bedroom. Had he sent her up there deliberately? But Goodhold died, Alex said, suddenly. He was very young, and he had no connection to the societies. Not that we know of. James Gamble Rogers stepped in, and Sterling's money paid for all of it. There's a plaque dedicated to him by the entrance. It was the largest gift ever given to a university at the time. It paid for the Sterling Hall of Medicine, the Sterling Law Building, and the Div School. Dawes hesitated. There's a labyrinth in the courtyard. It's supposed to encourage meditation, but maybe it's really meant to be a maze? A puzzle to trap any interested demons? Dawes nodded. Sterling didn't have children. He never married. He lived with a friend for 40 years, James Bloss. They shared a room, traveled together. His biographer referred to him as Sterling's longtime chum, but they were most likely in love, lifelong partners. Sterling's will called for all his papers and correspondence to be burned at his death. The speculation is he was protecting himself and Bloss, but maybe he had something else he wanted to hide. Like a plan to build a gateway to the underworld? Alex looked back at the entrance.
If the scribe is the start, what's the next step? Darlington didn't allude to just any scribe to lead us to Sterling, Dawes said, waving the Gazette. He quoted the Egyptian. There are 2 rooms with stained glass windows referencing the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Thematically. But Alex had stopped listening. She was looking down the long nave to the reception desk and the mural above it, the colors clean and bright, at odds with the gloom of the building. Dawes, she said, interrupting, excited but also afraid of making a fool of herself. What if the next step is right in front of us? That's Mary, right? Mother Mary? Would that I might make thee love books more than thy mother. Dawes blinked, staring at the mural and the golden-haired, white-gowned woman at its center. It's not Mary. Oh, Alex tried to hide her disappointment. It's called Alma Mater, said Dawes, her excitement making the words vibrate. Nourishing mother. They took off at a brisk walk. It was hard not to break into a run. The mural was massive and set into a Gothic arch. It showed a graceful woman with an open book in one hand, an orb in the other. She was framed by a golden window, the towers of some city floating above her. But maybe it wasn't a window. Maybe it was a doorway. She sure looks like Mary, Alex noted. The mural could have been an altarpiece right out of a church. There's even a monk next to her. There were 8 figures gathered around her. 8 figures? 8 houses of the Vale? That seemed like a reach. Light and Truth are the 2 women on the left, said Dawes. The rest of the figures represent art, religion, literature, and so on. But none of them are holding up a sign to what's next. I guess we either go left or right. Or up, Dawes said. The elevators lead to the stacks and offices. Literature is pointing to the left, Dawes nodded. But Light and Truth are facing right. To the tree. She grabbed Alex's arm.
It's the same as the one in the mural, the Tree of Knowledge. Above Alma Mater's head, amid the arches of a building that might well be a library, were the branches of a tree, perfectly echoed in stone over the archway to their right. Another entrance. Maybe another step in the gauntlet. "I know this quote," Alex said as they approached the archway. "There studious let me sit and hold high converse with the mighty dead." "Thompson?" Dawes asked. "I don't know much about him. He was Scottish, but he's not widely read anymore. But Book and Snake use it at the start of their rituals." Beneath the arch was a stone hourglass, another memento mori. It might be a signpost, it might be nothing at all. Except, Dawes, look! The arch beneath the Tree of Knowledge led into a corridor. There were glass display cases on the left, and on the right, a series of windows emblazoned with yellow and blue stained glass. Each column between them was decorated with a stone grotesque, students bent over their books. Most were playful. Some kid drinking a jug of beer and looking at a centerfold instead of his work, another listening to music, another sleeping. One of the open books read, "You are a joke." Alex had just walked right by them without noticing, focused on the papers she had to write, the reading yet unread, until Darlington had pointed them out. "I feel like he's here with us," she said. "I wish he was," Dawes replied, trying to find the correct page in her old Gazette article. "Architecture is his specialty, not mine. But this," she gestured to the particular grotesque Alex had pointed out. "The only description is reading an exciting book." And yet they were staring straight at death, skull peeking from his cloak, one skeletal hand resting on the stone student's shoulder. "There studious let me sit and hold high converse with the mighty dead." "I think we're being led down the corridor," Alex said. "Where does it go?" Dawes frowned. "Nowhere, really. It dead ends in manuscripts and archives. There's an exit there that would take us out of the building." They walked to the end of the corridor. There was an odd vestibule with a high ceiling. Ironwork mermen with split tails gazed down at them from the windows. Were they chasing phantoms? If demons loved games, maybe Darlington had given them just enough clues to get them stuck wandering Sterling, hunting secret messages in the stone. There was another archway ahead, but it was strangely bare of decoration. To their right, there were two doors and a panel of small square windows that looked they belonged in a pub. Some of them were decorated with illustrations on the glass. The barrel maker, the baker, the organ player. "What are these?" she asked. Dawes was flipping through the Gazette. "Whoever wrote this made it impossible to find anything. If it isn't deliberate, it's a crime." She blew a stray strand of red hair off her forehead. "Okay, they're woodcuts by someone called Jost Amon." As soon as the words were out of Dawes's mouth, they both went still. "Let me see that." Dawes handed over the Gazette. Dawes had pronounced Jost as Yost, but seeing it spelled out on the page, there was no mistaking it. She remembered begging Darlington to tell her if he knew where to find the gauntlet, and the odd desperation in his voice when he'd answered, "Would that I did, but I am just a man, heir to nothing." He'd wanted to tell her, but he couldn't. He'd had to play the demon's game and hope that they would solve his puzzle. Just a man. Jost Amon. They were in the right place. So show me the next step, Darlington. To their left was a little stone mouse nibbling at the wall. To their right, a tiny stone spider. Was that a nod to Fire and Brimstone Jonathan Edwards? Alex only knew the sermon because it was a joke in her residential college. The God that holds you over the pit of hell, much as one holds a spider or some loathsome insect over the fire, abhors you and is dreadfully provoked. It was why their intramural teams were called the J.E. Spiders. How's that for Sunday school, Turner? "Where do these doors go?" Alex asked. There were two of them, awkwardly wedged into a corner. "This one goes to the courtyard," Dawes said, pointing to a door with Lux et Veritas engraved in stone above it. Light and truth, Yale's motto, just like the figures embodied in the mural that had led them here. "That one goes to a bunch of offices." "What are we missing?"
Dawes said nothing, gnawing on her lip. Dawes? Well, it's just a theory. We can't spend years hammering this one out like a thesis. Give me anything. She tugged on a strand of her hair, and Alex could see Dawes fighting herself, always seeking perfection. In the records of the gauntlets I could find, 4 pilgrims enter together: the soldier, the scholar, the priest, and the prince. They make a circuit, each locating a doorway and taking up their posts. The soldier is the last and completes the circuit on his or her own. Okay, said Alex, though she was struggling to see what that had to do with anything. At first I thought, well, there are 4 doors that lead out into the Saline courtyard, one at each corner. I thought maybe the clues were leading us around the courtyard. But there's no way to complete the circuit, not without leaving the building, Dawes said. She sighed. I don't know what comes next. Darlington would. But even if we figure it out, 4 murderers, 4 pilgrims, we're running out of time to find them. You think the circle of protection won't hold? I'm not sure, but I think our best chance is to perform the ritual on Halloween. Alex rubbed her eyes. So we're breaking all of the rules at once? No rituals were allowed on Halloween, particularly anything involving blood magic. There were too many grays drawn by the excitement of the night. It was just too risky. Not to mention, Halloween was only 2 weeks away. I think we have to, said Dawes. Rituals work better at times of portent, and Samhain is supposed to be the night the door opens to the underworld. There are theories that the first gauntlet was built at Rathcraven, in the Cave of Cats.
That's where Samhain originated. Alex didn't like any of it. She knew what Greys were capable of when drawn by blood or powerful emotion. That barely gives us any time to find 2 more killers, Dawes, and the new praetor will be installed by then. I'm not a killer. Okay, 2 more reluctant but efficient problem solvers. Dawes pursed her lips but went on. Well, we'll need someone to watch over us too, to keep our bodies safe in case anything goes wrong. Again, Alex had the sense that this was all beyond them. They needed more people, more expertise, more time. I doubt Michelle is going to volunteer. Her phone rang and she swore when she saw the name. Once again, she'd really messed up. I'm sorry, she said before Turner could lay into her. I meant to get to the Bible quote, but we have another body. Alex was tempted to ask if he was kidding, but Turner didn't kid. Who? She asked instead. Where? Meet me at Morse College. Just Morse, Turner. You don't say Morse College. Get yourself here, Stern. Turner thinks there's been a murder, Alex said as she hung up. Another one? No one had confirmed that Marjorie Stephen was a homicide, so Alex wasn't anxious to jump to any conclusions. And even if there had been 2 murders, that didn't mean they were connected. Except Turner wouldn't be calling her unless he thought they were, and that the societies were involved. Go on, Dawes said. I'll keep looking around here. But there was something bothering Alex. I don't get it, she said, turning in a slow circle, taking in the vastness of the place. She and Mercy usually studied in one of the reading rooms. She'd never been up to the stacks. Even the scope of a building this big was tough to get her head around. Johnny and Punter's friends built a gauntlet. That's what our buddy Bunchy said. You really want me to believe it stayed a secret this long? I've been thinking about that too, Dawes said. But what if Bunchy got it wrong? What if Letha built the gauntlet into Sterling? What? Think about it. People from Bones and Keys working together? The societies don't share secrets, they hoard their power. The only time they worked together was to form Letha, and that was only to save themselves. Dawes frowned. Well, yes, to create a society that would reassure the administration and keep the other societies in line. An oversight body. You're saying the oversight body thought it would be a good idea to hide a secret door to hell in plain sight? There was color in Dawes' cheeks now. Her eyes were bright. Harkness, Whitney, and Bingham are considered Letha's founding fathers. Harkness was Wolf's Head, and he's the one who tapped James Gamble Rogers to build half of campus, including this library. But why would Letha build it if they weren't going to use it? It didn't make sense. Are we sure they didn't? Dawes asked. Maybe they knew they were messing with potentially catastrophic things, and they didn't want people to know. Maybe, but it didn't quite hold together. Isn't the whole goal to see the other side? Alex asked. To unravel the mysteries of the beyond? It's why I was tapped into Letha. If they'd gone to the underworld, they would have left a record. They would have talked about it, debated it, dissected it. Dawes looked uneasy, and that made Alex even more nervous. Something about all of this felt wrong. Why build a gauntlet you didn't intend to use? Why wipe away any record of it? They weren't seeing the whole picture, and Alex couldn't help but think someone didn't want them to. It was one thing to hurl yourself head first into the dark. It was another to feel like someone had deliberately turned off the lights. Alex had the same sensation she'd had the night she'd strolled through Eaton's door and been tricked into revealing her power. They were walking into a trap. When Alex had seen Marjorie Stevens' body, she'd wondered if Turner had been imagining things, seeing murder because murder was his job. The professor had looked almost peaceful, the finality of her death barely a disruption, the building and the world around her undisturbed. Not Dean Beekman. The intersection in front of Morse, the same spot where Tara Hutchins' body had been found last year, was crammed with police cars, their lights flashing in lazy circles. Barriers had been erected, and uniformed cops were checking student IDs before they allowed access to the courtyard. Turner was waiting for her when she arrived and shepherded her inside without a word. "How are you going to explain having me here?" Alex asked as she slipped blue booties over her shoes. "I'm telling everyone you're my CI. Great, now I'm a snitch. You've been worse. Get inside." The front door to Dean Beekman's office was hanging at an angle, and mud had been tracked through the entry. The heavy desk had been knocked askew, and books lay scattered across the floor next to a spilled bottle of red wine. The professor was on his back, as if he'd been sitting in the chair and it had simply fallen backward. His legs were still hooked over the seat. One of his shoes had fallen off, and the lamp beside him had been tipped over. Had the dean dozed off reading by the fire and been surprised by his attacker? Or had he put up a fight and been shoved back into his chair? He looked silly, almost cartoonish with his feet up in the air that way, and Alex wished there weren't so many people around to see it. Stupid. What did Dean Beekman care now? Alex had never had a class with him, wasn't even sure what he taught, but he was one of those professors everyone knew. He wore a tweed bucket hat and a Morse scarf, and rode his bike everywhere on campus, the bell jingling merrily as he waved to students. He was called Beaky, and his lectures were always packed, his seminars legendary. He also seemed to know everyone interesting who had ever gone to Yale, and he'd brought a slew of famous actors and authors to tea at Morse. No one had said a word about Marjorie Stevens in the days since she'd been found dead. Alex doubted anyone but the professor's students and colleagues at the Department of Psychiatry knew she'd passed. But this was going to be something entirely different. She didn't want to look closely at the body, but she made herself peer into the dean's face. His eyes were open, but they didn't have the same milky cast Alex remembered from the first crime scene. It was hard to tell if he looked older than he should. His mouth was open, his expression startled but still genial, as if greeting a friend who had appeared unexpectedly at his door. "His neck is broken," said Turner. "The coroner will tell us if it happened when the chair went over or before." "So no poison," she said. "But you think this is connected to Marjorie Stevens' death?" This was on his desk. Turner waved her over to where a typed piece of paper lay atop the blotter. "Bewray not him that wandereth." Isaiah again? That's right. It completes the line we found with Professor Stephen. "Hide the outcasts, bewray not him that wandereth." "Did you find anything at Letha about it?" She shook her head. "I haven't had a chance to go digging. I've been too busy figuring out how to break into hell. I don't know anything about Isaiah. He was a prophet who predicted the coming of Christ, but I don't see what that has to do with two dead professors." Alex studied the bookshelves, the messy desk, the rigid body. It feels wrong. It's too showy. The Bible quotes, the body tipped over. There's something theatrical? Turner nodded. Like someone thinks this is amusing. Like someone was playing a game. And demons loved games and puzzles.
But their only resident demon was currently trapped in a circle of protection. Was someone at the societies toying with them? Did Professor Stephen know Beekman? If they were connected, we'll find out. But they weren't in the same department. They weren't even in the same field. Dean Beekman taught American Studies. He had nothing to do with the psych department. And the poison that killed Professor Stephen? Still waiting on the tox report.
The societies didn't like eyes on them, but that didn't mean someone hadn't gone rogue. Even so, none of it really made sense. It's the clues, she said, chewing over the thought. Those Bible quotes don't fit. If someone was using magic to, I don't know, get revenge on their professors, they wouldn't leave clues. That feels unhinged. Or like someone pretending to be unhinged. That would mean a lot more trouble. As much as Alex didn't want these deaths to be her problem, she couldn't pretend the uncanny wasn't at work here. Magic was transgression, the blurring of the line between the impossible and the possible. There was something about crossing that boundary that seemed to shake loose all the morals and taboos people took for granted. When anything was within your grasp, it got harder and harder to remember why you shouldn't take it. Money, power, your dream job, your dream partner, a life. Tell me I'm jumping at shadows, Stern, and you can go back to lurking in that haunted house on Orange. Ilbestone was one of the least haunted places in New Haven, but Alex didn't see the point of getting into that discussion. I can't, Alex admitted. Can't you work your contacts on the other side? I don't have ghost informants, Turner. Then maybe try making some friends. Again, Alex had the sense that she was missing something, that if Darlington had been here, he would know what to look for. He would be able to do this job. So maybe Darlington was exactly who they needed. Turner wanted answers, and he just might be able to offer them something in return. 4 pilgrims, 4 murderers. Alex wasn't sure if it was wise to trust Turner, but she did, and she wanted him on their side. Turner, Alex asked, you ever kill someone? What kind of question is that? So yes, it's none of your goddamn business. But it might be. How long do you have to be here? Turner gave an exasperated snort. Why? Because I want to show you something. Turner couldn't just walk away from an active crime scene, but he agreed to pick her up the next morning after Modern Poets. Word of Dean Beekman's death had spread quickly, and an uneasy mood settled over campus. Life continued on, the rush of people and business to be done, but Alex saw groups of students standing with their arms around each other weeping. Some wore black or tweedy bucket hats. She saw flyers up for a vigil in the Morse courtyard. She couldn't help but think of the morning after Tara's body had been found, the false hysterics, the gossipy buzz that had moved through the university like a giddy swarm of hornets. Alex understood that Beaky had been beloved, a father figure, a character woven into the fabric of Yale. But she remembered the excitement that had followed Tara's death, the danger a step removed, a new flavor to be tried without any risk. This was true grief, real fear. Alex's professor began her lecture by talking about how Dean Beekman and his wife had hosted her at their home one Thanksgiving, and how anyone who knew Beaky never felt alone at Yale. The dean's office at Morse had been sealed off, and safety officers posted at the door. Yale police, not NHPD. The university president was holding an emergency meeting for concerned students in Woolsey Hall that night. The Yale Daily News had written up a brief summary of the murder. A suspected robbery, police already pursuing a strong lead outside of the New Haven community. That smacked of spin. Don't worry, parents, this isn't a Yale crime. It isn't even a New Haven crime. No need to pack your children off to Cambridge. If Professor Stephen's death had barely caused a ripple, Dean Beekman's murder was like someone heaving a grand piano into a lake. Turner picked up Alex in front of one of the new hotels on Chapel, far enough from the crime scene and campus that neither of them had to worry about being spotted. She tried to prepare him on the way to Black Elm, but he didn't say a word as she gave him the bare-bones account of her theory on Darlington and how against all odds she'd been proven right. Turner just let her talk, sitting in cold silence, as if he were a mannequin who'd been placed behind the steering wheel to demonstrate safe driving. Only yesterday she'd given Mercy a similar speech, but Mercy had soaked it all up and come back hungry for more. Turner looked like he might just drive them both off a cliff. She had texted Dawes that they were on their way to Black Elm because it seemed like the right thing to do.
But Alex regretted it as soon as she saw her standing at the front door in her shapeless sweats, her bright red hair in its usual lopsided bun, like a lumpy candle topped by an unexpected flame. Her lips were compressed in a disapproving line. "She looks happy," Turner observed. "Does anyone look happy when they see the cops coming?" "Yes, Miss Stern. People having their gosh stolen or trying to avoid being stabbed usually do seem happy to see us." At least she knew Turner had been listening on the drive over. Only talk of magic and the occult could put him in this kind of mood. "Centurion," Dawes greeted him, and Alex winced. "My name is Detective Abel Turner, and you very well knoweth. You look exhausted, Dawes. They're not paying you enough." Dawes looked surprised, then said, "Probably not. I left an open case file to be here. Can we get this going?" Dawes led them inside, but once they were trailing Turner up the stairs, she whispered, "This is a bad idea." Alex agreed, but she also didn't see what choice they had. "He's going to tell Ansem," Dawes fretted as they followed Turner down the hall to the ballroom. "The new praetor, the police." No, at least Alex hoped he wouldn't. "We need his help, and that means we need to show him what we're up against." "Which is what exactly? Just admit you're making it up as you go along." She was, but something in her gut was pulling her back to Black Elm, and she had dragged Turner right along with her. "If you have any other ideas, just say the word, Dawes. Do you know any murderers? Other than you? He can help us, and he needs our help too. Dean Beekman was murdered." Dawes stopped dead. "What? Did you know him?" "Of course I knew him. Everyone knew him. I took one of his classes when I was an undergrad. Gosh." Turner had frozen in the doorway to the ballroom, and he did not look like he had any intention of going in. He took a step backward, one hand extended as if to ward off what he was seeing, his other hand resting on his gun. "You can't shoot him," Alex said with all the calm she could muster. "At least, I don't think you can." Dawes ran to the doorway, placing herself between Turner and the golden circle, like some kind of human shield. "I told you this was a terrible idea." "What is this?" demanded Turner. His jaw was set, his brow lowered, but there was fear in his eyes. "What am I even seeing?" All Alex could offer was, "I told you he was different. Different is you lost a few pounds, you got a haircut, not this." At that moment, Darlington's eyes opened, bright and golden. "Where have you been?" Turner started at the sound of Darlington's voice, human but for that cold echo. "You reek of death." Alex groaned. "You're not helping." "Why did you bring me here?" Turner bit out. "I asked for help with a case. I thought I made it clear I don't want any part of this crazy cult mess." "Let's go downstairs," said Dawes. "Stay," said Darlington, and Alex couldn't tell if it was a plea or a command. "I think Darlington can help you," she said. "I think he's the only one of us who can." "That thing?" "Listen, Stern, I don't know how much of this is real and how much is hocus-pocus nonsense, but I know a monster when I see one. Do you?" Alex felt her anger rising. "Did you know Dean Sandow was a killer? Did you know Blake Keeley was a rapist? I showed you what's behind the door. You can't just shut it and pretend you never saw." Turner rubbed a hand over his eyes. "I sure do wish I could. Come on." Alex marched into the room and hoped he would follow. The air was lush with heat.
That sweet scent was everywhere. That wildfire smell, the stink of disaster riding the wind, the kind that sends coyotes running from the hills and into suburban backyards to crouch and howl by swimming pools. "Detective," said the creature behind the golden wall. Turner hovered in the doorway. "That really you?" Darlington paused, considered, not entirely sure. "Gosh," Turner muttered, because despite the horns and the glowing symbols, Darlington seemed nothing but human. "What happened to him? What is all this? Why is he naked?" "He's trapped," Alex said, as simply as she could, "and we need your help to get him out." "You don't mean filing a missing persons report, do you?" "Afraid not." Turner gave himself a shake, as if he still wondered, even hoped he might be dreaming. "No," he said at last. "No, this isn't my job, and I don't want it to be. And don't tell me this has anything to do with our bosses at Leith, because I know that squirrely look on Dawes's face. She's afraid I'm going to tattle on you. Your case." Do not start with me, Stern. I like my job. No, I love my job. And whatever this is, it's not worth all the money in the devil's pocket. I'll solve the case on my own with good old detective work. Hide the outcasts and all that mess. Bewray not him that wandereth, Darlington said, finishing the quote. Alex almost expected thunder and lightning, some cosmic response to a half-demon, or maybe more than half-demon, reciting from the Bible. That's the one, Turner said uncomfortably. Told you, whispered Alex. You came from the crime scene, said Darlington. It's why you wear death like a shroud. Turner cast Alex a glance, and she wished Darlington would just talk like Darlington. But Turner was a detective, and he couldn't help himself. The quote is familiar to you? Who was killed? A professor and the dean of Morse College. 2 bodies, mused Darlington. Then a faint smile crossed his face, mischievous, almost hungry in its glee, nothing human about it. There will be a 3rd. What does that mean? Exactly. Explain yourself, Turner demanded. I always admired virtue, Darlington murmured, but I could never imitate it. Turner threw up his hands. Has he completely lost his mind? Somewhere far below, the doorbell rang at the same time that Dawes's phone buzzed. They all jumped, all but Darlington. Dawes drew in a sharp breath. She was staring at her phone. Oh gosh, oh gosh. Who are they? Alex asked, looking down at the screen, where a well-dressed couple was trying to peer through the windows by the front door. They look like real estate agents, said Turner. But Dawes looked more terrified than when they'd opened a portal to a terrible place. Those are Darlington's parents. Turner shook his head. You're like kids who got caught raiding the liquor cabinet. Alex's mind sped through possible strategies, excuses, elaborate lies. Both of you stay out of sight until I take care of them. Alex, just let me handle them. I'm not going to punch anyone. At least she hoped she wasn't. Translating Latin and tracking down Bible quotes weren't in her skill set, but she'd been lying to parents most of her life. The problem was she was short on information. Darlington had never talked about his mother and father, only his grandfather, as if it sprung from the moss that clung to the stones of the old house and been carefully tended to by an aging and cantankerous gardener. She needed the old man, the one she occasionally saw lurking around the house in his bathrobe, a pack of crushed Chesterfields in his pocket. Come on, Alex thought, trying not to panic as she hurried down the stairs. Where are you? She could hear the Arlingtons pounding on the kitchen door now. She glanced at Dawes's phone and saw their frustrated expressions. The Mercedes is in the drive, his father muttered. He's making us wait on purpose. Why? His mother complained. He never answers. Alex yanked on her sweater, though she was still covered in perspiration from the heat of the ballroom. She needed to cover her tattoos, look respectable, authoritative. There, the old man was sitting in the sunroom with Cosmo at his feet. I need your help, Alex said. What in the world are you doing in my house? He asked plaintively. So Alex had been right. He wasn't some gray who had wandered in and liked the atmosphere. Ghosts weren't drawn to empty places naturally. This had to be Darlington's grandfather. Come on, she held out her hand and tugged. The man's mouth made a startled, "Oh," and then he was rushing into her with a rattle like an old cough. Alex tasted cigarettes and something tar-like. Cancer. She was tasting cancer. He'd been weak when he died, in terrible pain, and his rage had burned through him with such glowing heat she could taste it too. She didn't need his strength, she needed his memories, and they came on, clear and fast, just like the bridegroom's had when she'd let him into her mind. She was looking at Black Elm, but it was beautiful, alive, full of light and people. Her father's friends, the old foreman from the boot shop. She was running through the halls, chasing a white cat out to the garden. It couldn't be Cosmo, this was too long ago, and yet the cat turned to look at her with one scarred eye. Bowie cat.
There had been no brothers and sisters, just a single son. Always one boy to tend to the business, to Black Elm. He wasn't lonely. This was his palace, his fortress, the ship he captained in every game. He was smoking stolen cigarettes up in the tower room, looking out over the trees. He hid his treasures beneath the loose windowsill, comic books and slabs of taffy, then whiskey and smokes and copies of Bachelor. He was watching his father weep as the old man signed the papers that would close the factory. He was pulling Jeannie Bianchi down a dark hall, and they shared an intimate moment. He dressed in a black suit and grieved his mother. He wore the same black suit to put his father in the ground. He bought his wife a maroon Mercedes, and they came together in passion in the back seat, right there in the driveway. "Let's go to California," she whispered. "Let's drive there today." "Sure," he said, but he didn't mean it. Black Elm needed him, as it always had. He was watching her from the doorway to the den, feet curled under her, listening to music he didn't like or understand, drinking from great big glasses of vodka. She looked at him, stood on unsteady legs, turned the volume up. "It's going to kill you," he warned her. "It's already got your liver." She turned the music up louder. It did get her in the end. He had to buy a new black suit. But he couldn't blame her for not being able to stop. Things you love, things you need, they don't stop taking. He was holding a child in his arms, his son. No, his grandson. A second chance to get it right, to forge this boy from factory steel. A true Arlington, strong and capable. Not like his fool of a son, weak-willed, flitting from one failure to the next. An embarrassment. If Daniel hadn't looked so much like an Arlington, he would have suspected that his wife had found some weak-chinned artist to spend her afternoons with. It was like looking into a funhouse mirror and seeing yourself sapped of all spine. But he wouldn't make the same mistakes with Danny. The house was different now, quiet and dark. No one but Bernadette humming in the kitchen, and Danny running through the halls as he once had. He hadn't expected to grow old. He hadn't really understood what old was. His body in gradual rebellion, loneliness crowding in as if it had just been waiting for him to slow down so it could catch him. He had been fearless once. He had been strong. Daniel and his wife canceled their visit. "Good," he said, but he didn't mean it as much as he wanted to. When had death crept in? How had it known where to find him? Silly question. He'd been living in this tomb for years. "Kill me, Danny. Do this for me."
Danny was crying, and for a moment he saw the boy as he was, not the Arlington paragon, but a child, really, lost in the caverns of Black Elm, endlessly tending to her needs. He should tell him to run and never look back, to be free of this place and this withering legacy. Instead, he seized the boy's wrist with his last bit of strength. "They'll take the house, Danny. They'll take everything. They'll keep me alive and drain it all away, saying it's for my care. Only you can stop them. You must be a knight. Just take the morphine and inject it. See, it even looks like a lance. Now go," he said as the boy wept. "They mustn't find out you were here." He regretted only that he would die alone. But death hadn't been able to keep him from Black Elm. He found himself here again, free of pain, and home once more, forever wandering up and down the stairs, in and out of rooms, always feeling like he'd forgotten something, but unsure of what it was. He watched Danny eat scraps from the kitchen, sleep in his cold bed, buried beneath old coats. Why had he cursed this child to serve this place the way that he himself had? But Danny was a fighter, an Arlington, galvanized, resilient. He wished he could speak words of comfort, encouragement. He wished he could take it all back. Danny was standing in the kitchen, mixing up some foul concoction. He could feel his grandson's desperation, the misery in him as he stood over a bubbling pot and whispered, "Show me something more." He'd set out a fancy wine goblet, but he paused before he poured that odd red mess into it. Danny set down Bernadette's old Dutch oven and jogged down the hall. The old man could sense death in the pot, catastrophe.
Stop! Stop before it's too late! He swiped at it, trying to knock it from the stove, willing himself back into the world, just for a moment, a second. Just give me the strength to save him. But he was weak, useless, no one and nothing. Danny returned, carrying that ugly keepsake box, Arlington rubber boots emblazoned on the porcelain lid. He'd kept it on his desk. He'd let Danny play with it as a kid. Sometimes he'd surprise him by putting a quarter in it, or a piece of gum, a blue pebble from the back garden. Nothing at all. Danny had believed the box was magic. Now he poured the poison into it. Stop, he wanted to cry. Oh, please, Danny, stop. But the boy drank. Alex stumbled forward, knocking into the dining room table and nearly toppling before she caught herself on the edge. It was too much, the images too clear. She crumpled to her knees and vomited on the inlaid floor, trying to get her head to stop spinning, trying to peel away all of the past black elms and only see the present. The doorbell rang again, an accusation. "Coming," she called. She made herself stand and lurched to the powder room by the kitchen. She rinsed her mouth, splashed water on her face, drew her hair back into a low, tight ponytail. For really's sake, Cosmo, get away from that. The cat was sniffing around the pool of vomit. "Help me out here." And Cosmo, as if he'd understood, did something he'd never done before. He leapt into her arms. She tucked him carefully against her, hiding his singed fur. "The barbarians are at the gate," she whispered. "Let's do this." Again the bell rang. Alex thought of who she wanted to be in this moment, and it was Salome, the president of Wolf's Head she'd had to frighten into giving up use of the temple room. Rich, beautiful, used to getting her way. The kind of girl Darlington would date if he had no taste. She opened the door slowly, in no rush, and blinked at Darlington's parents as if they'd woken her from a nap. "Yeah? Who are you?" The woman, Harper, the name came with Alex's doubled vision, her sight coupled with the old man's eyes, was tall, lean, and dressed in perfectly tailored wool trousers, a silk blouse, and pearls. The man, contempt, pure and seething, rose up at the sight of him. He looked so much like Danny, Daniel, Darlington, so much like me. And yet he looked nothing like any of them. Alex had met a lot of low-level cons in her life, people who were always looking for the shortcut, the easy fix. They were perfect marks. "Alexandra," she said, her voice bored, her hand stroking Cosmo's fur. "I'm watching the house for Darlington while he's in Spain. I know who you are." She tried to soak the words with equal parts disdain and disinterest. "He doesn't want you here." Daniel Arlington sputtered. Harper's eyes narrowed, and she raised a perfect brow. "Alexandra, I don't know who you are or why our son appointed you watchdog, but I want to speak to him, now." "Out of money again? Get out of my way," said Daniel. Alex's impulse was to give him a good hard shove and watch his bony frame land on the gravel drive. She'd seen these people in the old man's memories, barely a word for Danny, barely a thought. Even if her mother was terrible at paying the bills or providing anything resembling stability, she at least gave a very. But Alex had to stay in rich girl mode. "Or what?" she said with a laugh. "This isn't your house. I'm happy to call the police and let them sort it out." Darlington's father cleared his throat. I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. We always hear from Danny on holidays, and he always takes our calls." "He's in Spain," Alex said, "and he's seeing a therapist now, setting boundaries. You should think about that." "Come on, Daniel," said Harper. "This little difficult person is high on her own power. When we return, it will be with a letter from our attorney." She marched back to the Range Rover. Daniel wagged his finger in her face, trying to get some of his own back. "That's exactly right. You really have no business." "Run home, you weakling." The words came out as a snarl, deep, grizzled. That wasn't Alex's voice, and she knew Darlington's father wasn't seeing her face anymore either. "You held me hostage in my own house, you sniveling mess." Daniel Arlington IV gasped and stumbled backward, nearly went to his knees. Alex willed the old man to recede, but it wasn't easy. She could feel him in her head, the ferocity of his determination, a spirit forever at war with itself, with the world, with everything and everybody around him. "Stop screwing around, Daniel," Harper shouted from the car, gunning the engine. His mouth gaped, but he was just seeing Alex's placid face now. The old man was like a barely leashed dog inside her mind. "Candy ass. How did I ever raise a son like you? You didn't even have the courage to face me, just kept me drugged up and helpless. But I got you in the end, didn't I?" Cosmo squirmed in Alex's arms. She raised a hand and waved. "Bye-bye," she sing-songed. Daniel Arlington made it into the car, and the Range Rover took off in a spray of gravel. "Thanks, Cosmo," Alex murmured, as the cat leapt from her arms and pranced toward the back of the house to hunt. "And you." She shoved the old man out of her mind with all her might. He appeared in front of her, bathrobe flapping, his naked, emaciated body peppered with white hair. "That was a one-time ride," she said. "Don't think about trying to hijack this particular train again." "Where's Danny?" the old man growled. Alex ignored him and marched back to Dawes and Turner. When Dawes was upset, she drove even more slowly, and Alex thought it might take them 2 hours to get back to campus. "They're going to get lawyers involved," Dawes complained. "They're not. They're going to pull in the Yale administration." "They won't. For Pete's sake, Alex." Dawes yanked the steering wheel to the right, and the Mercedes veered to the side of the road, nearly jumping the curb. "Stop pretending everything is going to be okay," Alex demanded. "It's all I know how to do." She made herself take a deep breath. Darlington's parents aren't going to come back with lawyers or involve Yale. Why wouldn't they? They have money, power. Alex shook her head slowly. She'd seen so much in the old man's memories, felt it all.
The only time she'd been through anything like that was when she'd let the bridegroom in and experienced the moments of his murder. She hadn't just known he'd love Daisy, she'd love Daisy too. But this time there had been so much more, a lifetime of small pleasures and endless disappointment, every day and every thought shaped by Black Elm, by bitterness, by the hunger for something that might outlive his brief, weightless life. "They don't have either," Alex said. "Not the way you think they do. It's why they keep pressuring Darlington to sell Black Elm." Dawes looked scandalized. "But he'd never sell." "I know. But if they find out he's missing, they'll try to take it from him." They sat in silence for a long minute, the engine idling. Through the window, Alex saw a narrow stretch of park, the leaves of its trees not yet ready to turn. But she was back at Black Elm, feeling its pull, the way it demanded love, lost in the loneliness of the place. They won't get lawyers involved because they don't want anyone looking at them too closely. They, Darlington's grandfather, basically bought them off. He wanted to, should almost said Danny. They just left him there, and I think they kept the old man prisoner when he got sick, until Danny had set him free. That was why he'd survived in hell, not just because he was Darlington, steeped in knowledge and lore, but because he had killed his grandfather. It didn't matter that his grandfather had asked him to do it, any more than it mattered Dawes had smashed in Blake's skull to save Alex's life. "But they'll be back," Dawes said. Alex couldn't argue with that. She'd scared the hell out of Darlington's father, but monsters didn't just go away with a warning. Harper and Daniel Arlington would come sniffing around again, looking for their share. Then we bring back Darlington, and he can send them packing himself. He'd been Black Elm's protector, and he was still the only one who could defend it. Who's going to help us find another murderer? I'm running out of favors with the societies. "No one," said Dawes, but her voice sounded strange. "We'll need to get into the basement of the Peabody. But it's under renovation, and there are cameras everywhere. We can use the Tempest you brewed up last year, the one that messes with all of the electronics. And let's pull in Turner. If we need to look up someone's record, he can manage it. I don't think that's a good idea. We either trust him or we don't, Dawes." Dawes flexed her fingers on the steering wheel, then nodded. "We keep going," she said. "We keep going," Alex repeated. "To hell and back." Alex found Mercy and Lauren having a late lunch in the JE dining hall.
The chatter was subdued, even among the Greys, and the room seemed bigger and colder, as if the college had dressed itself in mourning for Dean Beekman. Alex filled her tray with a giant heap of pasta and a couple of sandwiches she would tuck into her bag for later. Her phone pinged while she was filling her glass with soda. $600 had been deposited in her bank account, so Oddman had paid up. If a hump got square, Eaton would drop 5% in her account for a job well done. She should probably feel bad about it, but saying no to the money wasn't going to do anyone any good. When she sat down, she could see Mercy's eyes were red from crying, and Lauren wasn't looking great either. Neither of them had done more than pick at their food. "You guys okay?" Alex asked, suddenly self-conscious about her tray full of food. Mercy shook her head, and Lauren said, "I'm messed up." "Same," Alex said, because it seemed like she should be. "I can't imagine what his family is going through," said Mercy. "His wife teaches here too, you know." "I didn't," Alex said. "What does she teach?" Mercy blew her nose. "French literature. That's how I got to know them." Vaguely, Alex remembered that Mercy had won some big award for an essay on Rebel, but she hadn't realized Mercy really knew Dean Beekman. "What was he like?" she asked. Mercy's eyes overflowed again. "Just really kind. I was scared about going to a school so far from home, and he put me in touch with other first-gen students. He and Mariah, Professor Leclerc, his wife, they just made room for you. I can't explain it." She shrugged helplessly. "He was like Puck and Prospero all wrapped up together. He made scholarship seem fun. Why would anyone want to hurt him? And for what? He wasn't rich. He can't have had anything worth... Her voice wobbled and broke. Alex handed her a napkin. "I never met him. Did he have kids?" Mercy nodded. 2 daughters. One was a cellist. Really good. I think she landed a seat in... I think it was in Boston or the New York Phil. And the other? Alex felt like a ghoul, but if she had a chance to suss out a little information on the victim, she wasn't going to pass it up. A doctor, I think. A psychiatrist. I can't remember if she was going into research or practicing. A psychiatrist. She might be connected to Marjorie Stephen, but Turner would figure that out easily enough. He was so popular, Alex ventured carefully. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say anything negative about the guy. Why would they? Mercy asked. People get jealous, Lauren said, dragging her fork through a puddle of ketchup. I had a lecture right before one of his classes, and his students would always show up early, annoyed my professor. But that's about his students, Alex said, not him. Mercy folded her arms. It's just sour grapes. I had a professor warn me off choosing him as my faculty advisor. Who? Does it matter? Alex had promised to try not to lie, but she was already skirting the truth. Just curious. Like I said, I've never heard a bad word about him. It was a group of them, from the English department. I show up for office hours to talk about a paper, and 3 professors ambush me to insist I stay in the English major, telling me that Dean Beekman isn't about serious scholarship. They called him a glad-hander. She put her nose in the air and adopted a tone of disdain. All sizzle, no steak. Lauren shook her head in disbelief. I'm barely passing econ, and you have faculty staging interventions to keep you in their departments? It's nice to be friends with a genius, Alex said. Lauren scowled. It's depressing. Not if some of it rubs off on us. There are different kinds of smart, Mercy said generously. And it didn't matter anyway. I told them I planned to major in American studies. Was professional jealousy enough to get a man killed? And what could that possibly have to do with Marjorie Stephen? Who were these jerks, and how do I avoid them? Alex asked, fishing for names. I don't remember, said Mercy. I had Ruth Conejo in directed studies, but I didn't know the other 2. That's part of why it annoyed me so much. Like I was just a point they wanted to score. Lauren rose to clear her tray. I'm the kind of smart that's going to get a nap in before practice. We need to talk Halloween. A man was killed on campus, Mercy said. You can't seriously think we're going to throw a party. It will be good for us, and if I don't have something to look forward to, I'm not going to make it. When Lauren was gone, Mercy said, Why all the questions? Alex stirred her coffee slowly. She'd told Mercy she wouldn't lie, but she had to tread carefully here. Do you know a professor in the psych department, Marjorie Stephen? Mercy shook her head. Should I? She passed away on Saturday night, in her office.
There's a chance her death is just some kind of sad accident, but it's also possible she was murdered. You think the deaths are connected? Mercy drew in a sharp breath. You think there's magic involved? Maybe. Alex, if some difficult person did this to Dean Beekman, we don't know that's the case. I'm just exploring every avenue. Mercy put her head in her hands. How did they get away with this? Isn't Lethe supposed to stop this kind of thing from happening? Yeah, Alex admitted.
Mercy shoved back from the table, her tray rattling as she snatched up her bag, fresh tears in her eyes. Then you stop them, Alex. You make them pay for this. The following night, Turner met Alex and Dawes outside of the Peabody by the statue of a triceratops that Wolfe's head had accidentally animated back in 1982. Once the cameras were down, slipping into the museum was a matter of timing the rounds of the security guards. She mentioned the potential psychiatry connection to Turner and the professors who had bad-mouthed Dean Beekman, but he didn't seem impressed. You get names? Ruth Conejo, but not the others. You find out anything about aging poisons? Yes and no, Alex said, trying to keep the edge from her voice. It had only been 2 days since Turner had demanded her presence at the second crime scene. There's something called a wizening stick that makes you look older if you chew on it long enough, but the effects don't last more than a few hours. And there's a poison called Tempus Ladro, the thief of time. It ages you internally. That sounds promising. No, it only ages your organs, speeds up the clock. But the whole point is that the victim looks like he died of natural causes, young and dewy on the outside, shriveled on the inside. Then keep searching, Turner said. Find something I can use. I need you and your demon boyfriend for the work I can't do. Then help us bring him out of hell. Turner's face shuddered. We'll see. Alex had badgered him into meeting them by promising him that once they had 2 more murderers to walk the gauntlet, she'd leave him alone. She was surprised he'd agreed to come. They shuffled past the main entry and down the stairs. Turner looked up at the dead eyes of the security cameras uneasily. They were still recording, but the magical tea and Dawes thermos would keep the cameras from capturing anything but static. You have a real gift for turning everyone around you into criminals, Stern. It's some light trespassing. You can say you heard a noise. I'm going to say I caught you 2 breaking in and decided to pursue. Would you both be quiet? Dawes whispered furiously. She gestured to the thermos. The tempest won't last all night. Alex shut her mouth, trying to bite back the anger she felt toward Turner. She wasn't being fair, but it was hard to care about what was rational or right when she and Dawes were stuck fighting what felt like a losing battle to free Darlington. They needed allies, but Lethe and Michelle Alamedidin weren't interested, and she hated feeling like she was begging for Turner's help. And the Peabody was one more place where Darlington's presence was too close, the real Darlington, who belonged to New Haven as much as he belonged to Lethe or Yale. Alex had been to the Peabody with him, a place that had rendered him surprisingly quiet. He'd shown her the mineral room, the stuffed dodo bird, the photos and letters from Hiram Bingham III's expedition to discover Machu Picchu, where he'd found the great golden crucible currently tucked away in Ilba Stone's armory. This was my hiding place, he said as they walked past the Age of Reptiles mural, when things got bad at home. At the time, Alex had wondered how bad it could have been, growing up in a mansion. But now that she'd been in Darlington's grandfather's head, seen his memories of a little boy lost in the dark, she understood why that boy would come here, to a place full of people and noise, where there was always something to read or to look at, where no one would think twice about a studious kid with a backpack who didn't want to leave. The basement was dark and warm, full of plumbing that rattled and belched, noisier than the quiet upper floors, where the exhibits had been packed up and stored in preparation for the upcoming renovation. Their flashlight beams floated over exposed pipes and boxes stacked to the ceiling, odd bits and pieces of scaffolding leaning crookedly against them. At last, Dawes led them into a room with a strange, musty smell. "What is all this?" Alex asked, as Dawes ran her flashlight over shelves of jars full of cloudy liquid. Pond water, hundreds of jars of it, from all over Connecticut, all from different years. "What is the point of this exactly?" asked Turner. "I suppose, if you want to know exactly what was in the pond water in 1876, this is the place for you. The basements are full of stuff like this." Dawes consulted a plan and then walked to a shelf on the left-hand side of the room. She counted up the rows from the bottom, then counted across the dusty jars themselves. She reached between them and rooted around and back. "If you try to make me drink that, I'm leaving," Turner muttered. There was a loud clink. The shelf swung out, and there, behind the dirty rows of jars, was a huge room with nothing in it but a massive rectangular table covered in multiple dust cloths. "It worked," Dawes said with pleased surprise. She flicked a switch on the wall, but nothing happened. "I don't think anyone's been down here in a while." "How did you even know this place?" Turner asked. "I'm responsible for maintaining the Armory archive." "And a room in the Peabody basement is part of the Lethe Armory?" "Not exactly," said Dawes, and even in the shadows, Alex could tell she was uncomfortable. "No one wants to claim this. We're not even sure which society made it, or if it's the work of someone else entirely. There's just an entry in the book for when it arrived and its purpose." Alex felt a chill settle into her. What were they about to see? She sent her mind searching for grays in case something awful was about to happen, and braced herself as Dawes grabbed hold of one of the cloths. She gave a sharp pull, releasing a cloud of dust. "A model?" Turner asked, sounding almost disappointed. "A model of New Haven." Alex recognized the shape of the green with its bisecting lines of protection and 3 pretty churches immediately. The rest was less familiar. She could identify some of the buildings, the general plan of the streets, but so much was missing. "It's made out of stone," Alex realized, running a finger over one of the street names, Chapel, engraved directly into the pavement. "Amethyst," said Dawes, though it looked more white than purple to Alex's eye. "That can't be," said Turner. "It's one big slab, no lines, no cracks. You're telling me this was carved from one piece of stone?" Dawes nodded, and Turner's frown deepened. "That's not possible. Let's say someone could find a piece of amethyst this big, then get it out of a mine, then somehow manage the carving. It would have to weigh over a ton. How did they even get it down here?" "I don't know," said Dawes. "It's possible it was carved right here, and the building went up around it. I don't even know if it was carved by human hands. There's nothing natural about it." She uncorked a bottle from her bag and poured it into what looked like a Windex bottle. "I'm going to read from the incantation. You just need to repeat." "What's going to happen?" asked Alex. "It's just going to activate the model." "Sure," said Turner. Dawes took out a notebook where she'd transcribed the spell and began to read in Latin. Alex didn't understand a word of it. "E vigilato urbs, aperito scelestos." Dawes gestured for them to repeat, and they did their best to follow. "Crimen proquirito paracitii." Again they tried to echo her. Dawes picked up the spray bottle and scored it aggressively over the model. Alex and Turner took a step back, and Alex resisted the urge to cover her nose and mouth. The mist smelled faintly of roses, and Alex remembered what the high priest had said about preserving bodies at Book and Snake. Was that what this map was? A corpse that needed to be brought back to life? The cloud of mist drifted down onto the model, and the table seemed to explode into activity. Lights flickered on. A miniature amethyst buggy sped down the streets drawn by gemstone horses. A breeze moved through the tiny stone trees.
Red spots began to appear in the stone, as if they were seeping up through it, spreading bloodstains. "There," said Dawes, expelling a relieved breath. "It will reveal the locations of anyone who has committed homicide." Turner's brow furrowed in disbelief. "You're telling me you found a magical map that does exactly what you need it to?" "Well, no. The spell is tailored to our needs. So I could have it look for pot fudge sundaes, women who love microbrews, and Patriots football?" Dawes laughed nervously. "No, it has to be a specific crime. You're not calling on the map to reveal criminals in general, just people who broke a specific law." "Wow," said Alex. "If only the NHPD knew." "Oh, wait. Can I find my murder suspect this way?" Turner asked. "Possibly," Dawes said. "It shows locations, not names." "Locations," Turner repeated, frowning. "Not names. When was this created?" "There's no exact date. Roughly. His voice was harsh. Dawes tucked her chin into her sweatshirt. 1850s. I know what this is, Turner said. What the actual... Really? Dawes winced, and now Alex understood why she had worried about having Turner here. This thing wasn't built to find criminals, said Turner. It was made to find runaway slaves. We needed a way to find killers, she said. I didn't know what else. Do you understand how messed up this is? Turner jabbed his finger at a grand-looking building on the New Haven Green. That's where the Trowbridge House used to be. It was a stop on the Underground Railroad. People thought they would be safe here. They should have been safe here. But some jerk from the societies used magic. He stumbled over the word. This is what your magic is for, isn't it? This is what it does. Props up the people in power? Lets the people with everything take a little more? Alex and Dawes stood silent in the quiet of the basement. There was nothing to say. Alex had looked into the face of what magic could do. She'd seen it in Blake Keeley, in Dean Sandow, in Marguerite Belbaum. Magic was no different from any other kind of power, even if it still thrilled some secret part of her. She remembered standing in the kitchen of Il Bastone, screaming at Darlington. Where were you? She demanded. Where were you? Where had Letha and all of its mysteries been when she was a child in desperate need of saving? Darlington had heard her that night. He hadn't argued. He'd known she wanted to break things, and he'd let her. We can go, Alex said. We can smash this thing to dust. It was all she could offer. How many times has this abomination been used? Turner demanded. I'm not sure, Dawes said. I know they used to use it to find bootleggers and speakeasies during Prohibition, and the FBI may have tried to use it during the Black Panther trials. Turner shook his head. Finish, he bit out. I don't want to be in this room a minute longer than I have to. Hesitantly, they bent their heads, turning their flashlight beams back to the pale violet surface of the map. A clump of red stains had spread in one corner of the Peabody, a blooming poppy, lush with blood. Alex, Turner, Dawes, a posy of violence. There were a few blots near the hill, and even 2 dots in the dorms, or where Alex thought the dorms were now. She couldn't quite orient herself. The map didn't look like it had been updated since the late 1800s, and most of the structures she knew well simply hadn't been built yet. But High Street's name hadn't changed, and there was a place Alex had no trouble identifying. The spot where a young maid named Gladys had fled, where her life had been stolen and her soul consumed by Daisy Whitlock. That act had created a nexus of power, and years later, the first tomb of the first secret society had been built over it. Someone's at Skull and Bones, she said. The building on the map was small, the first version of the tomb before it had been expanded. They stood together, looking at that red stain. It's Monday, said Dawes. No ritual tonight. That was good. If they could get there in time, they wouldn't have as many possible suspects to sift through, just a few people studying or hanging out. Let's go, said Turner, the bite still in his voice. Are we just leaving it that way? Alex asked, as they scooted back through the secret passage, leaving the bloody table behind. Don't worry, said Turner. I'll be back with a sledgehammer. Alex heard Dawes suck in a breath, distressed at the thought of any artifact being destroyed, no matter how vile. But she didn't say a word. They slipped back through the room full of jars and out the side exit, trying to move quietly. As soon as Turner pushed on the bar to let them out to the street, an alarm began to wail. Gosh, he said, ducking his head as Alex yanked up her hood. They burst through the door and ran to his car. The Tempest's power had diminished as the tea had gone cold, and she could only hope the museum's security cameras hadn't captured any clear images of their faces. They wriggled into the car, and Turner gunned the engine, squealing out into the empty street. Faster, Alex urged, as he navigated the Dodge toward High Street. They needed to get to Skull and Bones before their murderer left, or they'd have to start this whole process all over again. I am not looking to draw attention, he growled. And have you even thought about how you're going to figure out who the murderer is and get a killer to join your little hell crew? She hadn't. The cannonball had found her momentum. Turner swung the Dodge right up to the curb in front of the ruddy stone tomb. Alex had never liked this particular crypt. The others seemed almost silly, a kind of Disneyland version of a particular style, Greek, Moorish, Tudor, mid-century. But this one felt too real, a temple to something dark and wrong that they'd built right out in the open, as if the people who had raised those red stones knew no one could touch them. It didn't help that she'd seen the bonesmen cut human beings open and root around in their insides, searching for a glimpse at the future. "Well," said Turner as they climbed out of the car, "you have a plan, Stern?" "We have to tread lightly," Dawes urged, coming up behind them, still clutching her notebook. "Skull and Bones is very powerful, and if word gets back to—" Alex pounded on the heavy black door. She didn't know much about the tomb, except that there was a debate over the original architect and that it had supposedly been built with opium money. No one answered. Turner stood back, arms crossed. "Did we miss them?" asked Dawes, sounding almost eager. Alex slammed her fist against the door again and shouted, "I know you're in there. Stop messing around." "Alex!" cried. "If they're not home, who's going to care?" And if they are? Alex wasn't entirely sure. She raised her hand to knock again when the door cracked open. "Alex?" The voice was soft, nervous. She peered into the gloom. "Tripp? Jesus, is that ice cream?" Tripp Hellmuth, third-generation legacy and son to one of the wealthiest families in New England, wiped his hand over his mouth, looking sheepish. He was wearing long athletic tearaways and a dirty t-shirt, his blonde hair tucked under a backward Yale baseball cap. He was a member of Bones, or he had been. He'd graduated the previous year. "You alone?" Alex asked. He nodded, and Alex recognized the look on his face instantly. Guilt. He wasn't supposed to be here. He hesitated. He knew he couldn't ask them in, but he also knew they couldn't stand there. "You're going to have to come with us," Alex said with all the weary authority she could summon. It was the voice of every teacher, principal, and social worker she'd ever disappointed. "Gosh," said Tripp. "Gosh." He looked like he was going to cry. This was their murderer? "Let me just clean up." Alex went with him. She didn't think Tripp had the courage to make a run for it, but she wasn't taking any chances. The tomb was like all of the society crypts, fairly ordinary except for the Roman temple room used for rituals.
The rest looked like most of the nicer places at Yale. Dark wood, a few fancy frescoes, one red velvet chamber that had seen better days, and an abundance of skeletons, some famous, some less so. The canopic jars full of important livers, spleens, hearts, and lungs were all kept behind the walls of the temple room. The tomb was dark except for the kitchen, where Tripp had been having some kind of midnight snack. There were cold cuts and bread on the table and a half-eaten ice cream sandwich. It was a big, drafty room with 2 stoves and a huge walk-in freezer, all better suited to preparing banquets than serving a dozen college students. But when the alumni came to town, the Bonesmen had to make sure they put on a proper spread. "How did you know I was here?" Tripp asked as he hastily returned everything to the fridge. "Hurry up." Okay. Alex noted his very full-looking backpack and wondered if he'd squirreled away more food in there. Hard times for Tripp Hellmuth. "How'd you get in?" Alex asked as he locked the doors and they headed to Turner's Dodge. "I never turned my key in." "And they didn't ask about that?" "I told them I lost it." That had been enough. Tripp was so hapless it was easy to believe he'd lose his key and anything else that wasn't stapled to his pockets. "Oh gosh," Tripp said as Alex joined him in the back seat of the Dodge. "Are you a cop?" Turner glanced in the mirror and said sharply, "Police detective." "Of course, yeah, I'm sorry." You'd best stop talking and use this time to think." Tripp hung his head. Alex caught Turner's eye in the mirror and he gave a small shrug. If they were going to get Tripp in on this, they needed him scared, and Turner was very good at being intimidating. "Where are we going?" Tripp asked as they headed down Chapel. "Leigh House," Alex replied. Most of the members of the societies viewed Leigh as a tiresome necessity, a salve to the Yale administration, and most had never bothered to set foot inside Il Bastone. "What are you doing on campus?" Alex asked. Tripp hesitated, and Turner snapped, "Don't try to put some kind of spin on this." Bless Turner for playing along. Tripp took off his cap, ran a hand through his greasy hair. "I was allowed to walk with my class, but I didn't graduate. I didn't have enough credits.
And my dad said he wouldn't bankroll another semester, so I'm doing marketing stuff for those Markham real estate guys. I'm actually getting pretty good at Photoshop. I've been trying to save up so I can finish, get my degree and all that." That explained the backpack full of food, but Alex wondered why Tripp hadn't just lied on his application to whatever investment bank or trading firm he wanted to work for in Manhattan. The Helmuth name would open every door, and no one was going to raise questions when a third-generation legacy wrote BA in economics, Yale University, on his CV. But she wasn't going to say that. Tripp was just dopey and sincere enough that he wouldn't consider an outright lie. He wasn't a bad guy, Alex suspected. He'd go through his life described that way. Not a bad guy. Not too bright, not too handsome, not too anything. He went on nice vacations and burned through second chances. He liked to get high and listen to the Red Hot Chili Peppers. And if people didn't necessarily like him, they were happy to tolerate him. He was the living, breathing embodiment of no worries. But apparently Tripp's father was done not worrying. "What's going to happen to me?" he asked. "Well," Alex said slowly, "we can let the bonesmen and their board know you were trespassing." "And committing larceny," Turner added. "I didn't take anything." Not exactly." "Or," said Alex, "we can keep this quiet and you can do a job for us." "What kind of a job?" "One that might result in death or dismemberment." "It won't be easy," said Alex, "but I know you're up to it. There might even be some cash in it." "Really?" Tripp's whole demeanor changed. There was no distrust in him, no wariness. His whole life, opportunities had been dropping in his lap so easily he didn't question another. "Man, stern. I knew you were all right. You too, buddy." Alex offered up her knuckles for a fist bump and Tripp beamed. Alex sat through Modern Poets with mercy the next day, letting the words of invitation to Miss Marianne Moore roll over her. "With heaven knows how many angels, all riding on the broad black brim of your hat, please come flying." When she read words like that, heard them in her head, she felt the pull of another life. She could see herself living it as clearly as if she were absorbing a Gray's memories, listening to the horrible, beautiful lines of the sheep child, or setting down her pen as the professor of her history class on the Peloponnesian War compared Demosthenes to Churchill. The victors choose who should be lauded as a bulwark against tyrants and who may be sneered at as the enemy of inevitable change. In those moments, she felt something deeper than the mere need to survive. A glimpse at what it might mean if she could simply learn and stop trying so hard all the time. She found herself fantasizing about a life not only without fear, but without ambition. She would read and go to class and live in an apartment with good light. She would feel curious instead of panicked when people mentioned artists she didn't know, authors she'd never read. She would have a stack of books by her bedside table. She would listen to Morning Becomes Eclectic. She would get the jokes, speak the language, she would become fluent in leisure. But the illusion couldn't be maintained. Not when there were 2 dead faculty members whose murders might be linked to the societies. When Darlington was trapped in a circle of protection that might give way at any time. When Halloween was less than 2 weeks away and they had a ritual to perform. When she might die if they failed and might lose everything if they succeeded. The terror rushed back in, that gnawing sense of failure. The beauty of poetry and the pattern of history receded until all that was left was the dull and worrisome now. Dawes pinged her halfway through lecture, and Alex called her on the way to her next class. "What's wrong?" Alex asked as soon as Dawes picked up. "Nothing. Well, not nothing, of course, but you've been summoned by the new praetor." "Now? You can't keep putting him off." Anselm never bothered to arrange a tea after what happened at Scroll and Key, and the praetor is getting antsy. He has office hours from 2 to 4 p.m. in LC, practically next door to her dorm. Alex didn't find the thought comforting. "You spoke to him?" she asked. "What did he sound like?" "I don't know, like a professor? Angry? Happy? Help me out here." "He didn't sound anything really." Dawes' voice was cool, and Alex wondered why. "What time do you want to do this?" "He wants to meet you, not me." Was that the problem? The praetor didn't want to include Dawes? "Wait, he's a professor? How long has he been here?" "He's been teaching at Yale for 20 years. Alex couldn't help but laugh. "What?" Dawes demanded. "If he's been here that long and we're just hearing about him now, he has to have been Leith's last choice." "Not necessarily.
You think people were lining up for the job? The last guy ended up dead, from a heart attack, under mysterious circumstances. No one wanted the gig, so they had to tap this guy. Professor Raymond Walsh Whiteley. If I didn't know you better, I'd think you were kidding. He was something of a wunderkind. Graduated from Yale at 16, postgraduate work at Oxford. He's a tenured English professor and, based on the opinion pieces he writes for The Federalist, very old school. Alex thought about making an excuse, putting this off a while longer, but what good would that do? And better to meet with the Praetor now, one-on-one, than wait for Anselm to get around to arranging a dinner where she'd have to worry about a Lathe board member scrutinizing her too. Okay, she said, I can go after lecture. I'll meet you at JE when you're done.
We can try to hammer out the rest of the gauntlet. Fine, Dawes insisted. And dress nicely. That was really something coming from Dawes, but Alex knew all about playing the part. Alex tried to stay focused in Electrical Engineering 101, but that was a challenge on her best days. It was offered in a cavernous lecture hall and was probably the most democratic course at Yale since everyone was only there to fulfill a requirement, including Alex, Mercy, and Lauren. They spent most of the hour quietly debating what drink they'd serve at Liquor Treat, eventually arriving at tequila shots and gummy worms. Alex wasn't really surprised that parties and classes and homework were continuing on in the wake of the murders. Right now, the campus believed that one man had died horribly. No one knew that Marjorie Stephen might have been killed too. There'd been no memorials or assemblies for her. Beekman's death was shocking, grim, something to talk about over dinner and worry about if you were walking home after dark. But none of the students nodding off in their chairs around Alex had been at that crime scene or looked down into that old, startled face. They hadn't felt the sudden rupture that came with death, and so they simply kept on living. What else was there to do? Dress up like ghosts and ghouls and dead celebrities? Drown the terror of their own mortality in grain alcohol and Hawaiian punch? Liquor Treat was considered a kind of pregame before people headed out to the real parties, and Alex could slip out early to prepare for the ritual at Sterling. There would be no uncanny activity to worry about at the manuscript Halloween party this year. They'd been penalized for the drugs they'd managed to lose track of the previous semester, and that had been used to victimize Mercy and other girls unlucky enough to cross paths with Blake Keeley. But she would still have to oversee something called a songbird ritual for them on Thursday. Alex walked back to JE with Mercy and Lauren. She would have to skip lunch if she was going to make it to the new Praetor's office hours. She darted into her room to change into her most respectable outfit: black jeans, a black sweater, and a white collared shirt she borrowed from Lauren. "You look like a Quaker," Mercy said with disapproval. "I look responsible." "You know what she needs?" Lauren asked. She popped into her room and returned with a dark red velvet headband. "Better," said Mercy. Alex examined her prim, humorless face in the mirror. Perfect. Professor Raymond Walsh Whiteley's office was on the third floor of Lindsley Chittenden Hall, his hours taped to the heavy wooden door. She hesitated. What exactly was she in for? A lecture? A warning? An interrogation about the ritual at Scroll and Key? She tapped lightly and heard a disinterested "come." The room was small, the walls lined from floor to ceiling with overflowing bookshelves. Walsh Whiteley was seated in front of a row of leaded glass windows. The panes were thick and watery, as if they'd been made from heated sugar, and the gray October light had to fight its way through. A brass lamp with a green shade craned its neck over his cluttered desk. The professor looked up from his laptop and peered over his glasses. He had a long, melancholy face and thick white hair combed back from his forehead in what was almost a pompadour. "Sit." He waved at the single chair opposite him. It was strange to know that a former Lethe deputy had been living on campus all last year, cozied away in this cubbyhole. Why hadn't anyone mentioned him? Were there others? "Galaxy Stern," he said, leaning back in his chair. "I prefer to be called Alex, sir." Small favors. I would have felt a fool calling someone Galaxy. Quite the whimsical name. He said whimsical with the same disgusted spin other people reserved for fascist. "Is your mother prone to such flights?"
A little truth couldn't hurt. Yes, Alex said. California. She shrugged. He said with a nod, and Alex suspected that he'd long since written off the whole state, possibly the entire West Coast. You're an artist? A painter? Though she'd barely touched a brush or even a piece of charcoal since last semester. And how are you finding the start of the school year? Exhausting? Terrifying? Way too full of dead bodies? But people were only really talking about one subject on campus. This thing about Dean Beekman is pretty terrible, she said. A tremendous loss. Did you know him? He was not a man who could stand to remain unknown, but I do feel deeply for his family. He steepled his fingers. I'll be blunt, Miss Stern. I am what is fondly called a dinosaur, and less fondly described as a reactionary. Yale was once dedicated to the life of the mind, and while there were diversions and distractions, nothing could be as diverting or distracting as the presence of the fairer sex. It took Alex a long moment to process what Walsh-Whiteley was saying. You don't think women should have been admitted to Yale? No, I do not. By all means, let there be higher education for women, but blending the sexes does neither any good. Similarly, Lethe is no place for women, at least not in the role of Virgil or Dante. And Oculus? Again, best not to create an atmosphere of temptation, but as the office is solely dedicated to research and caretaking, I can make an exception. A kind of exalted nanny? Precisely. Now Alex knew why Dawes had sounded so grumpy. Walsh-Whiteley plucked a speck of lint from his sleeve. I have lived long enough to see the supposedly harmless bleeding of the counterculture become the culture, to see venerable academic departments overtaken by prattling fools who would uproot hundreds of years of great literature and art for the appeasement of little minds. Alex considered her options. Couldn't agree more. Walsh-Whiteley blinked. Beg pardon? We're watching the death of the Western canon, she said with what she hoped was the appropriate amount of distress. Keats, Trollope, Shakespeare, Yeats. Did you know they have a class focusing on the lyrics of popular songs? She had come around to loving Shakespeare and Yeats. Keats bored her. Trollope delighted her. Apparently he'd invented the postbox. But she doubted Professor Walsh-Whiteley cared much about enjoyment, and she'd also really liked a semester of studying the Velvet Underground and Tupac. He considered her. Elliot Sandow was one such prattler, a repellent combination of self-righteous and spineless. I want it understood that I will have no trouble beneath the Lethe roof. No hanky-panky, no nonsense. It was hard not to get hung up on a grown man unironically using the term hanky-panky, but Alex simply said, "Yes, sir. You have been without a Virgil or any kind of real leadership for too long. I don't know what bad habits you've accrued in that time, but there will be no room for them under my watch. I understand." He leaned forward. "Do you? During Dean Sandow's ignominious tenure, a student went missing and is most likely dead. The societies were allowed to descend into a miasma of deprivation and criminal behavior. I wrote numerous complaints to the board, and I am relieved they did not fall on deaf ears." She folded her hands in her lap, attempting to look small and vulnerable. "All I can say is that I'm grateful we'll have a firm hand on the tiller, whatever the gosh that meant. Losing my Virgil was frightening, destabilizing." Walsh-Whiteley made a low, chortling voice. "I can imagine that a woman with your background would feel quite out of place here." "Yes," said Alex, "it's been a challenge. But didn't Disraeli say, 'There is no education like adversity'? Thank goodness for the wisdom of dining hall tea bags." "Did he?" said Walsh-Whiteley, and Alex wondered if she'd gone too far. "I'm no fool, Miss Stern, and I won't be swayed by glib speech. There is no room in Lethe for glad-handers or charlatans. I will expect prompt reports on the rituals you oversee."
I will also be assigning additional reading. Her distress must have shown, because he held up a hand. I also don't like to be interrupted. You will comport yourself as a deputy of Lethe at all times. Should the barest whiff of controversy touch you, I will recommend your immediate expulsion from Lethe and Yale. That Michael Anselm and the board have let you stay on after your shameful performance at Scroll and Key is beyond me. I have let Mr. Anselm know this in no uncertain terms." "And?" asked, her anger getting the best of her. The praetor sputtered. "And what, Miss Stern? What did Michael Anselm say? I haven't been able to get hold of him. We're both very busy." Alex had to tamp down a smile. Anselm wasn't returning his calls, and Leigh had avoided tapping him for praetor until all their other options were exhausted. No one wanted to listen to good old Professor Walsh-Whiteley. But maybe that meant there was an opportunity here. Alex waited to make sure he'd finished, weighing possible strategies. She knew it was probably pointless to try to make Walsh-Whiteley an ally, but shouldn't he want Daniel Arlington, a deputy of Leigh with all the proper credentials back? My Virgil, a tremendous loss. The same words he'd used to describe Dean Beekman's murder. Meaningless. A wave of the hand. Alex tried again. But if there's a way to reach him, to bring him back... The praetor's brows rose in disbelief, and Alex braced for another rant. But his voice was gentle. "Dear child, the end is the end. Mors vincit omnia. But he's not dead. He's sitting in the ballroom at Black Elm. Or some part of him was." Again Alex wondered how much Walsh-Whiteley knew. "At Scroll and Key," she ventured. "Do not look for sympathy from me," he said sternly. "I expect you to know your own limitations. Any inspection or ritual activity must be vetted by me first. I will not see the Leigh name further degraded because the board has seen fit to relax standards that exist for a reason." Inspection. That was the cover story Alex had offered Scroll and Key, and that Anselm had backed with their alumni. Alex had assumed Anselm would share all of his suspicions with the Leigh board. But maybe the board had kept them from the praetor. After all, why rile a dog you knew loved to bark? And if the praetor didn't know she and Dawes were trying to break into hell, that would be one less thing to worry about. "I understand," she said, trying to hide her relief. Walsh-Whiteley shook his head. His look was pitying. "It's not your fault you were put in this position. You simply don't have the skills or background to cope with what's being thrown at you. You are not Daniel Arlington. You are ill-equipped to play the role of Dante, let alone Virgil. But with my supervision and some humility on your part, we'll get through this together." Alex considered stabbing him with a pen. "Thank you, sir." Walsh-Whiteley took off his glasses, withdrew a cloth from his desk drawer, and polished the lenses slowly. His eyes darted left, and Alex tracked the movement to a yellowing photograph of two young men, perched on a sailboat. He cleared his throat. "Is it true you can see the dead?" Alex nodded. "Without any elixir or potion?" "I can." Alex had read the room as soon she'd entered. The driftwood on the shelf beside the photo, shells and pieces of sea glass, the quote framed in a paperweight, "Be secret and exult, because of all things known, that is most difficult." But she hadn't read Walsh-Whiteley, not successfully. She'd been too nervous to see the desperation lurking behind all of that bluster. "There's a gray here now," she lied. The office was blessedly free of ghosts, probably because the praetor was one step shy of a cadaver himself. He started, then tried to remain composed. "Is there?" "Yes, a man. A gamble now. An older man." A frown puckered the professor's brow. "No, he's hard to make out. Young, and very handsome. He..." Walsh-Whiteley looked around. "To the left of your chair," said Alex. Walsh-Whiteley stretched out his hand as if he could reach through the veil. The gesture was so hopeful, so vulnerable, Alex felt an acute pang of guilt. But she needed this man on her side. "Has he said anything?" the praetor asked. The longing in his voice had an edge, sharpened over years of loneliness. He'd loved this man. He'd lost him. Alex resisted the urge to take another look at that photo on the mantel, but she felt sure Walsh Whiteley was one of those smiling faces, young and suntanned, and sure that life would be long. "I can see grays, not hear them," Alex lied again, then added primly, "I'm not a Ouija board." "Of course not," he said. "I didn't mean that. Where's your sneer now?" But she knew she had to tread carefully. Her grandmother had read fortunes in the leavings of Turkish coffee, bitter, dark, and so thick it seemed to take its own slow time down your gullet. "You're selling people lies," Alex's mother had complained. A funny irony from Mira, who lived on the hope she found in crystals, energy baths, bundles of sage that promised purity, prosperity, renewal. "I don't sell them anything," Estrella had said to her daughter. That was true. Estrella Stern never charged for the fortunes she told. But people would bring over loaves of bread, tinfoil skillets of Jiffy Pop, babka, chewy strawberry candies. They would leave kissing her hands, tears in their eyes. "They love you," Alex had said, marveling, watching with wide eyes from the kitchen table. "Mija, they love me until they hate me." Alex hadn't understood until she'd seen those same people had turned from her grandmother in the street, treated her like a stranger in line at the store, the cashier's eyes darting away, a perfunctory smile on her lips. "I've seen them at their lowest," Estrella had explained. "When someone shows you their longing, they don't want to see you out buying cherry tomatoes. Now don't tell your mother." Alex hadn't said a word about the people who came and went at her grandmother's apartment, because whenever her mother did find out about Estrella telling fortunes, she would spend the whole car ride home ranting. "She laughs at me because I pay to have my tarot read, and then she does this," Mira would rage, pounding the heel of her hand against the steering wheel. Hypocrite! But Alex knew why Estrella laughed at the fakes her mother cycled through in an endless wave of hope and disillusionment. Because they were liars, and Estrella only told the truth. She saw the present, she saw the future. If there was nothing in the cup, she told her visitors that too. "Read me," Alex had begged. "I don't need a cup of coffee to read you, Preciada," Estrella had said. "You will endure so much. But the pain you feel," she took Alex's chin in her bony fingers, "you will give it back tenfold." Alex wasn't sure about the math on that, but Estrella Stern had never been wrong before. Now she studied the praetor. He had that same hopeful look she'd seen at her grandmother's kitchen table, the ache in him radiating like an aura. Estrella had said she could never look into a heart and lie. Alex didn't seem to have inherited that particular trait. For the first time in a while, she thought of her father, the mystery of him, little more than a handsome face and a smile. She looked like him, at least that's what her mother had told her. Maybe he'd been a liar too. "The gray seems comfortable," she said. "He likes being here, watching you work." "That's good," Walsh Whiteley said, his voice hoarse. That's good. It can take time for them to share what they need to share. Of course, yes." He slid his glasses back on, cleared his throat. "I'll have Oculus prepare a schedule of rituals the societies are seeking approval for. We'll go over that tomorrow evening." He opened his laptop and returned to whatever work he'd been doing. It was a dismissal. Alex looked at the old man in front of her. He would cry when she left, she knew that. He would ask her about this young man again, she knew that too. He might be kinder or more just with her for a time.
That had been the goal, to ingratiate herself. But as soon as he doubted her, he would turn on her. Fine. She just had to stay in his good graces until Darlington really came home. Then the golden boy of Leith could make it right. She was halfway back to the dorms before the praetor's words returned to her. There is no room in Leith for glad-handers or charlatans. 3 professors had confronted Mercy to try to keep her in the English department, and one of them had called the beloved Dean Beekman a glad-hander, an uncommon term. He was not a man who could stand to remain unknown. Becoming praetor meant gaining full access to Leith's archives and resources, including an armory full of potions and poisons.
The professor had been instated as praetor just last week, right before the murders began, and he certainly didn't like Dean Beekman. Motive and means, Alex considered, as she unlocked the gate to JE. As for opportunity, she knew better than anyone. You had to make it for yourself. Alex found Dawes in the JE reading room, hunched over a blueprint of Sterling and Kitcher's Daemonology. "This is the book Michelle told me to read," Alex said, picking it up and paging through it. "Does it talk about the Gauntlet?" "No, it's a series of debates about the nature of hell." "So more like a travel guide." Dawes rolled her eyes, then wrapped her hands around her headphones as if she were clinging to a buoy. "Are you really not scared?" Alex wished she could say no. "Michelle told me we'd have to die to complete the ritual. I'm terrified, and I really don't want to do this." "Neither do I," Dawes said. "I want to know how to be brave, like you. I'm reckless." There's a difference. What might have been a smile curled the corner of Dawes' mouth. "Maybe. Tell me about the praetor." Alex sat down. "He's a delight." "Really?" Dawes' cheeks pinked. "I did a little dive on him, and he wasn't a popular figure at Leith. His Virgil hated him and lobbied against his selection, but there's no denying he was an academic superstar. The bad news is he is not mellowed with age. The good news is it looks like Anselm and the board are keeping him in the dark about what really happened at Scroll and Key. Why would they do that? Because this guy seems to be held together by righteous indignation. I think he's been complaining to Leith for years about how we're all slouching toward Bethlehem. They just want him to shut up and leave them alone. Something like that. I think our best bet is to just let him believe we're dim and incompetent." Dawes folded her arms. "Do you know how hard I've had to work to be taken seriously? To have my dissertation taken seriously? Playing dumb doesn't just hurt us. It hurts every woman he comes into contact with." "It does, I know. But it's also really good cover. So let's just dance for him until we figure this out, and then I will happily stand aside while you crush his ego with your dazzling intellect, okay?" Dawes considered. "Okay. Not to sound like Turner, but do we have a plan?" "Sort of." Dawes spread out a series of neatly typed pages that she'd highlighted with different colors. "If we can figure out how to finish the Gauntlet, we begin the walk at midnight. Once we find the 4 doorways, each threshold will need to be marked with blood. On Halloween." "I know," Dawes said, "but we don't have a choice. If we get it right, something will happen. I'm not sure what. But the door to hell will open and 4 graves will appear. Again, the language isn't totally clear. 4 graves for 4 murderers, assuming we have 4 murderers." "We will," Alex said, though Turner still hadn't given them a yes. If they had to go back to that hideous map, they would, but they'd have to do it fast. And finding someone who'd agree to be buried alive to rescue someone they'd never met wasn't going to be easy. "Do we need to, I don't know, bring weapons or something? We can try, though I don't know what we'll be fighting. I have no idea what might be waiting on the other side. All I can tell you is that our bodies don't make the descent. Our souls do." But Alex remembered what she'd witnessed in the basement of Rosenfeld Hall. Darlington vanished. I saw it happen. Not just his soul, his body too. One moment he'd been there with her, a scream on his lips, and then he was gone, along with the sound of his cry. There'd been no echo, no fade, just sudden silence. "Because he was eaten," Dawes said, as if it were obvious. "It's the only way he was able to become, well, whatever he is." "So none of us are going to turn into demons?" Dawes renewed her grip on her headphones. "I don't think so. For really's sake, Dawes." "I can't be sure," she said brusquely, as if the idea of losing her humanity was less concerning than the prospect of losing her job at Leith. "There haven't been enough well-documented attempts to say what will happen, but just sending our souls is a kind of protection. Bodies are permeable, changeable. It's why we need someone watching over us, to serve as a connection to the living world. I just wish we weren't doing this on Halloween. We're going to draw a lot of grays." Alex felt a headache coming on. They had a little over a week to put all of this together, and she had that same feeling she'd had before they'd thrown themselves into the ritual at Scroll and Key. They weren't ready. They weren't equipped. They sure as hell weren't the right team for this job. What had Walsh Whiteley said? "I expect you to know your own limitations." It made her think of Len. For all his greed and misplaced ambition, he had practiced a strange kind of caution. He'd been stupid enough to think he could earn Eaton's trust and move up in the ranks, but he'd never tried so much as a smash and grab when they were short on cash, because he knew they'd get caught. He wasn't a thief. He definitely wasn't a planner. It was why he'd loved using Alex to deal on campuses when she still looked like a kid, before desperation and disappointment had hollowed her out. Low risk, high reward, at least for Len. Now Dawes was talking about trusting someone to fight off a bunch of grays while they lay there helpless in the ground. For the first time, "If you need someone to help, I can do it, but not if you're going to mess with my mind." "No way are you getting involved," Alex said. "Absolutely not." Dawes looked horrified. "Wait, what does she know?" "Most of it. You told her about—" Dawes' voice dropped to an angry whisper.
About Leigh? Yes, Alex snapped, and I'm not going to apologize for it. She's the one who fished me out of my own misery last year. She's the one who called my mom and made sure I was okay when you were holed up at your sister's house watching old sitcoms and hiding under the blankets. Dawes ducked her chin into her sweatshirt, and Alex felt instantly terrible. "I can help," Mercy said, breaking the silence. "You said you need someone to watch over you. I can do that." "No." Alex cut her hand through the air as if she were slicing the thought in half. "You have no idea what you're signing up for." "No." Mercy crossed her arms. She was wearing a bright blue granny sweater today, crocheted roses gathered around the neck. She looked like a disapproving kindergarten teacher. "You can't just say no, Alex. You could be killed." Mercy scoffed. "Do you really think that will happen? No one knows what will happen. Can you give me a weapon?" Alex pinched the bridge of her nose. At least Mercy was asking the right questions. "You kind of don't get to say no, right?" Mercy continued. "You don't have anyone else, and you owe me for all the magical stuff. I don't want you to get hurt." "Because you'd feel guilty." "Because I like you," Alex shouted. She forced herself to lower her voice. "And yes, I'd feel guilty. I rescue you, you rescue me. That's what you said, remember? So if something goes wrong, that's what you do." Dawes cleared her throat. "We do need someone." Mercy stuck her hand out. "Mercy Zhao, roommate and bodyguard." Dawes shook it. "I, Pamela Dawes, doctoral candidate and," Alex sighed, "just say it, Oculus." "That's a really good codename," said Mercy. "It's my office," Dawes said with as much dignity as she could muster. "We're not spies." "No," said Alex. "Espionage would be too easy for Leigh." "Actually," Mercy said, "there's speculation that the term spooks for CIA operatives originated from so many recruits coming from Skull and Bones." Alex laid her head down on the table. "You're going to fit right in. Just tell me where to start." "Don't get excited," Alex warned. "We haven't even figured out how the Gauntlet works, or if we've got this whole thing wrong." Dawes gestured to the blueprint of Sterling. "There's supposed to be a circuit, a circle for us to complete." But Mercy studied the blueprint. "It looks like you're headed around the courtyard." "That's right," said Dawes, "but there's no way to complete the circuit. The path dead ends at manuscripts and archives." "No, it doesn't," said Mercy. "Just go through the university librarian's office." "I've been in that office." Dawes gave the blueprints a firm tap. "There's a door to manuscripts and archives, and a door out to the courtyard. The sundial door." "That's it." "No," Mercy insisted. Alex felt like she was watching a boxing match where the fighters threw citations instead of punches. "I don't know why it isn't on the plan, but there's a door behind the librarian's desk, right beside the fireplace, the one with that funny quote in Latin." "Funny quote?" Alex asked. Mercy tugged on one of the rosettes at her neckline. "I can't remember what it's from, but it basically amounts to, 'Shut up and go away, I'm busy.' The door is easy to miss because of the paneling, but my friend Camilla showed it to me. We walked right through. It takes you to the Linonia and Brothers reading room." Dawes looked like she was going to jump out of her chair. "To Linonia? Directly around the courtyard?" Alex hadn't followed much of their debate, but that she understood. A hidden door, a way to circle the courtyard that wasn't on the blueprints. "We can complete the circuit." "See?" said Mercy with a grin. I'm helpful." Dawes leaned back in her chair and met Alex's gaze. "You're Virgil now. It's your call." Alex threw up her hands. "Really?" "Mercy Zhao, welcome to Lethe." "Does it ever feel like none of this is real?" Mercy whispered. They were sitting in the common room with Lauren and another member of the field hockey team, making construction paper flowers for liquor treat. They'd set the room up as a gloomy garden with chocolate soil pots they'd fill with gummy worms. "All I can think about is Friday night." They had a lot to accomplish before Halloween, and only a few days to get it done. Alex had brought home recommended reading that Dawes had curated for her and Mercy, and they studied it in their room between classes and meals, then stashed it under their beds. She still didn't know how to feel about Mercy putting herself in danger, but she was also grateful to not feel so alone, and Mercy's excitement was a tonic to Dawes's constant worrying. "This is real life," Alex reminded her, holding up a glue stick. "The stuff with Lethe, that's the distraction." She was reminding herself as much as Mercy. The cool weather had shifted the feel of campus. There was something impermanent in the first months of the new semester, a warm softness that left it malleable in the waning days of what was no longer summer but didn't yet feel like fall. Now hats and scarves emerged, boots replaced sandals, a kind of seriousness took hold. Alex and Mercy still cracked their windows, or sometimes opened them wide. The dorm heaters had embraced the new season with too much zeal. But tucked away in the JE reading room or meeting with her philosophy TA at Bass, Alex felt a strange sensation creep over her, a dangerous comfort in routine. She wasn't sailing through her classes, but she was passing, a steady stream of C's and B's, a cascade of hard-won mediocrity. "All of this can be lost," she told herself as she bent her lips to another cup of tea, feeling the steam on her skin. This ease, this quiet, it was precious. It was impossible. She was sticking googly eyes on a sunflower when her phone pinged. Alex had almost forgotten about Eton, or maybe hoped he'd forgotten about her, now that Oddman had paid his nut and the novelty of her as muscle had worn off. The text was an address Alex didn't recognize, and when she looked it up, she saw it was in Old Greenwich. How the hell was she supposed to get there? "Do you want to take a theater class next semester?" Mercy asked. "Sure. What's wrong?" "Just my mom." In a way, it was true. "My parents won't like it," Mercy went on, "but I can tell them it will help with public speaking. Shakespeare acted as the only one open to non-theater majors." "Shakespeare again?" Lauren asked, repulsed. She was an econ major and constantly complaining about anything that involved more reading. Mercy laughed. "Yeah, I'll beat thee, but I should infect my hands." Alex couldn't remember what it was from, but she was tempted to text it to Eton. Instead, she texted Dawes and asked if the Mercedes was at Ilbestone. "Why?" came the reply. But Alex wasn't in the mood for the mother hen protecting her boy's precious car. She was putting everything on the line for dear Darlington, and she needed transportation. She waited Dawes out, and eventually her phone pinged again. "Yes, don't leave the tank empty." Alex liked driving the Mercedes. She felt like a different person in it, more beautiful, more interesting, the kind of woman people wondered about, who wore ladylike little flats and spoke in a soft, bored drawl. Of course she'd bought the car for herself. It had just called to her from the lot, a sweet old thing. It wasn't practical, but neither was she. Alex put on the radio. There wasn't much traffic on 95, and she thought about skirting the main roads to drive along the coast for a while, or looping up to get a peek at the Thimble Islands. Darlington had told her that some held famous mansions, while others were too small for much more than a hammock, and that Captain Kidd had supposedly buried his treasure on one of them. But she didn't have time to indulge her rich girl road trip fantasies. She needed to finish this errand with Eton and get back to prepare for the manuscript ritual tomorrow. Alex wanted to reassure the praetor that she was ready and did not require additional supervision. By the time she reached Old Greenwich, dusk was falling, the sky softening to a deep, undiluted blue. Most towns didn't look nice right off the highway, but this place didn't seem to have a wrong side of the tracks. It was all pretty shop windows and rambling stone walls, lacy trees spreading black branches against the gathering dark. She followed the navigation down a gently curved road, past rolling lawns and sprawling old homes. Now Aiton's messages made more sense. She'd had to look twice when he'd given her the name and the vig. Linus Ryder, 50.
50 large? She'd asked. Aiton hadn't bothered to reply. The name sounded like it could be a tech guy, and she knew Aiton had high-profile clients in Los Angeles, women who snorted Adderall to stay thin, TV execs who liked to party with poppers. None of that felt right for a place like this, tasteful, moneyed. But at least she understood how Aiton had let this guy get so far in. He must have known the dupe was good for it, and he was happy to gobble up the interest. She slowed the car and then just sat, letting it idle as she stared at the address emblazoned on one of 2 big river rock columns, each topped by a stone eagle. Really? She was looking at a huge wrought iron gate set into a high wall covered in ivy. She couldn't see much beyond it, except for the slope of a hill dense with trees and a gravel driveway disappearing into the evening gloom. She scanned the wall and the gate for cameras. Nothing obvious, but that didn't mean much. Maybe people in Old Greenwich didn't think they needed protection, or maybe they were just more discreet about it. If Alex got caught here, she was definitely getting arrested, and then Anselm and the board wouldn't bother with talk of second chances. They'd just toss her out of Lethe. Professor Walsh Whiteley would probably throw a party, or at least host a wine and cheese hour. But what choice did she have? She couldn't just say, "Oops, I rang the bell, but no one was home." Alex sat, undecided behind the wheel. She didn't see any grays lurking around, and she wasn't sure she wanted to head up the hill without knowing she had backup. This guy could have a whole staff of goons on call like Aiton. But she also wasn't sure she was ready to let another gray in, not after what had happened with the old man at Black Elm and that kid she'd used for the odd man job. The connections were too powerful, too intimate, and there was always the chance one of them would become too deeply involved in her life and refuse to leave. She reached into her coat pockets and felt the comforting weight of the brass knuckles she'd stolen from the Lethe House armory. "It's not really stealing," she murmured. "I'm Dante, after all. Virgil." Except she wasn't either right now. She was just Alex Stern, and she had a job to do. She parked the Mercedes a few blocks away and looked up the satellite view of the property while she waited for full dark. The house was enormous, and it had to be at least a quarter of a mile up the long driveway. Behind it, she saw the blue lozenge of a swimming pool and some kind of guest house or pavilion. At least beating up a rich guy would be a novelty. She locked the car and gave it a pat for luck, then strolled to the eastern corner of the wall, grateful for the widely placed street lamps. She'd seen no one on the road yet, except a slender woman jogging behind a double stroller. Alex slipped the brass knuckles over her fingers. They were actually solid gold and rough where the strands of Samson's hair had supposedly been woven through. She didn't know if that was myth or reality, but as long as they let her punch through walls, she didn't much care. "My heels are fettered, but my fist is free," she whispered to no one. Or to Darlington, she supposed. Samson Agonistus. But he wasn't there to be impressed by her Milton. The metal on her knuckles made her grip awkward, but the extra surge of strength in her hands let her pull herself over the wall with ease. Even so, she hesitated before dropping down onto the other side. She was in her black Converse, and all she needed was to break an ankle and freeze to death waiting for Dawes to come get her. She counted to 3 and made herself jump. Thankfully, the trees had already started to lose their leaves, and the ground was soft with them. She jogged toward the house, paralleling the driveway, wondering if she was about to see flashlights or hear the shouts of security guards. Or maybe Linus Ryder had a hungry bunch of Dobermans to sick on her. But there was no sound except her footsteps in the mulch, the wind shaking the pines, and her own labored breathing. Darlington would have been laughing. 20 minutes a day on the treadmill, Stern. Sound body, sound mind. Yeah, well, you're the one stuck doing naked yoga. She paused to catch her breath. She could see the hulking shadow of the house through the trees up ahead, but no lights on. Maybe Ryder really wasn't home. God, the thought was beautiful. Even so, 5% of 50,000? That would be more money than she'd ever had in her life. Aiton had suckered her into this work by threatening her mother, and she'd been too stupid to botch the first job, too used to falling in line. But maybe she'd gotten comfortable. Violence was easy. It was her first language, natural to slip back into, ready on her tongue. And she couldn't pretend that the little nest egg she'd started to build wasn't a kind of hedge, something to fall back on if Yale and Lethe and all of their promises fell apart.
When she finally arrived at the top of the hill, she paused at the tree line. The house was nothing like she'd expected. She'd imagined it would be all old brick and ivy like Black Elm, but it was an expansive, airy white thing, a pile of architectural meringue formed into a steeply tilted roof, striped awnings over the countless windows, a grand terrace perfect for lawn parties. She had no idea how she was going to get in. Maybe she should have glamored herself, but she hadn't had time to plan. Alex figured she was already guilty of breaking and entering, but the thought of smashing a window made her jittery, and that made her mad. So much for the cannonball. She wouldn't have hesitated if she'd been back in Oddman's neighborhood. It was Linus Ryder's wealth that frightened her, and for very good reason. This wasn't some bottom-of-the-pecking-order New Haven drug dealer, and Ayton wasn't going to pay her bail if this all went sideways. Really, she muttered, maybe a drink first. Alex choked back a scream and whirled, her feet tangling. A man stood behind her in a spotless white suit. She checked herself, nearly toppling. She couldn't make out his face in the darkness. "Did you come up here on a dare?" he asked pleasantly. "You're older than the kids who usually ring my doorbell and knock over my flower pots." Alex searched for a lie, but what was there to lie about? Instead, she sent her mind seeking through the town. There were no grays around the house or its grounds, and it wasn't until she reached a sprawling middle school building that she found that blur, that crinkle in her consciousness that signaled the presence of a gray. Just knowing she could call on one was a comfort. "Ayton sent me." "Ayton Harrell?" he asked, his surprise clear. "You owe 50 large," she said, feeling ridiculous. The estate looked impeccably kept, and from what she could see, Linus Ryder did too. "So he sends a little girl to collect the debt?" Ryder's voice was bemused. "Interesting. Would you like to come in?" No. She had no reason to, and if she'd learned anything in her short and thorny life, you didn't walk into a stranger's house unless you had an escape plan ready. That went double for rich strangers. "Suit yourself," he said. "It's getting chilly." He strolled right past her and up the steps to the terrace. "I need to collect tonight." "That won't be possible," he called back. Of course it couldn't be easy.
Alex gave a tug on the schoolteacher, drawing her closer to the mansion along the streets of Old Greenwich. But the gray would be a last resort. She followed Linus Ryder up the steps. "So what's with the Gatsby Act?" she asked as she followed him into a vast living room decorated with cream-colored couches and blue chinoiserie. White candles glowed on the mantel, the big glass coffee table, and the bar in the corner, illuminating shelves of expensive bottles that gleamed like buried treasure, amber, green, and ruby red. Billowing clouds of white hydrangeas were arranged in heavy vases. It was all very glamorous and grandmotherly at the same time. "I was aiming for Tom Wolfe," said her host, heading behind the bar, "but I'll take what I can get. What can I offer you?" He was searching for a name, but all she said was, "I'm on a schedule." If you were stupid enough to break rule number 1 and follow a stranger into his house, then rule number 2 was do not drink anything from a rich stranger who was on the precipice of being upgraded to rich weirdo. Ryder sighed. The modern world keeps such an unrelenting pace. "Tell me about it." "Listen, you seem—" She was unsure how to continue. "Pleasant? Genteel? A little eccentric but harmless?" He was surprisingly young, maybe 30, and handsome in a delicate way. Tall, slender, fine-boned, his skin pale, his golden hair long enough to brush his shoulders, the rock god style at odds with that impeccable white suit. "Well, I don't know what you seem, but you're extremely polite. I don't want to be here, and I don't want to threaten you, but that's my job." "How long have you worked for Eiton?" he asked, assembling glasses, ice, bourbon. "Not long." He was watching her closely, his eyes a pale grayish blue. "You're an addict?" "No." "Then it's for money?" Alex couldn't help the bitter laugh that escaped her. "Yes and no. Eiton has me in a bind. Just like you." Now he smiled, his teeth even whiter than his skin, and Alex had to resist the urge to take a step back. There was something unnatural in that grin, the waxen face, the princely hair. She jammed her hands in her pockets, slipping her fingers back into Samson's knuckles. "Darling girl," Ryder said,
Eitan Harel has never and will never have me in a bind. But I'm still trying to solve the puzzle of you. Fascinating. Alex couldn't tell if he was hitting on her, and it didn't really matter. You're not short on cash, so why not transfer the 50 to Eitan, and I'll leave you to whatever wealthy men get up to in their mansions on a quiet Wednesday night. You can move around the furniture or fire a butler or something. Ryder took his drink and settled himself on one of the white couches. I'm not giving that oily bastard a dime. Why don't you tell Eitan that? I'd love to, but Alex shrugged. Ryder made an eager humming sound. Now things get interesting. Just what are you supposed to do when I don't hand over the money? He told me to hurt you. Oh, very good, said Ryder, genuinely pleased. He leaned back and crossed his legs, spread his arms, as if welcoming an unseen crowd to enjoy his largesse. I invite you to try. Alex had never felt more tired. She wasn't going to hit a man who wasn't interested in defending himself. Maybe he got off on that gosh, or maybe he was desperate for entertainment. Or maybe he just never had reason to be afraid of someone like her, and his imagination wasn't up to the task. But she could tell he loved his gracious home, his beautiful objects. That might be all the leverage she required. I'm short on time, and I have a hot date with Chaucer. She tipped a vase off the mantel, but the crash never came. Ryder was standing in front of her, the vase cradled in his long white fingers. He'd moved fast, too fast. Now, he tisked, I brought that back from China myself. That's so, said Alex, backing away. In 1936. She didn't hesitate. She clenched the brass knuckles in her fist and swung. Too slow. She struck nothing but air. Ryder was already behind her, one arm clamped around her chest, the fingers of his other hand gripping her skull. There is no debt, you stupid child, he purred. I'm the competition. Harel and his nasty little compatriots want my territory. But why that rat sent you here, I cannot tell. A gift? An enticement? The question will be whether I can drink you dry without ruining my suit. It's a little challenge I like to set for myself. His teeth, his fangs, sank into her neck. Alex screamed. The pain was acute, the needle prick, the abrupt agony that followed. Now she knew why there were no ghosts on the estate. This was where death lived. Alex cried out to the gray, lurking reluctantly outside the gates. She was cut up and bruised, her lungs hurt, and her whole body throbbed from her run across county lines. In the Dante bedroom, she set out the first aid supplies she'd purchased on the pretty writing desk, and then headed to the bathroom to peel back her bandage. The wound on her neck was already closing, and there was no fresh blood. It shouldn't have healed up so fast. Did that mean he actually had pierced her jugular and it had just started healing right away? She didn't know. She didn't want to know. She wanted to forget Linus Ryder and his angelic face and all of that pain and fear. She could feel his teeth sliding into her, his grip on her skull, the knowledge that she was nothing but food, a cup he held to his lips, a vessel to be emptied. She hadn't been afraid, truly afraid, in a long time. If she was honest, she had enjoyed facing off against Darlington's parents, Oddman, the new praetor. When Dawes had summoned a herd of fire-breathing horses from hell, she'd been scared, but okay. She liked forgetting about everything except the fight in front of her. But those had been fights she could win. She wasn't strong enough to beat Linus Ryder any more than she was clever enough to get out from under Eitan Harel's thumb. They were the same man. Linus would have happily drunk her dry and planted her in his backyard to feed the roses. Eitan would just keep using her, sending her on jobs until she didn't come back. She rubbed balm into the wound, replaced the bandage, and looked for a clean pair of Leigh sweats. She'd forgotten to bring back the last couple of pairs to be laundered, so she had to go up to the Virgil bedroom to pillage Darlington's closet. They were too long and too baggy, but they were clean. Her next stop was the Leigh library. She drew the Albemarle book from the shelf outside, ignoring the faint screams and the puff of brimstone that emerged from its pages. The book held the memory of whatever had been researched last, and Dawes had clearly been studying some version of the underworld. Alex drew a pen from the wicker table beside the shelf, then hesitated. She knew she needed to be very specific in her request. Vampires were all over folklore and fiction, and she didn't want to have to sort through what was myth and what might actually be useful. Also, if you were too vague with the library, the walls started shaking, and there was a good chance it might cave in entirely. Maybe she should start smaller. She scrawled, "Linus Rider," and returned the book to its place. The shelf rattled gently, and when it had settled, Alex let it swing open to the library. There were more than a dozen books on the shelves, but as Alex sorted through them, she realized most were focused on the Rider family and their grand home in Old Greenwich, Sweetwell. The Riders were German immigrants and had made their money manufacturing boilers and water heaters. Sweetwell and its surrounding land had always passed from one Rider heir to the next, but Alex suspected they were all the same man. She was surprised to see one of Arnold Guy-O'Donnell's scrapbooks on the library shelf, a fat volume bound in navy blue, Yale, old and new, emblazoned in gold on its spine.
Darlington had been obsessed with the scrapbooks dedicated to New Haven and Yale, and had cherished volumes 16 through 18, which, along with Hiram Bingham III's diary, had been pilfered from the Sterling Library years ago to hide vital information on Lethe and the flow of magical artifacts through the city. Alex flipped through the thick pages of newspaper clippings, old photographs, and maps until her eyes landed on a photo of a group of young men at Maury's, all stern-faced, all suited. And there was Linus in the back row, his face solemn, his pale blue eyes nearly white in the old picture. He looked softer somehow, more mobile in this photo than he had been sitting in his own living room. Had he been human then, or already turned and having a laugh? And how was she supposed to best a drug-dealing blue-blood Connecticut vampire? Kitcher's Daemonology was also on the shelf, the same book Michel Alamedidine had recommended and that Dawes had been using for research. Alex flipped through, still hoping for a catalog of monsters and, ideally, how to best them. But the book was as Dawes had described, a series of debates on hell between Ellison Nouns, a divinity student and devout Christian, and Rudolph Kitcher, an atheist and member of Lethe. Nouns seemed to be arguing for Turner's version of hell, a place of eternal punishment for sinners. Whether there be 9 circles or 12, whether pits of fire or lakes of ice. Though the architecture of hell be indeterminate, its existence and purpose are not. But Kitcher disagreed. Superstition and bunk. We know there are other worlds and planes, and that their existence enables the use of portals. Why? Ask any locksmith if he thinks he's simply disappearing from one place and reappearing in another. No, we know better. There are other realms. And why should we not understand hell as one of these realms? Here, the transcript noted loud applause. Some of what they were saying went right over Alex's head, but she was pretty sure Kitcher was suggesting the existence of hell and heaven was a bargain between demons and men. Just as we may be nourished by meat or fowl, or survive upon a diet of simple roots and berries, so demons are nourished by our base emotions. Some feed on fear or greed or lust or rage, and yes, some hunger after joy. Heaven and hell are a compromise, nothing more, a treaty binding demons to remain in their realm and feed only upon the dead. This was where the crowd turned on Kitcher, and the notes described Nouns as red-faced. Nouns. This is what comes of a vision of a world without God, not only a life, but an afterlife devoid of any higher morality. You suggest that we, creatures born of God and made in His image, are the lowliest of beasts? Timid rabbits trapped in a snare, made not for great study or high achievement, but to be consumed? This is the purpose and fate of humanity? Kitcher had laughed. Our bodies are food for worms. Why should our souls not be made meals too? At that point, both parties had nearly come to blows, and a recess had been taken. Alex rubbed her eyes. She'd been straight with Turner. She didn't believe in his Sunday school version of the underworld, but she wasn't sure she bought into Kitcher's theory either. And why had this turned up in her search regarding Linus Rider? She combed through the index for any mention of him, then slid her finger down to V for vampire. A single page was listed. Kitcher. Think on the vampire. Jeering from the assembly. Herman Mosby.
What's next, leprechauns and kelpies? A call to order from the moderator. Kitcher, have you never wondered why in our stories some seduce and some terrify? Why some are beautiful and others grotesque? These disparate stories are proof that demons remain in our world, some who feed on misery or terror, others who feed on desire, all of whom take the forms most likely to elicit those emotions. Terence Glebe is recognized by the moderator. Glebe, in this scenario, is blood a vehicle or incidental to the process? Laughter from the assembly. Alex touched her fingers to the bandage on her neck. Incidental, my foot. She thought of handsome Linus Rider in his white suit. Why would a vampire become a drug dealer? There had to be 1,000 ways to make money when you had that kind of power and that much time. But what if you fed on desperation? What if the money meant nothing, but you required an endless buffet of fear and need? Alex remembered the hangers-on at Eton's house, the losers at Ground Zero, her own aching sadness, the desolation that had been her life, the scraps of hope she'd wrung from the moments of peace that a little weed, a little alcohol, a pop of Valium could provide. So if Kitcher was right and vampires were demons, at least she knew what she was dealing with. But how to keep the monster at bay? She left the library and took out the Albemarle book, wrote How to Avoid Vampires, nonfiction. Then she hesitated. Why had the library provided her with information on a vampire when she had specifically asked for books mentioning Linus Rider? She kept the Albemarle book open and returned to the round table where she'd left Kitcher's Daemonology. Rider hadn't been listed in the index. She flipped to the back of the book. Minutes taken by Philip Walter Merriman, Oculus, 1933. In attendance. The participants were listed by society. And there, under Skull and Bones, Lionel Rider. He'd been there, under a different name, but he'd been in this house, under Lethy's roof. Maybe he'd been mortal then, but maybe there had been a demon in one of the societies, inside Albastone, and no one had been the wiser. And what about the date, 1933, a year after Stirling had been built? Did that mean there really had been a first pilgrimage to hell? Was that the subtext here? Who had known about the Gauntlet, and was this less a heated argument about philosophic hypotheticals than a very real debate about the possibility of traveling to the underworld? And if demons fed on humans, on their happiness or their pain, even their blood, was there another variable she had to consider? She remembered Marjorie Stephen, old before her time, eyes milky and gray. What if there hadn't been any poison? Could Rider be involved? Or some other demon having his fun, taunting them with scripture? Turner would have told her if they'd found neck wounds on Professor Stephen or Dean Beekman, but before tonight, Alex hadn't known vampires were real. What else might be lurking out there in the dark? Alex felt panic rising up to choke her. The other tables were crowded with Yaleys and their parents, businessmen taking long lunches, a few older women in quilted coats lingering over glasses of rosé. "Alex," he said, when he caught sight of her, his voice warm and vaguely surprised, as if he hadn't invited her there. "Have a seat." He waved over a server who placed a menu in front of her. "I've already eaten, but please, get whatever you like." Alex wasn't going to say no to a free meal. She thought she'd probably order something like mussels or grilled fish, but years of eating her mother's all-grain sprouted carob experiments had left her with a lifelong craving for junk food. "I wish I could eat like you," Anselm said, patting what looked like a flat stomach. "Youth is wasted on the young. If I'd known what middle age would look like, I would have spent more time eating fried chicken and less time at the gym." "You're middle-aged." "Well, I will be." "What?" Alex realized she was staring. "Sorry, you just seem different, more relaxed." "Is that surprising? Believe it or not, I don't relish chastising undergraduates. Dawes is a PhD candidate." He cast her a glance. "I think you know what I mean." Now that the new praetor had been appointed, Anselm seemed like a different person, unburdened by the worries and obligations of Lethy. "I'm surprised you're back in Connecticut," she said.
I thought I'd have to come to New York. I'm usually in Connecticut once or twice a month for meetings. It's why the board asked me to step in and oversee things at Leith. And given what happened to Dean Beekman, I thought it couldn't hurt to check in. He was a legend. I think everyone who knew him is pretty shaken. Did you know him?" He cocked his head to one side. "Is this why you wanted to have lunch? Does Centurion have you checking alibis?" "No," Alex said, which was true. And there was no reason for her to suspect Anselm had anything to do with Marjorie Stephen or Dean Beekman. "I'm sorry. After everything that happened last year?" She shrugged. "Old habits, I get it. The people who were supposed to protect you didn't really do the job, did they? And they never had." But Alex didn't want to think too much on that. Not at this table, with this stranger on a sunny afternoon. "I guess not. Leith asks a lot of us, doesn't it?" Alex nodded. She felt nervous, and her palms were damp. Between her miserable nightmares, she'd lain awake last night, trying to think of the best approach for this. But Anselm had offered her an opening, so she was going to take it. "It does," she said. "You've seen my file. And now you're rolling in clover?" "Something like that. Tell me about California. It's like this, but the water is warmer, and the people are better looking." Anselm laughed, and Alex felt herself unwind a little. She'd been prepared for Anselm in authority mode, but this guy wasn't all bad. He'd clearly had a couple of glasses of wine with lunch, and he was enjoying being out of the office. She could work with this. "Who were you meeting?" she asked. "A few friends working out of Stamford. You know where the old AIG offices are?" "Not really. You're not missing much. Anyway, they're kind of black sheep in our business, but I like underdogs, and they needed some advice." "Hide the outcasts," she murmured. Anselm laughed again. "That's a pull." So Anselm knew the Isaiah quote. But if he was somehow involved in the murders, he probably wouldn't have volunteered that knowledge. "You don't strike me as the religious type." "Not at all, but that's an essential bit of New Haven lore." "God," he said, shaking his head, not a single carefully styled hair moved. "I'm even boring myself." "Go on," she said. "I like this kind of stuff, especially if it could help her catch a murderer and put her in Turner's good graces." Anselm looked skeptical, but said, "It's from the sermon John Davenport gave in support of the 3 judges." "Judges? Interesting. That clears up everything." Again his brows rose, and Alex realized why she liked this version of Anselm. He reminded her just a little of Darlington. Not the Darlington she'd known, but who he might have been if he hadn't grown up in Black Elm and fallen in love with Leith. A slicker, less hungry Darlington. A Darlington less like her. "You've never been to Judge's Cave?" Anselm asked. "Okay, so the year is 1649, and Cromwell orders the execution of Charles I. 59 judges sign the death warrant, all well and good, off with his head. But just a decade later, the monarchy is restored, and his son, Charles II Jr. Exactly. Jr. isn't pleased with what happened to his father or the precedent of killing off kings. So ruthless he must be. He sentences all of the judges to death. That's a lot of dead judges, and it lined up with Turner's initial theory of the crime, that the disgraced Professor Lambton had gone after the people who had sat in judgment on him. Some of them were executed, others fled to the colonies, but there are British soldiers everywhere, and no one is particularly excited about harboring fugitives and bringing down Junior's wrath, except for the good citizens of New Haven. Why? Anselm gestured to the boats in the harbor as if they might have an answer. It's always been a contrary town. The good Reverend John Davenport steps up to the pulpit and preaches, "Hide the outcasts, bewray not him that wandereth." And hide the outcasts they do. When the British come snooping around, the townspeople keep their secrets, and the judges hide out near West Rock. At Judge's Cave? It's technically just a cluster of big rocks, but yes. Their names were Whalley, Gough, and Dixwell. Alex hadn't lived in New Haven long, but she knew those names. They were streets that branched off of Broadway. Follow Whalley long enough and you'd end up in West Rock. 3 streets, 3 judges, 3 murders. There will be a third. That was what Darlington had meant. He'd been trying to make the connection for them, even as his demon half had been toying with them, enjoying the riddle the killer had set. "What happened to the judges?" Alex asked. "Did they get caught?" "Lived to a ripe old age. 2 of them ended up somewhere in Massachusetts, but Dixwell changed his name and lived out his days in New Haven. His ashes are interred beneath the New Haven Green. British troops used to travel here just to piss on his gravestone 100 years after he died. That's how big a deal these guys were. Martyrs to liberty and all that. And now they're a footnote, a bit of trivia for me to try to impress you with over lunch."
Alex wasn't sure whether to be uncomfortable or flattered at the idea of Anselm trying to impress her. "Have you ever wondered why the death words work?" He leaned forward. "Because we all amount to nothing in the end, and there is nothing more terrifying than nothing." Alex hadn't really cared why they worked, so long as they did. "You know a lot about this place. I like history. But there isn't any money in it? Not like the law?" Anselm lifted a shoulder. "Leith makes a lot of promises, so does Yale, but none of them come true in New Haven. This is a place that will never repay your loyalty. Maybe not much like Darlington after all. And Leith? Leith was an extracurricular. It's silly to think of it as anything else. Dangerous even. You're warning me. Just as Michelle Alameden had. I'm just talking."
"Fast and stay on our guard," said Dawes. "Until the two parts of Darlington's soul are brought together, we'll be targets. For any demons that pursued them. For creatures like Linus Rider. What if he was watching? What if he knew what they meant to do?" Again, Alex felt that crawling paranoia, that sense of their enemies multiplying. "Are you so sure we're going to find his soul?" Turner asked. Dawes dabbed at her lip with her sleeve. "His soul should want to find union with its other half, but that's all about the vessel we choose. It needs to be something that will call to him, like the deed to Black Elm or the Armagnac Michelle Alameden left him. Except the deed had burned to ash months ago, and the Armagnac had been blown to bits at Scroll and Key." "Like a grail," said Tripp. "That would be good." "Maybe a book," suggested Mercy. "A first edition?" "I know what it should be," said Alex, "if I can find it." Dawes had somehow reopened the cut on her lip. It has to be precious. It has to have power over him. Alex's memory was not her own. It belonged to the dead Daniel Tabor Arlington III, watching his grandson mix an elixir over the sink in Black Elm, knowing the poison could kill him, unable to make him stop. She remembered what Danny, Darlington, had chosen to use as his cup in that moment of reckless desire. The little keepsake box from some long ago better time. The box he had once believed was magic and was determined to make magic again. "It's precious," Alex said. "The dream of a world beyond ours, of magic made real. The way through the wardrobe, and maybe back again." Halloween on campus was mild during the day, almost as if the students were embarrassed by their desire to play. A few people in capes or silly hats, a professor in a jack-o'-lantern sweater, and a capella group singing Time Warp on the steps of Dwight Hall. Celebrations were even more subdued in the wake of Dean Beekman's murder. But even that quiet excitement was enough to rile up the Greys. They sensed the anticipation, the feeling of a holiday that buzzed through classrooms and libraries and dorm rooms. Alex tried not to let it get to her, but the noise of the dead, their sighs and exclamations and chatter, was difficult to ignore. Only Morse was quiet, the place where Beaky had been killed. There, the living didn't feel free to celebrate, and the dead wanted to stay far from the killing ground. Alex and Mercy went all out decorating the common room as a kind of penance for abandoning Lauren, hanging chains of paper flowers over the ceiling and walls so that it looked like a goth garden. When they'd told her they were helping to work a candy exchange for parents at Mercy's church, Lauren just said, "You guys are the worst," and continued taping up skeins of crepe paper. She had a group of her field hockey friends to go out with later that night. Liquor treat got going around 8. Alex poured tequila shots, and Mercy filled cups with chocolate soil and gummy worms, while Lauren put on records in her sexy gardener short shorts. But Alex and Mercy didn't touch the alcohol, and Alex made herself avoid the candy too. She was taking Dawes' instructions seriously, and that meant she was dizzy with hunger and grumpy about it. Early that morning, Alex had gone to Black Elm. She'd picked up the mail, put out fresh food and water for Cosmo, and then walked the length of the first floor to the office that looked out over the back garden. She knew Darlington had worked in there sometimes. She had even gone through the drawers of the mahogany desk when she was searching for his notes on the bridegroom's murder case. But the office felt different than the rest of the house, because it had belonged to the old man. It was a big, gloomy room, heavily paneled in dark wood, a long dormant fireplace taking up the bulk of one wall.
The only photos were black and white shots of the Arlington rubber boots factory, a man in a dark suit holding the hand of an unsmiling child in front of an old-fashioned motor car, and a framed wedding picture that, judging by the bride's dress, had to be from the turn of the century. The Arlingtons before the curse had come upon them, and their shining prosperity had gone to rot. The box was on the desk, a palm-sized porcelain thing with a scene of children playing in the snow printed on the top. On the inside of the hinged lid, "Merry Christmas from your Arlington rubber boots family" had been inscribed in blue script framed by snowflakes. But the well of the box was stained reddish-brown, from the elixir. Darlington's attempt to see to the other side, the dream that had almost killed him and that had led him to Lethe. That thing upstairs isn't Danny. The old man was standing next to Alex. She could feel him inching closer, hoping to climb inside her, eager to be in a body again. Alex had been shaken by her run-in with Linus Rider, the dream of Darlington in the circle, the unpleasant task of kissing Michael Ansem's ass, the constant fear of another command coming down from Eton before she found a way to clear the books. But she wasn't about to become a carnival ride for some bitter old bastard who had cared more about his legacy than the little boy he'd trapped in this castle. That so? She turned on Daniel Tabor Arlington III in his blue bathrobe. Darlington deserved better than you or your crap son, and this isn't your house anymore. Death is the mother of beauty, she snarled. All that Wallace Stevens ought to be good for something. The old man vanished, his expression indignant. Alex glanced up at the ceiling, and the next thing she knew she was climbing the stairs, moving down the hall. She hadn't meant to go to the second floor. She was just supposed to retrieve the box and get out of Black Elm fast. Or was she lying to herself? Had she wanted to see Darlington before they attempted the gauntlet? She didn't try to fight whatever force took hold of her this time. She let herself be carried into the heat and golden light of the ballroom. He was standing close to the circle's edge, gaze locked on her. He was the demon she remembered, naked, monstrous, beautiful. Not the young man she'd spoken to her in her dream. Heat seemed to eddy around them, something stranger than a mere change in temperature, a crackle of power that she could feel against her skin. The circle of protection flickered. Was it growing fainter, dissolving as it had in her dream? "We're coming to get you," she said. "You need to be ready. I can't hold on much longer. You have to. If it doesn't work, we'll come back to strengthen the protections." "You can certainly try." Alex was unpleasantly reminded of Linus Rider, sprawled on his cream-colored couch, daring her to hurt him. "Tonight," she repeated. "Why wait? It isn't easy to figure out a gauntlet and assemble a search party of killers willing to hell, and Dawes says our chances are better on a night of portent. As you like, Wheelwalker. You choose the steps in this dance." Alex wished that were true. She had the powerful urge to draw closer, but the fear inside her was just as strong.
Was it you in the dream? Was it real? Is this? His smile was the same as it had been in the dream when he said, "This isn't the time for philosophy, Stern." The hair rose on her arms. But was that confirmation, or just another riddle for the demon to taunt her with? "Why are you doing this?" he asked. The demon's cool voice wavered, and he was only Darlington now, scared, desperate to find his way home. Why risk your life and your soul? Alex didn't know how to answer. She was putting her future at stake, her mother's safety, her own. She was asking other people to put their lives on the line. Turner thought this was a holy war. Mercy wanted to wield the weapon that had been used against her. Tripp needed spending cash, and Dawes loved Darlington. She'd been her friend, one of the few who had bothered to take the time to know her, and too dear to lose because of that. But what was Darlington to Alex? A mentor? A protector? An ally? None of those words seemed sufficient. Had some soft-boiled part of her fallen for the golden boy of Lethe? Or was this something less easily named than love or desire? "Do you remember when you walked me through the ingredients for Hiram's elixir?" she asked. She could still see him standing over the golden crucible in the armory, his graceful hands moving in clean precision.
He'd been lecturing her on the duties of Lethe, but she'd barely been listening. His sleeves were rolled up, and she'd been uncomfortably distracted by the shift of muscles in his forearms. She'd done her best to inoculate herself against Darlington's beauty, but sometimes she still got caught off guard. "We stand between the living and the dead, Stern. We wield the sword no one else dares lift." "And this is the reward? A chance at a painful death?" she asked. "Heathen," he said with a shake of his head. "It's our duty to fight, but more than that, it's our duty to see what others won't, and never avert our eyes." Now, standing in the ballroom, she said, "You didn't turn away. Even when you didn't like what you saw in me, you kept looking." Darlington's gaze shifted and flickered like firelight, gold and then amber, bright and then shadowed. "Maybe I know a fellow monster when I see one." It felt like a cold hand shoving her away, like a warning. She wasn't stupid enough to ignore it. "Maybe," Alex whispered. She made herself turn, leave the ballroom, walk down that dark hall. She forced herself not to run. Maybe they were just two killers, cursed to endure each other's company. Two doomed spirits trying to find their way home. Maybe they were monsters who liked the feeling of another monster looking back at them. But enough people had abandoned them both. She wasn't going to be the next. They met at the library at 11 o'clock and holed up in one of the niches in the Lanunia and Brothers reading room. Dawes had somehow chosen the exact spot where Alex loved to sit and read and fall asleep with her boots on the grate of the heater. How many times had she looked out at the courtyard through the wavy glass of the windows without knowing she was looking at the gateway to hell? They set the pair of luminaries they'd procured from the armory at opposing corners of the entry to the reading nook. What they created when lit wasn't precisely a glamour, but a swarm of thick shadow that repelled any curious gaze. 15 minutes before midnight, a voice came over the loudspeaker reminding students that the library was closing. People laden with backpacks and satchels trudged out to make the walk home to dorms or apartments in a forced march past Halloween partiers. Security guards came through next, passing their flashlights over the shelves and reading tables. Alex and the others waited, watching the flicker of the luminaries in the corners, pressed against the walls for no good reason, trying to be as quiet as possible. Tripp had worn the same polo, blazer, and backward cap he'd had on at their planning dinner. Turner was in what looked like expensive gym clothes and a puffer jacket. Dawes was in her sweats. Mercy had chosen fatigues paired with a black sweater and looked like the cheekest member of a special forces unit. Alex was in Lethe sweats. She didn't know what this night would bring, but she was tired of losing perfectly good clothing to the arcane. Shortly after midnight and without warning, the lights clicked off. All that remained were dim security lights along the floors. The library had gone silent. Dawes took out a thermos. To disrupt the alarm systems, she had brewed the same tempest in a teapot they'd used to break into the Peabody, but she'd steeped the tea longer and acquired a better insulated container. "Hurry," she said. "I don't know how long it will last." They got Mercy settled in the courtyard, and Alex and Dawes helped her into the salt armor gauntlets, bracers, a helm that was far too big for her head. She even had a salt sword. It was all very impressive, but Alex had to wonder if it would stop a monster like Linus Ryder. When Mercy pulled a vial of Hiram's elixir from her pocket, Alex wanted to swat it out of her hand. But the time for warnings and worry had passed. Mercy had made her choice, and they needed her here, their sentinel. Alex watched her pop the cork and down the contents, her eyes squeezed shut as if she were swallowing medicine. She shuddered and coughed, then blinked and laughed. At least the first dose hadn't killed her. When Mercy was positioned by the basin with the ticking metronome set on the ground beside her, they crowded around the security desk at the front of the library, checked the Rose Walk for students passing by, then slipped outside. "Quick," said Dawes, as one by one they made incisions on their arms. "We should have done it across our palms," said Tripp, "the way they do in movies." "No one gets infections in movies," Turner shot back, "and I actually need the use of my hands." Alex hadn't realized he had a holster and gun beneath his jacket. "I don't think that's going to do you much good in hell." "Couldn't hurt," he replied. Dawes took a small bottle from her pocket and dribbled oil onto her thumb. She smeared it across each of their foreheads. This had to be the datura. "Are we ready?" Dawes asked.
"Hell yeah," said Tripp. "Keep your voice down," snapped Turner. But Alex appreciated Tripp's enthusiasm. Dawes took a deep breath. "Let's begin." They each touched their fingers to the blood welling from their arms. "Soldier first," Dawes said. Alex daubed her blood onto each of the 4 columns marking the entrance. Dawes followed, placing her blood over Alex's, then Turner, and finally Tripp. He looked at the smudge of their mingled blood and stood back. "How will we—" Tripp was interrupted by a sound like a sigh, a whoosh of air, as if a window had been thrown open. The heavy wooden door beneath the Egyptian scribe had vanished, leaving nothing but darkness. No glimpse of the library nave beyond, no sign of light or life. It was like looking into nothing. A cold wind blew through on a moan. "Oh," said Dawes. They stood in stunned silence, and Alex realized that, for all of their talk and preparation, none of them had really believed it would work. Despite every miracle and horror she had witnessed in her time at Yale, she hadn't been able to buy into a pathway to the underworld hidden right beneath their noses. Had some other group of fools once stood at this doorway, awakened by their blood, on this same precipice, trembling and afraid? Dawes claimed the gauntlet had never been used, but again, Alex had to wonder, if that was the case, why build it at all? "Alex is first, right?" Tripp asked, a quaver in his voice. Her courage had shriveled at the sight of all of that empty, but there was no time to second guess. She could hear people approaching down the street. "Come get me, Stern," he'd said. "Please." Alex touched her hand to the porcelain box in her pocket and stepped through the door. Nothing happened. She was standing in Sterling's cavernous nave.
It looked no different than it had before. Dawes bumped into her, and they both stumbled out of the way as Turner and then Tripp came through. "I don't get it," said Tripp. "We have to walk the path," Dawes said. "That was only the start." Single file, they made their way down the nave toward the alma mater mural. Soldier, scholar, priest, and prince, shrouded in gloom. A strange, shuffling parade. They turned right at the mural and marked the arches beneath the tree of knowledge with their blood. Again, the corridor beyond seemed to dissolve, as if their reality had dropped away and left a gaping void. Again, Alex took a deep breath, the diver preparing to sink beneath the surface, and stepped through. On their right, they passed the glass door through which Alex would enter, but it wasn't her time yet. The soldier would close the circle. They moved down the corridor, past Death peering over the student's shoulder, and into the vestibule full of Jost Ammann's woodcuts. Above them, Alex could just make out the black iron silhouettes of the mermen with their split tails, monster and man, man and monster. The cut on Alex's arm had begun to close, so she had to squeeze it to get the blood to well up again. One by one, they anointed the doorway beside the stone spider, beneath the inscription of Yale's motto, Light and Truth. It felt like a joke when the door disappeared into flat black darkness. "This is your station," Dawes whispered, the first words any of them had spoken since they'd stepped back into Sterling. Tripp's jaw was set. His fists were clenched. Alex could see he was shaking slightly. She almost expected him to just turn on his heel and march right out of the library. Instead, he gave a single, firm nod of his head. Alex gave him a quick squeeze on the shoulder. It was easy not to take Tripp seriously, but he was here, facing the same shapeless dread as the rest of them, and he hadn't complained once. "See you on the other side." They moved on, passing into another narrow hallway that would take them to the university librarian's office. It was even darker here, the walls crowding in on them. The office felt less empty than suddenly abandoned, the desk chair askew, papers in messy piles. There was nothing remarkable about this door, but emblazoned on the other side of it was a large stone sundial and 2 stained glass knights standing guard. They made fresh cuts and daubed the door jamb with their blood, ready this time for the gap of darkness that opened and the icy wind that blew through. "Keep your head straight," Turner said as he took up his post. The secret door was right behind them, beside the big stone fireplace with its grumpy Latin, barely visible unless you knew where to look for the outline hidden in the paneling. Alex and Dawes passed through it and into another dark, tiny vestibule that had no real purpose unless you were trying to circumnavigate the courtyard. They emerged in Linonia and Brothers, on the opposite end of the room from the niche where they'd hidden. Here again, it felt as if the place had been abandoned, as if the absence of the human could be felt. At last, they stood at the original entrance to the courtyard, Selen's name emblazoned across the stone lintel in golden letters. Alex didn't want to leave Dawes there. She didn't want to be alone in this dark cathedral of a building. "The niches are all empty," Dawes said. "They are?" asked, completely lost. Dawes had the silver pitch pipe in her hands, and her voice was quiet but steady. "All over the library, you can see these spaces, these stone frames where a sculpture of a saint should be, like in a cathedral, but they're all empty. Why? No one really knows. Some people think they ran out of money. Some people say the architect wanted the building to look like it had been sacked, all of its treasures stolen." "What do you think?" Alex asked. She could feel they were in uncertain territory, that this story, these words, were what Dawes needed to keep going. "I don't know," Dawes said at last. "We all have hollow places. We're going to bring him home, Dawes. We're going to make it out of this. I believe you. At least the first part." She took a deep breath, set her shoulders. "I'll be watching." Alex smeared her blood onto the entry. Dawes followed. This time, the big double doors looked like they collapsed in on themselves, folding like paper as the wind howled through. It was louder now, moaning, as if whatever was on the other side of the darkness knew they were coming. "Look," Dawes said, "the script above the door had shifted into a different language." "What does it say?" Alex asked. "I don't know," Dawes said. She sounded breathless. "I don't even recognize the alphabet." Alex had to force her feet to move, but she knew it wouldn't get any easier. It never did. "Be ready," she told Dawes, and then she was rounding back past the entrance and down the nave once more. The soldier, the one to walk alone. Alma Mater gazed benevolently down at her, surrounded by artists and scholars, flanked by truth, naked in her allegory. It wasn't until Alex was right in front of the mural that she realized what had changed. They were all staring at her now. The sculptor, the monk, truth with her mirror, light with her torch. They were watching her, and whatever human features the artist had granted them did not seem quite natural anymore. Their faces looked like masks, and the eyes peering through them were too bright, alive, and keen with hunger. She made herself keep walking, resisting the urge to look back, to see if somehow one of them had pried itself free of the frame and crept after her. She passed beneath the tree of knowledge, noting the sculptural niche at its center. Empty. How had she never noticed that before? Finally, she arrived at the glass door that would lead her to the courtyard. A panel of yellow and blue-stained glass marked the entrance. She had looked it up. Daniel in the lion's den. "We're coming for you, Darlington," she whispered. She could hear the soft ticking of the metronome. Once more she touched the porcelain box in her pocket. "I have been crying out to you from the start." She dipped her thumb into her blood and dragged it across the door. It vanished. Alex stared into the starless void, felt the cold of it, heard the rising wind, and then, floating above it, the soft, sweet hum of middle sea. "Come on along. Come on along." She stepped into the courtyard. As soon as her boot hit the stone path, the ground seemed to shake. "Gosh," Tripp squeaked from somewhere to her left. She could see now. Ordinary night. Mercy at the courtyard center. Dawes, Tripp, and Turner at the other corners. She kept walking, kept marching toward the basin, keeping time with the metronome. With every step came another little earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. Alex could barely keep her footing. Ahead, she saw Mercy, her face panicked, trying not to tip over. They were all stumbling now, the stones of the courtyard buckling beneath them, but still the metronome ticked away. Maybe the ground would just open up and swallow them. Maybe that was what Dawes had meant by submerged. "Is this supposed to happen?" Tripp shouted. "Keep going," Alex yelled, lurching forward. "The basin!" cried Mercy.
The square basin was overflowing, water gushing past the cherubs, pooling at its base, and coursing through the crevices between the stones, creeping toward them. Alex felt a weird relief that it wasn't blood. The water struck her boots. It was hot. "It stinks," muttered Tripp. "Sulfur," said Turner. "It's just a river," Alex told herself, though she didn't know which one. All borderlands were marked by rivers, places where the mortal world became permeable and you could cross into the afterlife. They splashed through, the water level rising, still marching, still in unison. When they reached the fountain, they stood staring at each other as the water boiled and bubbled over the sides.
The cherubs sat at each of the basin's corners, gazing into its center, eyes trained on nothing. But maybe they'd simply been keeping a watch, waiting for the door to open. Dawes' teeth were dug into her lower lip. Her chest rose and fell in short, shallow pants. Tripp was nodding as if he heard secret music, a psych-up song from some collection of jock jams. Turner's face was stern, his mouth set in a determined line. He was the only one of them with experience in anything close to this. He'd probably kicked a few doors down in his time, without knowing what trouble might be waiting on the other side. But this wasn't really like that, was it? They were pilgrims. They were cosmonauts. They were as good as dead. "On 3, Dawes said, her voice cracking. They counted together, their voices barely audible over the rush of the water. 1. A wind rose suddenly, that cold wind they'd all felt rushing through the darkness. Now it shook the courtyard trees and rattled the windows in their casements. 2. Light seemed to bloom from the stones at their feet, and Dawes gasped. When Alex looked down, there was no paving, no grass. She was looking into the water, and it just went down and down. Dawes cast a desperate glance at Mercy and handed her the silver pitch pipe. "Watch over us," she pleaded. "Run if you have to," Alex said. 3. Their eyes met, and they clasped the sides of the basin. The descent. Alex didn't remember falling, but suddenly she was on her back in the water, sinking fast, the river closing over her. She tried to push toward the surface, but something grabbed her wrist, an arm wrapped around her waist. She screamed, felt the water rush in. Fingers pushed into her mouth, trying to dig into her eye sockets, clawing into the skin of her arms and legs, their grip cold and unrelenting. Buried alive. This wasn't supposed to be what it was like. It was supposed to feel like falling, like flying. She tried to shout for Dawes, for Mercy, for Turner, but there were fingers shoving into her throat, making her gag. They were in her ears, pushing between her legs. What if Dawes and the others were still up there? The thought sent a fresh bolt of terror through her. She'd thrown herself into hell, but what if they were still in the courtyard? Or they were soaring into some better realm while she alone was torn apart? Because she was the problem. She had always been the problem. The only real sinner in the bunch? Turner had, what, brought down a bad guy in the line of duty, and it still tormented his Eagle Scout conscience? Dawes had killed Blake to save Alex's life. Muddle-headed Tripp had no doubt bumbled into something he couldn't handle. But Alex was the real thing. She'd taken a bat to Len, to Ariel, to all the rest, and she'd never lost a minute of sleep over the things she'd done. Something on the other side was waiting to claim her. It had been waiting a long time, and now that it had hold of her, it wasn't going to let go. Those hands were hungry. She'd felt the pull of that appetite drawing her across the city to Black Elm. She'd told herself it was because she was special, the wheel walker. But maybe the real reason she'd been able to pierce the circle of protection was because she didn't belong among the mortal, law-abiding citizens of this world. She'd never been punished for her crimes, never felt remorse, and now she'd plunged right into a reckoning. The fingers seemed to press straight through her, hooks lodging in her skin and bones. She struggled for a gulp of air, hot and stinking of sulfur. She didn't care. She could breathe again. The water was gone. The fingers weren't clogging her throat. It ached to open her eyes,
But when she did, she saw black night, shooting stars, a rain of fire. Was she falling, flying, shooting towards something, or drowning in darkness? She didn't know. Sweat dribbled down her neck, the heat coming from everywhere, like she was being cooked in her own skin. She hit the ground hard, the impact sudden, driving a short, broken sob from her chest. She tried to sit up. Slowly, she began to see shapes emerge in the dark, a staircase, a high ceiling. She put her hand on the floor to try to push to her feet and felt something warm and squirming. She recoiled, but when she looked down, there was nothing there. Just the rug, a familiar pattern, the polished boards, the coffered ceiling overhead. Where was she? She couldn't remember. Her head hurt. She'd gone to open the door, and Alex had screamed at her, told her to stop. No, that wasn't right. Pam tried to make her legs work. She touched her fingers to the back of her head, to the aching spot on her scalp where she could feel her pulse, then snatched her fingers back, gasping at the pain. Why couldn't she think? She was supposed to order pizza. Maybe she should cook instead. Alex had been heading upstairs to shower. They were grieving. Together. She remembered Dean Sandow speaking those horrible final words. No one will be made welcome. Tears filled her eyes. She didn't want to cry. She didn't want Alex to find her weeping. It was only then that she really grasped where she was. At the base of the stairs at Ilbostone, shards of stained glass scattered around her. She touched the back of her head again, ready for the pain this time. Someone had knocked her into the wall when she'd opened the door. An accident. She was clumsy. She'd gotten in the way. Wrong place, wrong time. But hadn't she locked the door? And why was it still open? Where was Alex? Music was playing, a song she knew by the Smiths. She heard voices somewhere in the house, footfalls, someone running. She made herself stand, ignoring the wave of nausea that flooded her mouth with saliva. Pam heard something howl outside, and then a flood of hairy bodies crowded through the front door. The jackals. She'd seen them only once before, when Darlington called them. She cringed against the wall, but they rushed right past her, a pack of fur and snapping teeth, the wild animal scent of dust and dung and oily fur rising from them in a cloud. Alex? She ventured. Someone had broken in, pushed past her. Alex was okay, wasn't she? She was the kind of girl who was always okay. A survivor, Darlington had once said, admiration in his voice. Rough around the edges, but we'll see if we've mined a diamond, won't we, Pammy? Pam had done her best to smile. She'd never liked that phrase, diamond in the rough. All that meant was they had to cut you again and again to let the light in. She hadn't been sure if she wanted Alex to fail. She'd felt a certain consolation when their new Dante arrived, and she got her first look at this scrawny girl with her bowstring arms and hollow eyes. She was nothing like the cultured, poised girls who had come before. Pam's first impulse had been to feed her, but the way you'd feed a stray, carefully, coaxingly, never from your hand. Darlington hadn't seemed to understand that Alex was dangerous. Although she never asked anything of Dawes, she never gave her orders or made demands. She cleaned up her own messes and skulked around like a rat who was afraid of being noticed by the barn cats. There was no, could you do me a huge favor and whip up something so I can surprise my roommates? No, can I throw a few extra things in the wash? Pam had felt restless, useless, and grateful all at once. Darlington had muttered his complaints about the girl, but then that night when they'd gone to Beineck, everything had changed. They'd come back and smashed half the glassware and gotten roaring drunk, and Pam had fastened her headphones over her ears, put on Fleetwood Mac, and done her very best to ignore them. She'd found them passed out in the parlor the next morning, but to Alex's credit, she'd stayed and tidied up right alongside Darlington. And then he'd disappeared, and Dawes hadn't been able to forgive this girl who charged through the world like an unintended consequence, a calamity for everyone and everything around her. I have to move, she told herself.
Something is happening. Something bad. She had the sickly feeling she'd had when her parents argued. The house didn't feel right. "It's okay, Bunny," her mother would say, tucking her in at night. "We're all okay." For a second, Pam thought she might be hallucinating or about to black out, but no, the lights really were flickering. She heard dishes crash from the kitchen, then a cry from above. Alex! Pam grabbed hold of the banister and dragged herself up the stairs. Dread made her feet heavy. She spent every day afraid of saying the wrong thing, asking the wrong question, humiliating herself. Standing in line, scrambling for change, she felt her face flush, her heart race, thinking of all the people behind her, waiting. That was all it took to flood her body with terror. She should be used to fear, but God, she did not want to climb these stairs. She heard men's voices, then Alex. She sounded furious and so scared. Alex never sounded scared. Suddenly the jackals were rushing past her again, whimpering and yelping, nearly knocking her from her feet. Why were they going? Why had they come at all? Why did she feel like a stranger in this house she'd spent years in? At last she reached the landing, but she couldn't make sense of any of what she saw. There was blood everywhere. The musky stink of animals hung thick in the air. The dean was slumped against the wall, his femur jutting from his leg, a sudden white exclamation point in search of a sentence. Dawes gagged. What was this? What had happened here? Things like this didn't happen at Elbastone. They weren't allowed. Alex was on her back on the floor, and there was a boy on top of her. He was beautiful, an angel with golden curls and the loveliest face she'd ever seen. He was weeping, trembling. They looked like lovers. He had his hands in Alex's hair, as if he meant to kiss her. And there was something in Pam's hands, too, warm and softly furred and squirming, a living thing. She could feel its heartbeat against her palms. No, it was just a piece of sculpture, cold and lifeless, the bust of Hiram Bingham III. They kept it on a cane stand by the front door. She couldn't remember picking it up, but she knew what she was supposed to do with it. Hit him, but she couldn't. She could call the police. She could run away. But the stone was too heavy in her hands. She didn't know how to hurt someone, even someone awful like Blake Keeley, even after he'd hurt her. Blake had shoved his way into the house and let her lie bleeding on the floor. He'd hurt the dean. He was going to kill Alex. Hit him. She was a little girl on the playground, too tall, heavy-breasted, built all wrong. Her clothes didn't fit. She got tangled in her own feet. She was huddled at the bus stop, trying not to react, as boys from the high school drove by shouting, "Show us your chest." She was choosing the back row of every classroom, hunched up in the corner.